Peace and love and welcome back to everybody. We got a powerful topic. And today's title is Farrakhan and the NOI. Things our people are scared to admit. I'm going to hop right into what those things are. Today is an interactive show, meaning if you want to call in, we will have people calling in. And what'll happen is people will be allowed to call in one person at a time. And at the end of all of the one-on-one calls, we'll have basically like a big round table. But the call-in rules are no profanity. You know, if you say hell or damn, that's okay. But, just big, harsh cuss words, you know what I mean? So, yeah, no profanity. Now, we prefer your camera to be on. I'm going to be honest with you. We do prefer your camera to be on. But this rule right here, I'm not going to force you to cam up if you want to still call in with your spiel. So, yeah, we definitely need a quiet background and clear audio. And if you are smoking or drinking or whatever, then, yeah, you probably don't want to have your camera on. Or you can cut your camera on, and whenever you partake in sipping or you take a hit, you can cut it off for a minute and cut it back on. So there we go. Now that we got that out the way, let me break everything down to y'all what's going on. And first of all, let me tell y'all what we're going to be doing today. And then I'm going to tell y'all exactly, why I'm doing it. Now, check it out. The Nation of Islam, the reason I'm doing this is because it is a topic right now as far as the Nation of Islam. DJ Vlad has apologized to not the Nation of Islam. I just want to let y'all know. DJ Vlad didn't apologize to the NOI or to black people. He specifically apologized to Farrakhan. Right? I just want to say that what I'm going to be breaking down today is why DJ Vlad is apologizing and why I got a problem with it. And I want to talk about the NOI, man. I've been want to talk about them. I got questions about them and I got answers about them, which is why we opening up the lines today. And I want everyone to like and share the video. Let me hop right into the meat. So, what are we going to be doing today? We're going to be talking about the NOI, the mission of the NOI. Do you know that Nation of Islam's mission? Do you know their beliefs and ideologies? Do you know why they merged with Scientology? We're going to find all of that out today. All right.
Sánchez cocinando.
Need everyone to like and share the video. Thank y'all for tuning in. We are going to be talking about why did the Nation of Islam merge with Scientology? Do you even know why the Nation of Islam is trending? Yeah, the Nation of Islam is trending right now. And I'll be explaining why. But before we get into it, I got a package at my door. Everybody hit that like and share button. Let me grab that. And we finna keep cooking. I got some knowledge for y'all butts today.
Sanchez, just one who's
All right, so what we going over today, why the NOI, why Farrakhan is receiving an apology from Vlad, why I think this requires a conversation from black people. And I also think there's a lot of things we're scared to admit about the Nation of Islam, especially if you are close to a mosque. Yeah, if you live close to the NOI, you don't really want to say the kind of stuff that I'm going to say today, which is the NOI operates more like a gang for Farrakhan more than a nation for black people. That's right! That's something I've been wanting to get off my chest. If you got stuff to get off yours, call in. So often, brothers and sisters, that I hear people say, Sanchez, be careful talking about the NOI. Drop a 1 if you can relate to that. So often I hear brothers say on platforms, on panels, they say stuff like, man, talking crazy about your mouth about Minister Farrakhan will get you beat up where I'm from. I think I heard a brother the other day say, you know, where I'm from in Chicago, man, you just can't say what you want about Farrakhan because them boys will come see you, you know? And I do want to talk about that today. I want to talk about the idea of you can't say what you want about Farrakhan or the NOI do something about you. But you can say whatever you want about black people and they won't do nothing. See, to me, it's more of let's protect Farrakhan than let's protect even the NOI itself. Because if someone got backlash against the NOI, they ain't gonna beat you up, but talking crazy about Farrakhan to get you beat up. What my problem is about all of that is this same group of men silenced Malcom X when he was talking crazy about the white man. They said, Malcom X, quit talking crazy about that white man. You gonna get us in trouble, boy. Now, the same group of men that silenced Malcom X for talking crazy about the white man, right? They not gonna do nothing to the white man that they talk crazy about for talking crazy about the black man or even saying racial slurs. But if you just joke on Farrakhan, you gotta watch it back. So I wanna talk about how the NOI move. Want to talk about them merging with Scientology, and I want to talk about and I want to talk about the beliefs and ideologies of it. So, what I want to also let y'all know is I'm going to be playing some sensitive recordings from Farrakhan about how he feel about Malcom X after the fact that Malcom X is unalived. If anybody think Farrakhan didn't have nothing to do with Malcom X unaliving, then something wrong with you. Also, I want you to just flip to this little screen share here where you can see Farrakhan with these Jews. And the reason I want to bring this picture up is because our governments, people, this is very important when I want to say, the governments of the world, the black leaders of the world, the black church, the Freemasons, the Boule, everybody, the hip hop guys, the entertainers, you name it. They've all sold the people out to Zionism. That's right. They all sold us out, ladies and gentlemen, to Zionists, to the Zionist agenda. The Zionist agenda is to make one group superior not only over black people, but over the world. The group of people that has been exalted and made superior over everyone in the world are these small hats. And they got everybody on their side because everybody is for sale. And ain't nobody got more money than these people. These are at the foundation of why the money is printed. Like, they don't operate off money. They operate off power. Remember, first you get the money, then you get the power. That's if you're a slave. Now, if you born into royalty, first you get the power, then you can print the money.
That's right.
I know what you're thinking. Never heard that one before, you're hearing it now. I know you're a slave. What you heard is get the money first, then get the power. Remember, power existed before money. So how did they get the power before money existed? See, the truth is that when you get the power, you can print the money to the slaves. You don't need the money to stay in power. You need the fear. You need people to be scared of you. And everybody's scared of the small hats. Everybody know they can't say what they want about these Zionists if they got a lot of money, because that money soon will be taken away from them talking crap about these small hats in America. And you think you're a wealthy black man, you'll end up like Bill Cosby, sir. You'll end up like P. Diddy, sir. And you ain't gotta be talking bad about them. It's just if they feel you in a way or you think you're getting too big. But the thing is this right here. They got everybody in their pocket, from presidents to black leaders to church leaders. And the problem, the thing is, these small hats will let the leaders know who they need to get rid of once these small hats infiltrate your movement. I want to talk to y'all today, and I want you to hit the like and share button. These small hats have went around the world infiltrating everyone's government, nation, banking system, and movement. The Nation of Islam ain't no different. The small hats infiltrated the Nation of Islam the moment we started to see people like Khalid Muhammad and Malcom X die.
That's right.
See, the small hats can't have someone in your group that's got a big radical anti-establishment voice. Prior to Minister Farrakhan, you had figures like Khalid Muhammad, you had people like Malcom X. They were very vocal and radical in their anti-establishment viewpoints. But what happens when your group actually merge with the establishment? What happens when the people who got the entire establishment in their back pocket infiltrate your group? The first thing we see happen is the radical voices inside of that group end up unalived.
That's right.
Any anti-establishment voices in that group, when the small hats infiltrated, will be erased. That's just plain and simple. They're gonna, and then the whole agenda behind a group will change from an anti-establishment agenda to a Scientology agenda, what we finna get into in a minute. But check this out, right? The Nation of Islam have been infiltrated by the small hats. Y'all talk about groups like Black Lives Matter, and you say things like it's been infiltrated by the small hats, is not really a black group. Well, I got news for you. The same can be said about the NOI. It was never had a black agenda in mind. So the thing, well, a person can argue with me with that, but I'll say it definitely don't have one in mind now. Now check this out, right? Before we play any of these clips. The reason everyone is bringing up Farrakhan right now is because DJ Vlad is apologizing to Farrakhan. You know, everyone was mad at DJ Vlad. Why was they mad at him? Let me put this image back up here while I explain to you why black people was mad at Vlad. And I want you to pay attention to...
Malcolm didn't know.
I want you to pay attention to Malcolm
The number
X.
Malcolm didn't know what he was playing with.
Sorry. Pay attention to Farrakhan standing next to them small hats. And I'm going to read some to you. See, in 2020, DJ Vlad faced a lot of backlash for misquoting Farrakhan during an interview that he had with D.L. Hewley. And Vlad had claimed that in his July 4th speech, Farrakhan referred to Jews as quote unquote Satan and encouraged people to throw rocks at them. However, Farrakhan's actual statement urged listeners to pick up the stone of truth against so-called Jews who are not being true Jews, a metaphorical call for truth, not physical violence. Now, I want to explain something to y'all real quick. There was a time where the Nation of Islam were a violent group. And you had figures like Martin Luther King Jr. and the Black Church. They were your non-violent group, okay? What happened is the Nation of Islam compromised the moment they became infiltrated by Nation of Islam, and they became under this new leader called Farrakhan. All right? So the thing about the bow tie, what I don't like, is that the bow tie is worn by the butler. If you think about the slave butlers back in the day, before the bow tie was popular in the Nation of Islam, it was just a regular tie. Now, I know a lot of people think that when you think Nation of Islam, you're thinking of bow tie, bow tie, bow tie. But before that, the Nation of Islam you didn't just have everybody with bow ties. You had regular ties for the most part, and dudes was rocking even military gear and carrying guns in the case of Khalid Muhammad. But what they did with Farrakhan, they watered it down and they turned it to a good boy movement, put them in a bunch of bow ties and made them start serving bean pies to everybody. I'm just telling y'all the truth. You may not like it. Now, the thing about the house nigga wears the bow tie. I'm going to say this again because you need to know symbolism. A black man in a corporate business tie looks like a threat to these white people who are practicing economics against us on a corporate level. If this was legitimately a black nation that had black people interests in mind, then guess what? The Nation of Islam wouldn't stand by and allow black people to be exploited economically while it works with the people that's trying to exploit us and tries its best to let them know that we're gonna be good to you, we good to Jews, we love Israel, we love the Zionist agenda, so much so that everyone is mad at Vlad because Vlad thought that Farrakhan had smoke for Jews. And I'm saying to myself, why the hell do Farrakhan got smoke for white people, but he don't got smoke for Jews? Because if you don't understand this, guys, the Nation of Islam is a black nationalist religious group that was founded in the U.S. by Wallace Fard Muhammad in 1930. It identifies itself as promoting a form of Islam. Its beliefs differ considerably from mainstream Islamic traditions. They are imposters. Scholars of religion characterized it as a new religious movement. It's a neo-pagan group. Let me break something. It's a Zionist group. It's a group of black people that's really co-opted by the Zionist Jews. But instead of saying we are the nation of Zion, we are the black nation of Zion, instead of them saying that, they hide under Islam, everybody. I'm going to expose to you that their agenda is not an Islamic one because the Islamic agenda is anti-Semitic. And these guys try all day to make themselves not seem like a threat to the Jews. Y'all don't know nothing. Let me show you something today. Let me show you something today real quick. See? The Jews run the music industry, and Farrakhan is basically a protectors group for the prisoners, the black rap. If you're a black rapper and you go to prison, you gonna become a Muslim. Tell me I'm lying, y'all. Kevin Gates, all of these dudes become Muslims because and ain't nothing wrong with it. I ain't hacking that. But what I'm telling you is that Farrakhan is taking advantage of the prison pipeline system against our boys. He ain't trying to prevent black boys from going to prison. What happens is most Muslims are made in prison. So if you think about most of the men in the Nation of Islam, they became members when they was doing prison bids, just like Malcom X.
That's right.
If I had a religious group where over 50% of most of my stand-up male members come from behind prison bars, guess what, y'all? I wouldn't want niggas to not go to jail. I would want niggas to go to jail and become Muslims.
That's right.
See, what y'all ain't realizing is that prison is where most stand-up black Muslims get recruited from. Your Khalid Muhammad, your Malcolm X's. We're talking about the guys that'll bust your head. The guys that ain't scared to say something out their mouth to the enemy and die for it. We're talking about brave people. And these are the guys that are signed up for the NOI. That is a quality type of guy enough to build a nation with. But what kind of nation? We're talking about something like the GDs, right? The GDs have a symbol of a 6-pointed star. Scientology has the 6-pointed star, but more so black Scientology. We're talking about Islam. What is the nation of gangster disciples, the nation of Islam? All of these gangs recruit behind bars the most. Guys that would normally not join a gang will more likely join when they get locked up, like Carmelo Anthony. He's definitely gonna have to join something, Islam or something. But this makes prison so important for these groups because we're talking, you got big time people that go to prison, from actors to entertainers to rappers to corporate guys. You may end up doing a prison bid. And that's when you end up being affiliated with the Nation of Islam, the Black Mafia family, different group, Black Guerrilla family. If you're a white boy, you may become an Aryan now. And let's just say you was a director in a big company, a movie company in Hollywood. Now, since you became an Aryan in jail, now we're going to see a lot of movies being made for the Aryans, documentaries, where the Aryans going to be getting money in their pocket. You may even see Aryan Brotherhood members become actors later. So, no different than Crips Bloods on the West Coast. The gang end up being a gateway into the music industry, the Hollywood industry, because the gang is like a mob that is exploiting the best of the best out of all these groups. Because I don't care how smart you are or how rich you are, you can end up behind bars, and it happens to the best of the best. And when you do, your resources, your connections will be outsourced by the group that's protecting you, man. That's just the way it go. Now, what you guys gotta realize is that the Nation of Islam is more of an organization than a nation. And what I mean by that, they are a protection group. All right, the Fruit of Islam, the Nation of Islam, what they are in a business of is protecting people. Okay? And this is a mild form of exploitation. You got to think about this. The Nation of Islam will protect you if you serve them when you're in jail. You join this group, you can't get out of it. It operates more like a gang for Farrakhan than a nation for black people, because the protection that the Nation of Islam offers is only extended to rappers, entertainers, prisoners, not to black people. So I can point to there several times where you got to ask yourself, where is the Nation of Islam with George Floyd, with certain stuff? They're just talking, making dry threats in their bow ties. They will not stand up to the enemy against black people as a collective, but they'll stand up against any black person that's trying to go against their business and what their real agenda is, which is capitalism. How do they capitalize? There are so many rappers, so many young wise men, so many young businessmen, corporate men, bankers in the Nation of Islam. And you ask yourself, that they get there because they really love Allah? Well, I got to break some down to you. Most of the, upscale members of the NOI, they join more so for protection than for some sort of religious guidance, okay? All right, and this is something that you need to realize, that the Nation of Islam ain't in the business of making law-abiding black men. They're in the business of recruiting gangsters to serve in their army. They're in the business of, think about this, right? They operate like a mob. You want stand-up guys, which goes back to what I was saying earlier. If you're talking crazy about Farrakhan and you live close to a mosque, you better watch your back. And how is Farrakhan able to recruit those kind of guys that will be willing to serve prison time to protect him? Because most of them come from prison.
That's right.
Most of them are institutionalized, and they already got the mentality of, I'm gonna crash out for my gang, for my group. Because when you behind them bars, whatever group you with that's protecting you, you got to be willing to die for that group, man, because that group willing to put it all out there for you.
That's right.
And you can't be no pussy either. You got to be willing to stand up even if you're outnumbered and all that. And it's a certain street politics y'all the average person may not know. But what I will tell you is the Nation of Islam, and this right here, I know if something happened to me, y'all better do your investigations. I'm gonna have to say this now. If you think about all of the stuff we hear about the Nation of Islam, the rumors that we hear, the Nation of Islam could get a damn RICO, just like YSL. I'm not even bullshit. When you think about if it's true that they calling hits on motherfuckers, and Malcolm was one of them hits. Khalid Muhammad was another hit. And you got the black community scared to speak out. That's like Big U and the Rolling 60s Crips. And you got everybody scared to speak out. I'm telling you right now, if some ever go down where Farrakhan go down, so many brothers and sisters gonna come out and tell their stories about the NOI and how they ain't really a religious group. They're a fucking gang that'll beat your ass for talking crazy, man.
That's right.
Now, that's one thing that I will say about the black church. The black church will pray for you. But them Hebrew Israelites and them Nation of Islam niggas, they'll beat you up.
That's right.
But now they won't, none of them will do it to the white man now, only if you're black, okay? Let me remind you, only if you're black. That's the prerequisite, all right?
Malcolm didn't know what he was playing with. No, he didn't. He didn't know what he was playing with. You don't jump up against a divine messenger of God like he did. He asked to die.
So Farrakhan believed that because Malcom X spoke against Elijah Muhammad, he asked to die. So what do you think Farrakhan think about himself? That if anybody criticize his perm, or say he'll sell out, or say he ain't for black people, guess what I've heard from niggas who really know about Islam? You need to watch your back, Sanchez. Sanchez, because of the stuff you said about Farrakhan, man, you need to be careful around these Muslims. But look, they are there. Farrakhan is right there standing next to the people that got an agenda to exterminate black people.
That's right.
Farrakhan standing up next to Jews. Listen, Farrakhan standing up next to some people now. Their agenda is the prison pipeline system. Their agenda is the hip hop industry, Sexy Red. That's why you see Farrakhan with Birdman too. They all flock together because he's owned by the small hats. Don't forget who own these industries. Yeah. It's a Zionist agenda, and you don't know what the Zionist agenda is. Okay? Let me see something real quick, because I got a bunch of stuff to share here. Yeah, you see Farrakhan with a lot of Jews. He's adopted the 6-pointed star. You'll see Farrakhan, you know, again with another Jew right here, a Jewish rabbi. And you'll see him again, boom. Watch this now, look at what Farrakhan holding in his hand. The secret relationship between blacks and Jews. See, Farrakhan is trying to unite us with Zionist Jews while making us hate white people.
That's right.
But here go the kicker. The Jews hate white people and black people. Let me say that I'm just joking. That's a parody. Y'all know that this is a parody channel and this is all comedy. Don't nobody hate nobody. I'm just talking out the side of my neck. But let me just say this, y'all. The small hats, H-A-T-E, black people. And they got an agenda to exterminate you. But for some reason, Farrakhan keep uniting with small hat groups like Scientology. Farrakhan keep uniting with Jewish rabbis, small hats that I'm showing you right here. And I'm telling you, everyone has sold us out to the Zionist agenda. Why you think your president's got a yarmulke on? Now, look at here. You want to know who in charge? The people you can't criticize. All of your presidents, for some reason, become Jews when they rise to the height of power. You know why? No one rises to power in this world. You're put in power in this world. Listen, don't nobody rise to power in this world. Everyone is placed in a position of power in this world. Let me give your ass the truth. Thinking that you're gonna rise to power in this world. You're gonna get a bullet in your head. Thinking that you can do what you wanna in this world. There's some people that control this world and you ain't gonna get nowhere in this world without going through them. It's a certain threshold that you limited to. And if you wanna go any higher than that, you talking about being a president and a corporate tycoon like Trump and these big name people that you see like Barack, the Obamas and all them, you're placed there. You don't climb there with hard work. Now, don't be so silly and naive like a fool. Come on now. But check this out, y'all. Everyone that sold you out to the Zionist agenda, I don't know why we don't call it out with Farrakhan right now. It's time to stand up, black people.
That's right.
Don't leave Sanchez by himself. I need some brave men that's black that's gonna stand next to me and say, yeah, man, the NOI been sold out to the Zionist agenda, just like every other black organization, just like every other black leader. What make y'all, why we still holding on so dearly to Farrakhan? Farrakhan got the real threats out the way. That was Khalid Muhammad and Malcom X. Them was the anti-establishment biggest voices in the doggone NOI. And they had to silence them, and the only way you can do that permanently is unaliving. Can you imagine Khalid Muhammad and Malcom X today? What they would be talking about, how anti-establishment they would be, how anti-small hat they would be. how anti-Scientology they would be, how anti-perms and bean pies they would be. Think about this now. We're talking about black men that was a real threat to the system versus a black organization that profit off the same system that the Jews profit off, which is the prison pipeline system. Why? Because most of their legitimate male, strong, stand-up members are recruited in prison. I gotta tell you the truth. Niggas that would have never joined the NOI, they join it in prison. Why? You need protection. If I'm a religious group and I know that people don't normally join my group under natural circumstances, it ain't like the Nation of Islam is offering the kind of spiritual connection that the black church is offering. And I get it, the black church is a piece of crap too, because they connecting our people with a false sky daddy that's been whitewashed. And by us being mostly a spiritual people, we gonna resonate with that. See, Christianity is for defensive spirited black people. And most of our people, that's how we think. If you don't mess with us, we won't mess with you. You more likely to become a member of the black church. But if you a gangster nigga, right? If you a mafia type nigga or a gang member, you more likely to become a Muslim. Why? Gang members will tell you, if you play with me, something gonna happen to you. Fuck all that turn the other cheek crap. But see, what the Nation of Islam offer is eye for an eye. You slap me, I'ma slap you back. So basically, the Nation of Islam is nothing but the black church all over again. But the only difference is we can use violence and we can retaliate. And why? Why do you need a group of black people that are just like the black church, but they ain't turning their other cheek? That now becomes a militant group that is now militarized and have a green light to use force. You got to think about this now. Not all black people got to stand up and I'm going to kill you, I'm going to fight you mentality. But for the radical black people who do think like that, they're more likely to become a Muslim, not a Christian. Now, if you're a black person that's saying, man, leave me alone. I just smacked you. I ain't going to leave you alone. Come on, I'm begging you, sir. I don't want to fight. You join the black church. I'm just showing you the philosophy behind the two groups. One has to, because the whole philosophy behind the Nation of Islam was violence. And then the black church was led by Martin Luther King. It was nonviolent. I'm trying to give y'all some game. In order for the Nation of Islam to say, if the cracker put his hand on me, I'm gonna punch him back, they can't be part of the black church. So they had to adopt a whole nother paradigm, which is eye for an eye. That's why they became Muslims. It wasn't because they loved Allah, it was because they hated the white man. Which is why when you go to the Middle East, real Muslims don't respect black Muslims. Because real Muslims, right? Real Muslims, they teach about going to war for your people, not protecting your leader like he's a cult leader, which is what Farrakhan is. See, that's the thing about real Muslims. They call it jihad. And these real Islamic groups, they leaders get killed by the group a lot. In other words, your group can turn on you if you ain't doing right, messing around with the Taliban and all that. Just as much as they give you the respect, they'll take it away and do away with their leader. These are dangerous groups because they not really attached to their leaders like that. They're mostly attached to the mission and the agenda of the people.
That's right.
That makes these groups very dangerous to Western, militaries and stuff like that, because they're not so quick to fall for propaganda. But now watch this, right? Cult leaders in the Western world who have a church mentality, let me be the cult leader over everybody and I'm God, everybody fight to protect me, but no one fight to protect these women and children that's part of my organization. You got to ask yourself, right? But what I said, women and children part of my organization, what I meant was black people. In other words, the NOI is a gang. They're not a nation for black people. They're a nation for Islam. That means if you're one of them, you can get protection like a Crip or a Blood. In other words, guys, I want to tell you the truth about the Nation of Islam that no one else will tell you. And that is, they're not in the business of catering to black people, helping black people. They are an organization that's capitalistic. They're in for profit. And they're only, the only thing about their violent doctrine of eye for an eye, that is to protect the brand and protect the business and access of this capitalistic group. They have sold out to the Zionist agenda. Farrakhan is very rich. That wealth isn't extended to everyone in the group. It's only the puppet at the top that's actually selling the group out. Him selling the group, it's a check he get in return. That means that, hey, I have influence over millions of people. And some of these black guys in my group are lawyers, attorneys, judges, big time rappers, celebrities, entertainers, OnlyFans chicks. I'm just saying, it's so diverse in all industries, from rappers to athletes like Muhammad, you name it. So that means they can have you blackballed very quickly. So if you're talking crazy about the Nation of Islam and you're trying to get into the music industry, good luck, because they got people there too. So if you're talking crazy about the Nation of Islam and you're trying to get into the NBA, good luck, because they got a lot of high-profile athletes in the NBA who are Muslims. You see, this power can be used to now generate an income and money. With this kind of power, you can use this to leverage money, because now if everyone involved with this group know that you can be blackballed by the group, you're now indebted to the group and you got to pay your dues and tithes just like Freemasons. It's a mild form of exploitation. They learn this from prison culture, where the Nation of Islam is very powerful at. If you want to be part of this group, you got to pay your dues to it, man. Right? You got to, and here's the thing. If you ain't a part of this group, we ain't protecting you, black people. If black people want to know why the Nation of Islam don't protect black people, it's because you need to join them, like Crips and Bloods. A lot of y'all thinking that the Nation of Islam is just a nation that's there to protect black people. You stupid. You stupid.
Stupid.
No, hell no, that ain't what it is. They don't care nothing about no black people. That's what they want y'all to think, so that they can stay relevant on a political agenda, so that they can have their contract with CNN and sell million-man march tickets, and that makes hundreds of millions of dollars in ad revenue, vendor sales, and you name it. The man got a contract with the city of D.C. The Nation of Islam could never be where it's at right now economically if you had people like Khalid Muhammad and Malcom X still talking crazy and out the side of their mouth against the establishment. The people in power don't care if black people talk crazy about white people. They care if you talk crazy about the establishment and the small hats. That's facts. So the Nation of Islam have been reduced to a bunch of hate group that hate white people. And basically they love Jewish people though. I don't get it, because black people you have a bigger threat from the small hats than Bubba, than Billy, than white people. White folks they're in trouble just like us. These white people in trouble just like us. This what you realize. The people that's white that's running the world, they don't say that they white. They say that they Jewish. They get mad at you if you call them white. So why are you looking at this as white supremacy versus small hat supremacy and Zionist supremacy versus manifest destiny and Israel supremacy? You know why we ain't saying the truth? Because of leaders like Farrakhan that's keeping us dumbed down with Ron L. Hubbard's Scientology agenda and not seeing your real enemy. And you can't see your real enemy because he too busy merging and uniting you with your real energy. In other words, he's marching the sheep to the slaughterhouse, marching the sheep right to the damn slaughterhouse. The man marching his people right into the hands of their direct enemy. And once he's doing, think about what the Nation of Islam is. Now, their whole doctrine is the white man is a devil that was created by Yaqub. You can look it up. That's what they believe. Let's read it together. Let's read it together. Let's read it together. The NOI teaches that there has been a succession of mortal gods, each a black man named Allah, of whom Farrakhan Muhammad is the most recent. Did you hear that? The Nation of Islam teach that Farrakhan Muhammad is God in the flesh like Jesus Christ. They also teach that Elijah Muhammad is another manifestation of God in heaven. You got to keep in mind that the Nation of Islam is a group that is part of the Abrahamic faith. So they still trace back to the God of Abraham, which is Yahweh. So the same lineage that Jesus and Moses came through, the Nation of Islam teach this is what Farrakhan Muhammad and Elijah came through. So much so that the name El is linked to the God of the Hebrews, which is El. His plural name is Elohim. The name Eloha became the name Allah. Go do your research. I'm teaching you something today. The name Allah in its original form was the name Eloah. That is how you say Elohim. The Elo in Elohim is the name Allah, Allah. Okay? And it's the same God, Elohim. It's the same Jewish Zion God, which is why the Nation of Islam wear red, black, and white, because it's linked to Satanism. You don't even want me to get into that, though. But let me explain something to you. Dianetics is what Ron L. Hubbard created. This is a white supremacist satanic agenda, y'all, that they are linking y'all with. The word science in its root word is Zion. Zion is science, Zion. The scientific or kingdom that they trying to build is the Internet of Things, where we all transhumans. The Nation of Islam had to change its doctrine in order to align itself with the New World Order agenda. Because if you have Malcom X and Khalid Muhammad with that old way of anti-establishment thinking, then guess what? The Nation of Islam can never cash in and get the big check by selling out for the Zionist agenda, which is what Farrakhan did. Farrakhan was in the music industry when he was a young Muslim. That ought to give a red flag. He already had a connection to the small hats. How did the hell did a saxophone player rise and become the leader of a black nation of dudes that's killers and gangsters and dudes that'll bust your head? How did a perm-wearing saxophone player usurp the power in that grassroots black movement? How sexuality take the wind out of it. It's no longer a threat anymore to the establishment. Muslims are Negroes in bow ties. And I told you what the bow tie represent. It represents a house nigga. That's what the bow tie represent. It represent the black man that's not a threat. Why? Because you part of the Zionist agenda. And see, when Farrakhan unite you with your enemy, then he got to give you a new enemy. And what does that new enemy become? The goddamn white man. Farrakhan want me to be mad at the white man while he do business with the Jewish man.
That's right.
Because the Jewish man don't identify as a white man. Come on now. The Farrakhan said that we should be uniting with non-whites. Why didn't he say we should be uniting with black people? Y'all don't see the game. You don't see the game. They teach it's okay to unite with non-whites. But shouldn't y'all have a problem with the word non-white? Because now you opening up the door for us to do business with all these other groups that don't identify as white, but they white, they're pale men. And see, what y'all don't know is that there's a level when it comes to white man. They see, the Jews are so slick because they run the world and they are really the synagogue of Satan. But they got the whole black people saying that the white man is devil. The white man don't own these damn record labels. The white man don't own the movie companies. Every time you're mad about some sort of shit in Hollywood, sports, like Shadur Sanders right now, that ain't got nothing to do with the white man. That's the Jewish man.
That's right.
But see, the Jewish man is so slick because the Bible said that the greatest trick of the devil is to make you not even know that the devil exists. It's to hide himself. See? And the devil's so slick, every time he punch you, he make you get mad at the white man down the street. Now you want to load up your Glock and go to war with Bubba because Shadur Sanders didn't get drafted in the first round when Bubba is broke as hell and he don't own no NFL teams either. These people are very smart because all of the energy and anger that you should have toward the small hats, you got it toward some broke trailer park white guy who being targeted by the same people. It's so sad. It's so sad. Now, if you want to know why black people don't know who their enemy is, it's because your leaders have sold you out and they're marching you to the slaughterhouse with your real enemy while making you mad at a white dude who been marched to the slaughterhouse by his white leaders too. They got everyone's group. They got your leaders at the top selling that group out and making you mad at someone else. So at the top of all these groups, they got a Farrakhan that's deflecting the anger of that group towards somebody that's being targeted by the same devils. And ain't nobody seeing who the real enemy is. And the people that own the media outlets, they keep dividing us up with Carmelo Anthony, Shadur Sanders, when if the whole world would wake up, we would see everyone being sold out to the Zionists, man.
That's right.
Everybody, leaders marching them to the goddamn slaughterhouse and got you mad at a motherfucker that's going through just as much problems as you. Austin Metcalf daddy he ain't no, people will say white people run the world. No, they don't, dude. White people don't run a goddamn thing. White people barely run the trailer parks because you don't know what a white person is. You think a white person is this record label owner and you're a lie. That's a Jewish person. See, let me tell y'all something. When you get to the top of wealth in all of these groups, just cause person the skin folk don't mean they your kinfolk. You now dealing with chameleons now and tethers. Yeah, the Jewish man has infiltrated the white race, just like the tethers have infiltrated the black race. And guess who are the voice of black people? Non-black people. And guess who are the voice of white people? People who don't even identify as white when you ask them. See, when the Jewish people want some dang on, when they want some, put it this way, these small hats be white when it's their benefit. Just like the Nigerian man, just like the Haitian man, or the Kenyan man. They will identify as black when they trying to get a record deal in the hip hop industry. They will become a chameleon. They can be from Jamaica, but they act like they from Atlanta because they want to be a rapper that's from the South, and they will be a chameleon. They can blend in with whichever kind of culture they want. Meaning you can have Kenyans come to America, and them Kenyans can move to the West and to the South. And the Kenyans that move to the South will try to act like Jeezy and T.I. And the Kenyans that move to the West Coast will try to act like Kendrick Lamar, and they will mimic whatever black group they're close to, because they're trying to be a part of that culture and movement and blend in with it. Now check this out. They don't come over here saying, we're going to start a Kenyan record label and we're going to make Kenyan music in America. No, they become what we are and blend in. And you think some of them are black until you realize, damn, I didn't even know he wasn't black. So watch this. How did the small hats rise to power in America? Because they came over here and identified as white. Did I just give you some game?
That's right.
They came over here and on paper, they identify as white men and white women. But when you interview them, they'll tell you, this is for my Jewish tradition, and I owe this to Israel. They do just what the black tethers do to black people. See, because the black tethers will come over here from Africa, different places, and they will identify as black to move up and infiltrate us in these industries. But when they make it to the top, then they'll start identifying as what they really are. And that's what I'm telling you. When the small hats first came to America, they weren't waving a flag everywhere. You didn't see a big 6-pointed star all over the place. Let me show you something. This is new, people. You didn't see them waving this everywhere. They infiltrated first. Listen, these people came over here as white Christians. And when they made it to power, they let the whole world know, oh, we're not those kind of Christians. We're Jewish Christians. And they got a whole nother different religion that's anti-Christian. And the Bible call it the synagogue of Satan. And the real Christians don't know that the fake Christians infiltrated their movement. They infiltrated the Muslims and the black church because they all are under the Abrahamic faiths. And here is the Star of Remphan. Their symbol that they rocking, that's the star of the devil. That ain't got nothing to do with Jesus. People think this star got something to do with the Star of Bethlehem. When this star represent the wise man, the star of the wise man, David was one of them. Moses was one of them. It goes back to Abraham. The wise men are the people we call in the Illuminati. They know all the secrets, but they ain't telling nobody. They go back on the earth, their bloodline. They've been hiding the secrets. So listen to what I'm telling you here today, guys. The symbols will be their downfall. That's in the Bible. And I'm telling you that everyone is selling y'all out to a Zionist agenda. And they bear the seal of Moloch. This is the symbol that you see on the golden calf. And whose God was the golden calf? Moses. Moses predate Christ, so he wouldn't worship in Christ. He was worshiping the golden calf. Where did the golden calf come from? Egypt. It was called Hathor. And where did Moses learn from? From the Egyptians. Where do we see the golden calf at? On Wall Street. Why? We're practicing the same fiat system that the Egyptians created, which is why the Egyptian pyramid is on your dollar, which is why I'm telling you, everybody that rise to a certain level of wealth, like Farrakhan, they are in bed with the Zionist Jews. I don't know how clear I can make it for you today. You know what's sad is what I'm doing can really cost me my life, and I can barely get support. And I'm telling you that people can raise money for all kind of stuff, and ain't nobody hit the super chat yet. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna play some music and take me a smoke break because I'm working my nerves up. I'm very passionate right now. But I just looked at the super chat and realized I need to calm down because the support level don't match my passion level. Let me hit a blunt, calm down, and I'll crank up as y'all support. Yeah, we got to, you know, I don't need to be going in on these people like this and people ain't supporting. I need to turn down a bit because guess what? Farrakhan gets supported from his people. And he get more support than me. And he ain't worried about me being a threat. I'm more so worried about something happening to me because I want to be on here telling people the truth. Some of y'all donated to Carmelo Anthony because you hate white people, but you don't love black people, which is why Farrakhan can be in the bed with your enemy and be one of the richest black men in America. Even though he damn near admitted the unaliving Malcom X. So let's go to another news clip right here. And let me calm my nerves. We can go to a little news clip.
Malcom X was Louis Farrakhan. Malcom X was Louis Farrakhan's mentor, his teacher in the Nation of Islam. They believed that the white man was evil, that the black and white races should live separately. When Malcom X revealed publicly that Elijah Muhammad, the leader of the Nation of Islam, was guilty of impregnating several of his teenage secretaries in direct violation of his own preachings of no sex outside marriage, Farrakhan was outraged, and he wrote that Malcolm was, quote, worthy of death. On February 21st, 1965, as Malcolm spoke in New York City's Audubon Ballroom, members of the Nation of Islam opened fire, killing him in front of hundreds of his supporters. Malcolm's wife and children were there, including Atala Shabazz, Malcolm's eldest daughter. She was 6 at the time. As you'll see on 60 Minutes this Sunday, Minister Farrakhan met Atala Shabazz for the first time in front of television cameras. And Farrakhan acknowledged his role in Malcolm's assassination.
I wish that Malcolm X were alive today and not dead.
Listen.
Yes, it is true that black men pulled the trigger. We cannot deny any responsibility in this. Where we are responsible, where our hands are a part of this, we beg God's mercy and forgiveness.
What did you expect to come out of this conversation? What did you hope would come?
I genuinely hope that perhaps a healing can come to Miss Shabazz and her family. As I may have been complicit in words that I spoke leading up to February 21st, I acknowledge that and regret that any word that I have said caused the loss of life of a human being.
On Sunday, you'll see how painful it was for Atala Shabazz to listen to Minister Farrakhan's memories of her father's life and death. Malcolm was only 39 years old when he was killed. This month, he would have been 75.
Ain't that something? So You got a bunch of folks you got a bunch of black people, right? That's saying we mad at Vlad because he misquoted Farrakhan and because Farrakhan didn't make an anti-Semitic statement. My thing is Farrakhan don't mind people unaliving Malcom X for making an anti-Elijah Muhammad statement. But Farrakhan too much of a pussy to make an anti-Semitic statement, even though the Semitic people are the ones with an agenda against his people. Y'all ain't hearing me. Farrakhan are definitely agreeing that a black man talking about the leader of this black group called Islam, Nation of Islam, should be unalive. Why did Farrakhan agree that Malcolm should have been unalive? Because Farrakhan is saying when you go to talking bad about a black leader, that's what ought to happen to you. Now listen, Farrakhan is paving the way so that when he take over the Nation of Islam, anybody talking bad about him, well, black men will protect him. But my thing is, why do we got a bunch of Muslims that's willing to crash out because a black dude said something about a black leader, but y'all ain't willing to crash out at the white oppressor? You calling the white man a devil, but guess what Farrakhan teaches? That the black man have to respect authority and undergo the treatment of the devil because it was prophecy that's being fulfilled, and at the end of it, we gonna rule. And that's what the doggone Hebrew Israelites is teaching. The Hebrew Israelites is teaching we don't gotta rise up against the small hats, because one day Yahweh gonna come back and beat them up for us. But in the meantime, if you mess with us, we'll beat you up ourselves. Now think about that. You got these two black groups, right? That's saying we're gonna wait on our God to fight for our people. But if you play with our group, we'll beat your ass ourselves, right? When it come to black people being exterminated by small hats, let's wait on Allah to do that. But when it come to a black man talking bad about Farrakhan, he'll send a Muslim to do something to you. And that Muslim can end up in jail for life. While you dead, he don't care. One black man in jail, one black man dead for talking bad about Farrakhan. And that's what happened in the case of Malcom X. One black man dead, one in jail, and it ain't got nothing to do with our beef with the oppressor. It's got something to do with what you said about my cult leader. Now, if you look at what he holding up in his hand, it's a 6-pointed star. Watch this. The Hebrew Israelites wear the same thing. Look at here. The Hebrew Israelites what are they wearing right here? 6-pointed stars. You see what they wearing? A 6-pointed star. You see that? Why do the synagogue of Satan, the people that's helping, what is the Zionist agenda? The Zionist agenda is to make all of the sheeple be divided and conquered, while the people who really the devil exterminate all us while we arguing with each other. While we so busy arguing with each other, the real devil is killing every last one of us. That's the Zionist agenda. So how do the Zionists get all of us people at the bottom to argue with each other? By putting groups out there like the Hebrew Israelites, the Nation of Islam, the race baiters, Black Lives Matter. A lot of race baiting groups. That's anti-white man, but for some reason, they love the Jews, just like the Hebrew Israelites. The Hebrew Israelites do not talk bad about small hats. But every word out of their mouth is the white man. just like the NOI. And the white man is being targeted by the small hats too, and the small hats don't identify as a white man. The only time the small hats identify as a white man when they're trying to infiltrate industries that are exclusive to American people. Because you know we gotta be protected from all threats, foreign and domestic. That means Americans first. That goes for sports, hip hop, media, entertainment. That means we shouldn't live in a country where a small religious group, listen what I'm telling you, we shouldn't live in a country where a small religious order have monopolized all of the industries, from sports to entertainment to food to medicine to real estate. If you name every resource you need in your life, if you live in America, that industry is dominated by small hats, not white folks. You got to ask yourself, how did these small hats infiltrate industries that was supposed to be exclusively protected for Americans first, and now foreign threats have monopolized American industries? That means in order for your child to move up to the top of the music industry, they don't just got to sing good, they got to become part of the Zionist agenda and literally sell their soul to this small religious order that we call small hats, who wear the symbol of Satan. It's deeper than your talent now. It's about your loyalty to this new cult that have usurped government in this damn country. While we plan and don't know what's going on. They got everybody divided and conquered, Democrat versus Republican, when it don't matter whether you're a Democrat or Republican. I bet you your ass put that yarmulke on. Yeah. Show me a Democrat that didn't become a Jew once they became president. Show me one that didn't put a yarmulke on and kiss the wall. It don't matter if you're left or right. It don't matter if you're black or white either. The only people making it to the top are the ones with the Star of Remphan. The people that, this is the god of money, y'all. This is the golden calf. This represents the creation of a bull market. What is a bull market? Okay, let me break it down till you come from ancient Egypt. It is a market that's dominated by the mob and the mafia, like a gang. And why do they call it a bull market? It's a market where the bullies rule it. The root word of bully is bull. The people that got the most power start to bully everybody else and keep you at the bottom. What does the bully do? The bully shake the change out of everybody. Now the bully got a pocket full of money, but every new weak person come to the school, he flip them upside down and shake the little change out their pocket, because the bully ain't just a bully, he's a greedy bastard. He can't see, the bully gonna shake it, gonna tax everybody and keep you broke. The bully gonna shake the dollars out of everybody. Look at here. This is what the bully gonna do. Okay, now it don't matter what color you is. It matters that the bully can lift you. Now what does that mean? If you ain't got a lot of money and power, you don't weigh that much in capitalism. You can be picked up and bullied and shaken. That means, look at it this way. If I'm a big corporation, I can bully you around and you can't sue me. You know why? You can't afford to sue me. You're too broke. Even if I do something wrong to you. You see what I'm saying? This is the country we live in. I can get away with murder. I can pay my way out of everything, and you can't. You got to accept the plea deal and do hella time. My children get off though. This means that the weakest people get beat up on the most in this world. The bull market come from Egypt. It's the rich stay richer and the poor keep getting poorer. That means the dude that's getting bullied in school, he's gonna keep getting bullied in school. Every time he show up with money, the man in power gonna take that from him. He can't develop no wealth. The richest man in the school is the goddamn bully. And he didn't work for none of the money. He just flipped everyone's world upside down. The bully didn't do nothing unique to get his wealth. The bully extracted his wealth from the weakest people in the school. But everybody loves the bully. But see, here's the truth about everyone's love for the bully. We love the bully the same way Smokey and Craig love Debo. We love him when they're around us. I just love you. I'm not anti-Semitic. I got Jewish friends. I love Jews. But when the Jews ain't around, fuck them small hats, man. They fucking the world up, taking over everything. See, that's the love everybody got for the bully. Yeah, everyone loved the bully. You better love the bully when he bullying your ass because you want him to take it easy on you. That's the way we love the bully. See, everyone loves celebrities, but they hate them too. Why? Just like the bully. See, the people in power got enough power to do something to you. So you better act like you love them if you want to rise to power. Because if you saying, man, they got so much power, they bullying everybody, then they gonna blackball you talking like that. You can't get nowhere. Your children can't move up. So you got to go outside and act like you love the bullies that's making life hard for you. Isn't that sad? We got to go out there and put our fakest face on if we want to move up in the world. And then when we get to a position of power, we become bullies too. We become bullies too. That's called a bull market system. If you're not practicing the concept of bullying people, you can't compete with other capitalists. Capitalism is bullyism. It's a dude sitting back saying, how can I make poor people even more poorer? How can I get even more money from these people that ain't got nothing but pennies and quarters in their pocket? I already got a swimming pool full of pennies and quarters because I've been shaking them upside down for years. I've been shaking their mama and dad and their grandmothers and forefathers upside down. I got a mountain of wealth. But I'm looking for new ways I can shake them for longer and shake more money out of them each generation. You may say, why don't the bully pick on somebody his own size? That ain't how he rise to power. It's easy to shake a bunch of weak people than to shake one big other bully that's my same weight. Think about it. It's easy for Sanchez to pick up a bunch of kids than it is for me to lift Shaquille O'Neal up. Now, I can lift up a bunch of light people one at a time versus me trying to lift up one big person one time. Now, that one big person, if I shake him, I'm going to get all the wealth out of him that I extracted from these small people over all these years. But the reason I can't do that because he too heavy to lift. So I'd rather generate my wealth by shaking it from a bunch of people that's light. And that's why the rich get rich and poor get poor. That's why if you may be wondering, why don't they ever get tired of targeting the brokest people to spend more money, to become more broker? Because they can only pull this off with dumb broke people. They can't do it with other rich people.
That's right.
A capitalist can only capitalize off of a person that don't know the game. Unfortunately, everyone else that's rich like him know the game. And so all of the rich people know the game. So they only can keep going out there running it on the broke people every day. Won't nobody else fall for it because they all know it at the top. So it'll never get better for the people at the bottom under these conditions.
That's right.
Malcolm didn't know what he was playing with.
Y'all got to realize something about Malcolm X. Malcolm X spent his whole life calling the white man a devil because Minister Farrakhan and them get a kick out of that for some reason. Malcolm spent his whole life talking crap about the white man, but it wasn't until Malcolm talked crap about the black man that he was unalived. You got to think about that for a minute. I'm telling you that the white man is not your biggest enemy. We our biggest enemy because the white man got your leaders in his pocket. So the white man ain't got to retaliate when you talk bad about him because the white man can get your black leader to silence you like what the NOI did to Malcolm. What did they do to Malcolm? When Malcolm started talking crap about that president that died, and you know, they silenced Malcolm. So think about that. We can go around all day and talk about the white man is the devil and the Nation of Islam don't care about that. But the moment Malcolm went in on a dead president, shut up about that. Because why? You speaking against the establishment. Presidents are owned by the same people that Farrakhan is owned by, the small hats. And instead of Farrakhan making all these black Muslims wear a yarmulke, he just merged with Scientology. But the truth is that all of y'all black Muslims that's in the Nation of Islam, you might as well put a yarmulke on. You're not a Muslim, you're a Zionist.
That's right.
And somebody got to tell you that. People scared to tell you that. Nothing about the NOI is based upon true principles of the Islamic faith. And it ain't just me saying that. Middle Easterners have always said that. The agenda of the Nation of Islam is not the same agenda of Islam as a whole, the religion. All right? And the real people who are practitioners of the Islamic faith, they have waged war against the small hats, y'all.
That's right.
Let me say that again. The real Middle Easterners who practice real Islam, that symbol that you see Farrakhan holding in his hand, they'll spit on that. They despise that. How the hell is Farrakhan a Muslim when Muslims all around the world have an anti-Zionist agenda, but he have a unite with the Zion agenda? How the fuck can that be? How can you have a Muslim group? Now, all of the Muslims groups, for the most part, are anti-Semitic. How you got a black Muslim group in America that's pro-Zion? They're even, got contracts with these people in media and all that, business deals. See, here go the truth. If true Islam was being practiced by black people in America, every black person would be anti-Semitic and you would have an anti-Zionist agenda. See, Farrakhan is an agent because if a black man was born in America and let's say Farrakhan didn't exist, if that black man was introduced to true Islam, that black man would have beef against the dang on media, the hip hop industry, TikTok. This black man would be so anti-establishment, so anti-government, anti-TV, anti-Washington, D.C., anti-voting, anti-American, anti-Semitic, anti-Israel. But that's what true Islam is. Listen, the Zionists in this country cannot allow black people to practice true Islam. It will stop everything they trying to do. Think about it. When it come to America, black people is basically the biggest slaves in the biggest industries in America. What are we talking about? The NFL, the NBA, R&B music, hip hop music. We talking a lot of big stuff in America, right? Black people are at the forefront of it. You can't have black people, your biggest political pawns, at the forefront of all the fuckery in the Western world, and they're also anti-Semitic. Duh.
That's right. That's right.
What if black people was using all our art, our athletics, all of our gifts that they exploit, that the small hats exploit us for, and we was using them independently? And we was using them to have an anti-Semitic message. And couldn't nobody do nothing to us because we own our own industries. See, a black man can't say nothing about the small hats because he'll lose his job. They'll do the Kanye West, Kyrie Irving to your ass. That's because these people have infiltrated all the places of power and they can get you blackballed by your own leaders who doing business with them. Can't you see that? You thinking you going out of your mouth and to speak up against the establishment and that you doing something for your black people when you don't realize all of your black leaders have enriched themselves by doing business with the same enemy that you talking about. And you want to know why your message can't go viral. You want to know why the only reason your message can go viral is when you spew hatred against white people. The only black revolutionaries whose messages are going viral are people that's saying they hate white people, is white people's fault. But if you talking about these Zionist Jews and these small hats, you ain't part of the black revolutionary movement. They doing the Kanye West to you. They have selected your leaders and they built the perfect prototype of what a black leader is. And everyone that ain't fit that, you just don't look legit because the media control what looks official or not. Farrakhan looks official. And official is looking safe. If you yelling and cussing like Khalid Muhammad, if you turning up like how Malcom X was, they gonna say you're a dumb, ignorant, non-professional nigga. But what they should really be calling you is an outspoken revolutionary ass nigga. Because this kind of vocalist was the man that the black people loved back in the day. But they got rid of that kind of dynamic speaker, that Khalid Muhammad, that Malcom X. Remember, they silenced Malcom X. The Nation of Islam cannot get in the bed with the enemy with these radical niggas. You got a bunch of violent ass niggas. See, this is what you got to realize. The black church sold out to the small hats before the black Muslims. Because the black church already had ideologies that line up with the small hats, which is respect your government leaders, turn the other cheek, God gonna save us, don't take this shit into your own hands, be nonviolent. The enemy liked that kind of message. You ain't a threat. So Martin Luther King was the one they gave a bunch of streets to. They love Martin Luther King because he represent the non-threat ass revolution, the safe nigga. But see, here's the thing. When Martin Luther King was coming with all that non-violent shit, the Nation of Islam was rising and becoming more popular than the black church because they were a group of black people that was saying, hey, we got God, we believe in hell, we believe in heaven, but we don't believe in if you hit me, I'm turning the other cheek, I'm gonna hit you back. The Nation of Islam rose to power. During this time, the Nation of Islam was so popular that they didn't even care about interviewing black pastors in the media. They wanted to interview the Malcolms, the Khaleds. It was damn near like being a rock star if you was in the Nation of Islam during this time, because the black people already was owned by the black church. Now you got this new organization saying, fuck the white man, but we still love God. And that was something that black people resonated with. You mean to tell me I can still love God and not turn the other cheek? Wait a minute. You mean to tell me I can still go to heaven and fight back for my people? Oh man, sign me up. The Nation of Islam was blowing up. The church was losing momentum with all that non-violent shit. Now look at where the Nation of Islam at today. They non-violent. Y'all ought to feel sad. You got sold the hell out. We're talking about one of the biggest violent groups. Like the Nation of Islam was known for being the violent group. And the black church was known for being, we gonna pray and wait on Jesus. Now, if you look at what the Nation of Islam did, they sold y'all out. They became another Abrahamic faith because they started off slyway giving you real Islam. Real Islam is fuck you if it's fuck me. That's how the Taliban operate. That's how real Muslims in the Middle East operate. If you saying fuck my family and fuck my people, I'll die, man. You can exterminate me. I will fight you with sticks and rocks and you can have missiles. And I'm going to teach my children to hate these small hats. That's Islam. Islam is, can't beat you. You might be stronger than me, but you're going to have to kill me before I submit to you, you devil. That's real Islam. But what Farrakhan brought was Scientology, working with your enemy. And that's why when Islam start to get sold out and get in the bed with the enemy, they had to get rid of Malcolm and Khaled. Why are you going to silence Malcolm X for talking shit about a dead white man who is the enemy of your people? Because at that time, the Nation of Islam started to merge with the Nation of Islam was merging with a lot of white groups way before Scientology. All right? So the Nation of Islam adopted the Zionist agenda officially when they merged with Scientology. Of course, the black Hebrews are just the black church with a Zionist agenda. See, the black church got a Zionist agenda. And what is that Zionist agenda? That is everything black people going through, it was written for you to go through that. So us being slaves and being ruled over, that's part of prophecy. Our leaders, our religious leaders are selling us manifest destiny. They're teaching us that it's God's will for us to be getting tortured, beat, and smacked around. They're saying that that's the will of our God versus the will of our enemy.
That's right.
It hurt my heart. When you have soul out and you working with the enemy of your people, you got to give your people a new enemy now. At some point, we all knew who the enemy was. But when our leaders got in bed with the enemy, they had to tell you the enemy ain't the government. The enemy ain't the politicians. It's the white man down the street who live in the trailer park. They got to deflect you away from the real enemy once your leaders start doing business with the enemy. The biggest way for them to excuse the enemy of his evil agenda is to say that this ain't the enemy's will, it's God's will. Think about this. The Nation of Islam calls the white man a devil, but they turn around and say that what he's doing to black people was sanctioned by God. Think about that a minute. I'm going to give you about 30 seconds to just think about it. Think about that, what I just, the Nation of Islam calls the white man a devil for doing what he doing, but God told the white man to do it. The Nation of Islam instead of the Nation of Islam calling the white man a devil for punishing us, they ought to call him an obedient saint. The white man just doing what God told him to do. If the white man don't torture us and enslave us, he being disobedient to God.
That's right.
You can't get mad at the white man. It's God giving the orders. So let me get this straight. You telling me that my God sanctioned my enemy to do everything wrong to me, but I should be mad at my enemy versus my God who got the power to strike my enemy down, but he won't because he wants my enemy to do this to me. If a slave asked their mama back in the day, mama, why our people slaves? Why black people at the bottom? The mama will say, cause it's God's will, baby. Why you think they only let us read the Bible? Because the Bible excuses the slave master for his evil. Instead of us saying, that ain't God's will. That it say in the Bible, it's God's will that no man shall suffer. It says and think about this. Is that the will of God or is that the will of the white man? Like, think about it. If I go to a person's country and take their land, R-A-P-E they women, indoctrinate their future generations, and they ask me, hey, why are our people always just bad luck at the bottom in this country? And when you trace all this slavery back, a person will say, if God is real, because you giving me the Bible, you let me read the Bible. If God is real, this is what a slave, if you're a slave and you're a child, your little child, teenage mind gonna think. It's gonna say, mommy, daddy, white man, pastor, priest. If God is real and he loved me, why would he let me go through this? Then the pastor gotta scratch his head. Damn, that's a good question. These children want to know because we give them this God, we indoctrinate them with this religion because we don't want them to fight back. We want them to turn the other cheek. But when they're asking us, why won't this God save me? Because this God said if I turn the other cheek, vengeance is mine, that this God will venge my battles and fight my battles. Which is why I'm turning the other cheek, because I don't gotta fight back. My God gonna come fight back for me. That's the concept. But if I keep turning my cheek, getting them smacked, and God ain't coming back, somebody gotta ask, when is God gonna save me? And why do God want me to go through all this pain while he take his time? And that's when the doctrine of manifest destiny is born. Because the doctrine of manifest destiny, you got to think, a child is asking, why do God want me to go through this? Is God just a jerk? They got to flip the blame back on you and victim blame. This is what predators do. They flip the blame on the victim. If a man is graping a woman, guess what the man will tell that woman that he graping? You shouldn't have wore that skirt outside. You knew what you was doing. You wore that skirt out there. You blaming the victim because you can't control yourself. So what they did, and guess what? The victim will buy into that belief system and become a Stockholm Syndrome slave. They'll say, I deserve to get raped. I shouldn't have been dressing like that. I should have known better. So now, check this out. Black folks will victim blame themselves. They will say, We shouldn't have been fighting each other. We shouldn't have been doing this. We shouldn't have turned away from God. Because when a child asks, why is God allowing me to go through all this? What did I do to God? Why God being mean to me? And they got to tell you, God ain't being mean to you. You did this to yourself. You weren't serving God enough. Now, peep game now. God is allowing black people to go through all this pain and suffering because we turned away from God. But yet, the people that's putting us through all this pain and suffering, they turned away from God. In fact, they're satanic. They literally worship the devil and blaspheme God. Let me get this straight. God is allowing devils to beat his people up because his people is being evil. So God is allowing evil people to punish his people for being evil. That's like me allowing someone else to punish my child for using profanity, all while they're using profanity when they punish my child. I'm leading by example, and I'm teaching my children not to use profanity by not using profanity. But instead of me beating my child for using profanity, I go get a parent that uses profanity to beat my child versus me beat my own child. And I'm the parent that don't use profanity, and it's my child. If God is a parent and we're the children of God, God need to learn to discipline his own children.
That's right.
Why do you got these sick people disciplining your children? Because now your children is saying they hanging us on trees, they throwing our babies to crocodiles, they burning us alive. The enemy ain't showing us the kind of mercy that God will show us. The truth is that there is no God in the sky allowing your people to be tortured because you did wrong. It's just a dumb belief. And if you believe it, you will fall a victim to being a Stockholm Syndrome slave and start blaming your own self for being a victim. It ain't the will of God to punish you for turning away from God. Because that same God would definitely punish the people that's in power. Now, don't let them lie to you like that. That's manifest destiny. So Farrakhan has been teaching that for years, that Allah will deal with the white man and that the mothership will come back and save black people. All Farrakhan did was chocolate coat Christianity and name it Islam. But the Muslims don't respect black Muslims in America because it's another form of Christianity, which is why it pairs well with Scientology. True Islam don't pair well with Dianetics.
That's right.
Let me tell you something. True Muslims in the Middle East, they would probably be an enemy to Ron L. Hubbard before a partner with him. They messages is like apples and oranges. What Farrakhan did, he's telling you the same thing that the Christian church telling they people. Wait on God to do it. But see, when the Nation of Islam rose to power, it was because black people was tired of waiting on God, which is why black people was leaving the church and going to the nation. Because they was ready to fight, man. We was ready to stand up and fight. And the Nation of Islam was like the first Black Lives Matter. It had niggas in the street protesting, doing million-man marches without economically coming together to fight the small hats. Farrakhan got so many connections in all these industries, but he ain't using it to compete against the small hats because he know it'll get him unalived. Think about this now. DJ Vlad is apologizing to Farrakhan, But don't you know DJ Vlad shouldn't even have a big voice among black people if we got the Nation of Islam? Back in the day, everybody thought the Nation of Islam would be the main black voice outlet for black people. But if you look at what that is today, it's DJ Vlad, Trap Law Ross, 1090 Jake, No Jumper. Rappers and entertainers got a bigger voice for black people today than Farrakhan. Their influence, but back in the day, during Malcom X and Khalid Muhammad time, didn't nobody want to hear what no rapper got to say on No Jumper when it come to black people. We want to hear what Malcolm got to say. We want to hear what Khalid Muhammad got to say. And black people was buying tickets going out to these speakings, and they wanted to hear what Al Sharpton had to say when he was talking that talk before he sold out. When they sell out, they all now develop a pro-establishment message. It go from fight the powers that be to we need to educate more black men to become governors and lawyers versus overthrowing the system. So like with Farrakhan, right? What he did to the NOI was water it down and turn it to the black church again. Waiting on Allah, another sky daddy, to fight for us. In the meantime, you want to build connections with celebrities, rappers, and entertainers, which is what the black church doing. Every time you turn around, you see TD Jakes with P. Diddy. You see this big famous pastor with this rapper or this entertainer. And it don't look right to us. But when y'all see Farrakhan with all the rappers and stuff, you give him a pass. Now listen, if this was TD Jakes with Birdman, everybody'll be talking crap about TD Jakes. But Farrakhan is a religious leader of the same Abrahamic faith. But for some reason, he can go into places other ones can't and be criticized less. It's all part of the agenda. And that's why I'm trying to school you why the Nation of Islam is so important to the white Jews, to the Zionists. Why? Because you got a group of black people in America that want to rise up and actually fight and be violent. Now, the people in power, these small hats, their biggest fear is when everybody start to get fearless and say, I'm not scared to die, and I'm not scared to kill, and I'm not turning no other cheek. It's an eye for an eye. I'm going to do to you what you doing to my people. When we go to thinking like that, it's a wrap for these people in power.
That's right.
And that's what the early NOI was teaching before he sold out to the Zionist Jews. See, when the NOI was teaching violence, people was leaving the black church to be Muslims. But once the NOI started to get so big and dangerous, somebody came to them and said, look, either you gonna stop what you doing or I'm gonna kill all of you niggas. You gonna get these niggas killed. Somebody came to Farrakhan and said, look, you got all of these loudmouth niggas like Malcolm and Khalid, and you building an army against us white folks, against us Zionists, and this ain't what you niggas want. You talking all this violent shit. See, before they go to war with you, they'll give you an option. That's how the mob work. These people came to the Nation of Islam and told them, listen, you don't want no smoke with us white supremacists. You don't want no smoke with us Zionists. You don't want no smoke with us small hats. You better get that smoke for Bubba. You better direct that energy toward the white man, because if you keep talking all this stuff against the establishment and the government New World Order agenda, we gonna have to do something to you and your people. You know what I think? I think the Nation of Islam backed down. Because at first, they was really looking like a black nation that didn't give a fuck. They was really looking like a group of guys that was saying, listen, man, we ain't scared to die. We finna kill. You ain't gonna play with us. And during that time, black folks was resonating with that. They was leaving the church to be Muslims. But when that thing started to really get big and you got all of these niggas lined up ready to kill, some sink in. Do I really want to go to war? I got millions of niggas at my fingertip that's ready to kill, but I didn't really want to fight. That's what the leaders of the NOI was thinking. This is what was happening at the top. I got all of these black people ready to fight, but do I really want to go to war? Fear made the leaders say, I can't beat them, let me join them. I don't want to gather. It sound good when you talking shit to the enemy and you got a bunch of black folk like, yeah, we gonna get with you. And then they say, okay, now let's go fight. And your leader's like, wait a minute. We don't want to just fight. We got to read. We got to study. We got to become lawyers and politicians. Wait a minute. I thought we just had to become fighters. The people in power, they became fighters first. You can become lawyers, educators, politicians, but the fighters just gonna beat you up and take everything you got. The people in power, they learned how to fight before they even learned how to read.
That's right.
They understand that if they know how to fight, they can beat you up and make you read for them. I keep telling you that these predators think like bullies, and the bully don't got to do his homework. He just got to beat your ass and make you do it, sir. Today, we think because a man know how to fight, he's a genius. We were the geniuses. You just weren't a fighter. That was your problem. And the people who the fighters today, they still ain't the brightest minds, but they own the brightest minds. They got the brightest minds in their back pocket. And they got nerds that know how to hack computers working for them. And the nerd know not to get out of line too. He know he working with the mob. They don't got to get smart. They just got to get powerful and strong and get more fighting skills. So you don't want to hear the truth that the Nation of Islam used to be a violent group. And now they teaching nonviolence and let's wait on Allah and Scientology. Why did the NOI merge with Scientology? Let me read it to you. I got my receipts right here. I got my sources. Look. Why did they merge with them? I'm going to show you why after this commercial break.
Malcolm didn't know what he was playing with. No, he didn't. He didn't know what he was playing with. You don't jump up against a divine messenger of God like he did. He asked to die. And God obliged you. No, you don't understand. Like someone said, did you Muslims kill Malcolm? So the messenger said, and what if we did? He said, what if we did? Have you ever seen him leave? Malcolm didn't know what he was playing with. No, he didn't. He didn't know what he was playing with. You don't jump up against a divine messenger of God like he did. He asked to die. And God obliged you. No, you don't understand. Like someone said, did you Muslims kill Malcolm? So the messenger said, and what if we did? He said, what if we did? Have you ever seen a leader scandalized like Malcolm scandalized Muhammad? Have you ever heard of anything like that? Don't you know if you scandalize a man who's loved and honored by the people, what are you asking for? You're asking for death. And he got what he asked for. And those who killed him, they weren't sneaking behind no damn counter. They came in the place where the man was preaching and killed him in front of his own followers. That's fearlessness. Malcolm didn't know what he was playing with. No, he didn't. He didn't know what he was playing with. You don't jump up against a divine messenger of God like he did. He asked to die. And God obliged him.
So God obliged Malcolm to die because Malcolm asked to die for talking against Elijah. But God won't let that happen to the enemies that's trying to exterminate his people. Listen what I'm telling y'all. Farrakhan is saying Malcolm asked to die for talking crap against the minister. And God actually sanctioned Malcolm's death. But God will not sanction the death of our enemies who literally exterminate us. But God will sanction the death of a black man for trying to expose a PDF file. Come on now. The fact that the two chicks that Elijah Muhammad got impregnated underage wasn't given a voice to the Nation of Islam is a red flag. It shouldn't have been Malcolm X doing private investigations. In a nation, that should have been brought to the forefront. If it's a bunch of men that's protecting the people, no, it's just a bunch of men protecting the leader, the minister, and whoever in that seat, that's the cult leader that they protecting. Whether he do good or bad, it's not an organization that's protecting black women and children. Hell, if Farrakhan wanted, he can grape some black women and children and they will still protect him as the leader like Malachi York. Like Nature Boy. I don't understand why we don't see the Nation of Islam as a gang or another cult like Carbon Nation. It's just an old school and it's been around doing it for years. It's bigger. It's more organized. It's more interconnected with the powers that be, which is why it's more harder to bring down versus something like the Rolling 60s Crips or something like that. Yeah, they connected with politicians and people in power, but you ain't as connected as Farrakhan. Farrakhan connected directly to the small hats. Some of these other groups are connected through somebody. But Farrakhan made it his business to get connected with the devil, which is why when I saw things happening to big threats like Khalid Muhammad and Malcolm X, when you see the big threats getting silenced and unalive, and Farrakhan just pop up with all the power, and all of a sudden he got these deep relationships with the enemy that ain't nobody questioning. You didn't just get this relationship overnight. I believe he was working with these dudes the whole time as an implant from the music industry. He already was doing contracts and business with the small hats because he can't. Don't y'all find it strange that a dude that came from the music industry ended up rising to power in an NOI? And he already was in bed with the small hats and he maintained his media connection to the small hats. So much so that the man got one of the biggest contracts with CNN to air the Million Man March. He revolutionized your damn revolution. He televised your revolution. He turned it into a parade. They got to get a parade permit with DC to do the Million Man March. Why would your enemy permit that? Because it's making everybody money. It's tourism. Black people ain't going to DC for shit. Wherever we go, people get rich. When black people show up in large numbers, if we acting right, we can make you rich. Because we gonna need vendors and all that, hotel rooms, Ubers. It's gonna help that economy. And so Farrakhan got a contract with the government directly because DC is not owned by, like, it don't have a whatchamacall. I forgot what the title is, like other states. It's directly owned by the government. It's federal. That meant any tourism in D.C. go directly to the federal government. Now they making hundreds of millions every time they do the Million Man March in D.C. And you want to know why the government will allow 1 million black men to come talk crap about the government at the Capitol, but 10 of y'all can't even stand out on a corner without getting harassed. This man sold our people out, man. And I'm going to read every super chat before I open up the call lines. So if you sent in a super chat or a Cash App, I'm going to be reading those before we open up the call line. I want to appreciate everyone for sponsoring my passion, my message for today. If you like the stuff that I'm saying, because you know everybody ain't saying it because they scared to say it. You know a lot of people that live next to NOI buildings, they think about what I'm saying, but they don't say it. These people got the community intimidated just like the Crips and Bloods, where you can't speak out against the leaders of these gangs. And these gangs will put a hit on you. Farrakhan and the NOI should get a damn RICO charge.
That's right.
And I know a lot of niggas gonna wanna do something to me for talking like this. Y'all support what I'm doing. Hit the Cash App, hit the super chat. This man is horrible. He's a horrible man. See, the truth is that the NOI is a piece of shit group because it benefits off of young black men going to prison. How, Sanchez? Ain't nobody becoming no damn Muslim if it ain't for protection, nigga.
That's right.
If you want to become a better man, Islam ain't gonna make your ass a better man. And my thing is, some sky daddy ain't gonna make you niggas be good. If you don't want to be good because you want to be good, if you need an imaginary friend in the sky that you got to believe gonna beat your ass because you doing bad, then you just an evil demon who never gonna make it to heaven.
That's right.
No matter how much you fool your evil ass self. Some people, they can only do good by convincing themselves that they gonna get a whipping by their imaginary daddy. And they never get a whooping, which is why they keep doing bad. Now, the thing is this right here. If you want to do good, it got to be because you want to become a better person, not because something going to happen to you or nothing.
That's right.
That's the truth about why religion don't make people want to be good. Check this out. You got to tell a person the truth. Hey, man, if you want to treat people like shit, nothing probably happened to you. Especially if you don't got no guilt and you can kill a person and it don't affect your emotions, then hey, what's stopping you from keep doing it? Only thing I can tell a person, you're choosing what kind of being you want to be. Angels and demons are real, and they ain't boogeymen. They are people. Angels are people who choose to walk the righteous path. Even though they make mistakes, they're not defined by the mistakes they make. They defined by the path that they chose.
That's right.
A demon is a person that have made up in their mind, I don't want to be righteous. I like being evil. Ain't nothing stopping me from being evil. I get great joy out of hurting people and being evil, and I'm going to be an evil motherfucker. You get choices in this universe, man. And the universe ain't gonna beat up someone evil because they want to be evil. It's allowing them to be evil if that's what they want to be. And I know that don't make you feel comfortable. You mean to tell me ain't nothing gonna happen to them for being evil? Ain't nothing happened yet. The only thing you can do is leave the earth. If you don't like what's happening here, you gotta leave. They ain't going nowhere. That's the truth.
This story is not something you see on the news or social media every day. Terrence Gangsta Williams, who spent over 27 years in prison, revealed how powerful are Muslims in prison, even though Christians are the majority.
And in prison, you know, in jail, state or fed, everybody go to church. So you got more Christians on the compound than Muslims, first and foremost. However, in our deen, when you take shahada, they tell you your blood is sacred. Your brother property is sacred. You know, protect your brother honor. So now what happens is, this is my brother. I love my brother for the sake of Allah, for the sake of God. And we stick together. Brother that pray together, stay together. So people be like, oh, they're a gang. Because if you put your hand on a Muslim, you're going to have 100, the lower number, maybe 30, 40, 50 somewhere, in your dorm, trying to find out what's going on with you in the Aki.
But who is Terrence Gangsta, a New Orleans street criminal back in the 1990s? At first, he was a part of a street gang called Hot Boys. He then moved on to start dealing with illegal substances. He was caught by the FBI through wiretapping, as he had been plotting to fatally injure some dealers from New York. He had been hoping to get paid for the substances they had shipped to one of his associates, but was caught making the plan on the phone. Having spent almost 3 decades in prison, Terrence discovered the strong influence Muslims have in prison and the gang culture that exists within the boundaries. Despite most inmates being Christians, Terrence Williams revealed that Muslims had the largest influence out of every other group, and that could be attributed to their very strong and harmonious bond with one another.
Now, let me tell y'all the truth. The reason that the Muslims run the prison is because the prisons, most of these prisons are owned by small hats. I keep telling you that the small hats run the prison industry. All right? The black Muslims got a bigger connection to the small hats.
What's up, man?
Look, the black Muslims have a very big connection to the small hats, the music industry, bigger than the Christians. You got to keep in mind that when it comes to the music industry, the black church don't have a lot of big connections to the small hats in the music industry because they got gospel music. That is owned by a lot of those gospel labels are independent labels, and a lot of them is owned through people in the church who got small labels that they contract through with Universal and all that, just like Aftermath, Interscope, boom, boom, boom. But the Muslims are a very unique group because where the black church got to go through a lot of organizations, like the black church got to go through its Freemasons and Boule members that's in the black church to get stuff make stuff happen. The Muslims operate as if they are a Boule group. They have a direct connection to the Zionists, unlike the way that a lot of churches are connected through the state, as we call it. And then the state is connected to the Zionists. No, the Muslims, their leader is barbecuing with these motherfuckers. That's what I'm telling you. That's different. And it ought to make everyone ask the question, who the hell is Farrakhan? And I answered that question. He is a tap dancing nigga that come from the music industry, who was a puppet from the small hats all along. They see the fact that Farrakhan was already signing contracts with small hats and in the music industry, he had a relationship with these Jews. So what's to say he wasn't already talking to them and they was probably telling him, look, that black group that you affiliated with, they getting a lot of attention, but we run the media. You're our man. If you wanna, they probably came to Farrakhan and told him, look, we can make you the leader over the NOI. We want you to be the leader over the NOI because you our puppet. And we can't have niggas like Malcolm and Khaled rising up to power in that group because they gonna have an anti-Semitic message. If Khalid Muhammad or Malcolm X rose to power over Farrakhan, it would have never merged. He was on some, guess what? It ain't the white man that's the enemy. It's the Zionist Jews, that the puppets that bought our politicians and infiltrated the U.S. government. Malcolm was like, I don't got beef with the white man. I know who my enemy is. It's that small hat. Because the Muslims in the Middle East, their enemy is the damn small hats. Listen, the Muslims in the Middle East ain't mad at the damn white man in America. They mad at the motherfuckers that got the Star of David, nigga.
That's right.
You think they mad at the white man because these infiltrators identify as white. So they got the heat on the white man when really these synagogue of Satan are the ones really doing it. They don't really identify as white, y'all. When somebody say, show me the devils that wrong my people, that's when they say, oh, us white people did it. And they make everyone mad at the white person. But guess what? They should say, hey, Jews did this to you. That's one particular group, bro. That's a nation of people without a land. They're what I call a rogue nation. Wherever they go, where Papa lay his hat is his home. They're a Rolling Stone group. And wherever they lay their small hats at become their home. This group are some Rolling Stones. Wherever they lay their small hats become their home. And when they come, everything you own is gone. Y'all better listen. They get your leaders in their pocket. They get you addicted to their currency. You can't stop printing enough of it. And once you indebted to these people, you gotta do what they say. But it's because you're money hungry. These leaders start off with a passionate agenda, and then they all end up becoming multimillionaires, and they become passive as hell. Look at Al Sharpton. That man used to speak like a lion. I don't know if you youngsters know old Al Sharpton. Old Al Sharpton spoke, when he spoke, it was a threat to the establishment. But he was on street corners then. The bigger he got and richer he got, the more safer these niggas get. The more safe they message become. And not only that, they start telling the radical niggas, y'all part of the problem. Niggas who speaking against the establishment like how they were, when they sell out, they turn against them too. See, those are loud black guys that make us look bad and look ignorant, and they go to dissing them now. They don't understand politics and economics, and they go to hitting you with that shit. No, we understand manifest destiny and an agenda of the small hat, sir.
That's right.
Let's listen at this. It's 2 minutes, 39 seconds. If you're just joining in, this was on CBS. Let's check it out. Farrakhan admitted to Malcom X assassination, and he never gonna get brought up on a RICO. You want to keep bringing down these different organizations, but you see, the nation of it. Why is the numbers dropping? Now, pay attention to the viewer numbers. We just went from 600 people to 200 and something, and it just dropped like a snap of a finger. How many of y'all peeped that drop of one? It was just 600 people in the watching the show. And I'm watching the numbers. Hey, if y'all hear me typing, then I'm live right now. Guess what, yo? I've been live the whole time. I'm thinking we buffering. And guess what? Y'all got me thinking that we buffering. And that's just the CNN symbol. Wow. Y'all need to chill with the ones and twos, man. Because the whole show just got ruined because it was a false call. People was saying, why we buffering? It wasn't buffering. It was the doggone video that I'm about to play that was loading. That's why you was hearing my typing. Wow. The video had the buffer symbol, but the show wasn't buffering. Damn, that was crazy. It was 600 plus people here. And now we done went down to 300. I'm call out some love. Shout out to J713. Thank you for the donation. Thank y'all. Shout out to Lewis Russell. Thank you as always, Lewis, for your continued support. Thank y'all. Shout out to In My I Trust. Thank you for the super chat donation. Shout out to Easy W. Thank you for the $20 donation. Shout out to Jesse Jones. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Shout out to Oliver Robinson for the $10 super chat. Thank y'all. Shout out to Tara Love for that super chat. Says showing some love. Great show as always. Shout out to Red Wine Entertainment. Thank you, sis. Shout out to Ryan Toombs for becoming a member. Shout out to All Gas, No Brakes. They create all of these holidays to increase retail spending. They're going to get that money out of us. Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
Shout out to Leonard Robinson for that super chat. Salutes, bro Sanchez. Shout out to God Body for the super chat. He said, in order to get to God, you have to go through the sun. Are we dealing with two different frequencies here? Being that the sun is one level and God on another. The sun is the body. God, the Father, which dwells in heaven, is the mind. In order for us to exit the earth realm and enter the spiritual realm, which is the realm, the dimension that our minds live on, your mind live in a spiritual dimension. Your body live in a physical dimension. But in order for us, for our mind to exit the physical dimension and get to the spiritual dimension, it got to go through the body, which is the sun. Jesus represent the body on the earth. God the Father represent the mind which dwells in heaven on a higher plane. It was all about the knowledge of the God body until they start to separate it, turn it into different deities. So we should be live right now. We should be well. I don't want nobody commenting in the comment section about the stream unless the stream is actually tripping. Because when you do that, you confuse me and you have me troubleshooting stuff that and we Gucci. Right? So let's not cry wolf, because that's how we lost some people earlier. Yeah. So appreciate the love. I want to rewind and see where I started glitching at, what happened. And we it was all about it turning into different deities. Live in a spiritual dimension. Your body live in. Salutes, bro Sanchez. Shout out to God. Shout out to Red Wine. Call out some love. Shout out. Hold up, y'all. It ain't gonna let me rewind that far back. That's crazy. So I forgot what I was saying before I cut off, because it ain't letting me rewind that far back. Can y'all, I'm gonna let some people join the call, and maybe y'all can steer me back, throw me a lifeline. Drop a 1 in the chat room if you remember what I was saying before the disruption. And if you dropping a 1, hit the call-in link and come throw your boy a lifeline. Let me know where I left off at, so I can pick back up with the information. We dropping the call-in link, not just to help me remember where I left off at, but for people to call in. We're now starting our round table. But yeah, man, if anybody want to weigh in on some of the stuff that was said, now is the time to click the link. I'm gonna go ahead and play the video because that's what we was about to do anyway.
Malcom X was Louis Farrakhan's mentor, his teacher in the Nation of Islam. They believed that the white man was evil, that the black and white races should live separately. When Malcom X revealed publicly that Elijah Muhammad, the leader of the Nation of Islam, was guilty of impregnating several of his teenage secretaries in direct violation of his own preachings of no sex outside marriage, Farrakhan was outraged, and he wrote that Malcolm was, quote, worthy of death. On February 21st, 1965, as Malcolm spoke in New York City's Audubon Ballroom, members of the Nation of Islam opened fire, killing him in front of hundreds of his supporters. Malcolm's wife and children were there, including Atala Shabazz, Malcolm's eldest daughter. She was 6 at the time. As you'll see on 60 Minutes this Sunday, Minister Farrakhan met Atala Shabazz for the first time in front of television cameras. And Farrakhan
Salute, bro. I just want to say salute to you. I've been watching for a minute. I found you off a Killer Pre-show, but you left off at the part where you were mentioning how the whole agenda switched from the establishment to singling out the so-called white man, and you were stating that the juicies, or however you term them, the small hats, they didn't identify as white until it was feasible. I definitely agree with you, brother. It's definitely an agenda being pushed to distract
Hold on.
us.
I was muted. Now I'm having a lot of tech issues. Let me say that again. The brother let me know where I was from. What I was saying was, you know which one of these black groups have sold out, because the small hats agenda, when they get your leader in the pocket, is to make your leader teach the group that white people are the enemy and that you can't do nothing about your situation but wait on God to come help you. So that's what the Nation of Islam teach now. Allah gonna come make everything right. And they teach that the white man is the devil, just like the Hebrew Israelites. Now, what do we see the symbol that the Hebrews wear? A 6-pointed star. What symbol have the Nation of Islam adopted? The 6-pointed star. Whose symbol is that? The Zionist and Scientology agenda. Scientology, the Zionists, people, I'm trying to tell y'all, it's the synagogue of Satan. You think they got your presidents and they pocket? And listen, you think these people got your presidents in they pocket, but they don't got your entertainers and rappers and religious leaders in they pocket? You think they got your most powerful politicians in their pocket, but they don't got your most powerful religious leaders and rappers and all of that in their pocket? Anybody with a big voice, they got them in their pocket. This is how they able to tell us who to hate. Because guess what? Our leaders tell us who to be mad at. Why all black people hate white people versus the small hats that's really exterminating them? Because your leaders, man, they in bed with the small hats, and their job is to deflect your energy away from the real enemy and deflect it toward the false enemy, the person that's getting targeted just like you. So you know, yeah,
My bad to cut your bill. I ain't trying to cut you.
You good, you good.
I wanted to ask you something. Do you think these wealthy black people, and I'm not excusing, evil is evil, you know, you got to pay your own, you got to take your lick. But do you think that there is an agenda because they went against these small hats that they've been making money with for so long? Do you think this is like a whipping for them acting out?
One thing is true. you will never be making money for a long time while at the same time going against the people who print the money. It don't work. Like anybody that's making money consistently and they're fine, their financial situation is the way that these people's are, that mean they got a great relationship with the small hats. Now what'll happen is the small hats will have people in their pocket that they pay to make it look like they hate the small hats, because the small hats want to control the opposition. They want to own the people that got the message that's anti-small hat. So a lot of people that's talking crap about the small hats, they work for them on the low too.
I got you. I'm with you.
So it may look like, well, hey, maybe he turned on them, or maybe he, I can see how you would ask that. But you know who got them people mad because they will soon part with all of their wealth, like Bill Cosby, R. Kelly. I don't know what certain niggas do to these people or why they want certain niggas to fall off overnight. But the small hats got a button they can press and they can end everything you worked for years in one day. And if they didn't press that button on you, they ain't mad at you.
Absolutely.
And then the people gotta ask yourself, why ain't they mad at this nigga? What is he doing for them? Because the only thing that can make the small hats not be mad at you, but be mad at everybody else, even a little bit of innocent baby in Africa, is if you're doing something for them. So whenever you see them not mad at a particular person, you need to ask, what the hell is he doing for them? That need to be your question. Yeah.
It's like that Janet Jackson song, what have they done for him lately, huh?
Basically. Yeah. So if Farrakhan was a threat to the real enemy, he will not be in power. He will not be black folks will be throwing him under the bus right now because they will have some dirt on him, just like Bill Cosby or some. See, we can love you, man. Like R. Kelly got some of the best music, man. I'm talking about black people love R. Kelly music. But the moment the machines say that we through with a nigga, see, what a lot of black folks don't know is that God giveth and God taketh away. And that's the God of the demiurge. That's the God the people in power worship. What you gotta know when you get in power with these people, your fans ain't your fans. They gave you them fans. The lifestyle that you now living of money and power and wealth, that was given to you and it can be taken from you. And a lot of niggas, when they get in bed with these people, they get so damn cocky that they forget, yeah, you talented, you can sing, you can dance, but at the end of the day, we can get any nigga that can sing or dance. Nigga, we gave you your success. See, a lot of niggas got too much pride to admit, bro, the devil gave you your lifestyle. You sold your soul. You didn't work for that. You ain't just as talented as you think. The devil can make a nigga that can't sing at all the next big sensation overnight. It ain't about no talent. He can take a crackhead right now and make that nigga have a hit record tomorrow. So the devil looking for loyalty, not talent. The devil can manufacture. When you control what's cool and what's not cool, you can make the whack motherfucker cool. That's the power the devil got. He control what's trending, what's cool. And if he say this whack nigga's cool, his album gonna sell. So the devil can make anybody a star. But a lot of us, like myself, I like to think I'm so talented that my rap label love me because I'm so talented. That ain't the way the music industry work. The rap label love the artist that's the most loyal. It's like a gang. You willing to die for this shit. You got the label tattooed on you. You got the label tattooed on your damn children, nigga. We own you and you showing loyalty. That's why you moving to the top of the billboards. It ain't cause you talented. We can get another Drake tomorrow. Can get another Kendrick Lamar tomorrow. You know how much talent in the black community? Bro, that shit come a dime a dozen. Nobody running out of talent. Any nigga thinking that you at the top because you talented is a naive dummy.
Khan acknowledged his role
Let me
in
share the
Malcolm's
audio
assassination.
with you, bro. I got you. Hold on.
I wish that Malcolm X were alive today and not dead. Yes, it is true. I wish that Malcolm X were alive today.
That's a lie, man. That's a lie. How you wish that man was alive, but you said he got what he asked for? He deserved to die. You don't come out the man. You double talking.
And not dead. Yes, it is true that black men pull the trigger. We cannot.
It's true. Now, here's what I don't like, right? Instead of Farrakhan saying Nation of Islam members pulled the trigger, he just threw black men under the bus. Y'all didn't peep that, right? I told y'all.
I peeped that.
Just,
I peeped that.
Yeah, see, the white folks do it too. See, if some Jews go out there and unalive a nigga, or unalive even a white boy, when they ask them about it, it's all gonna be, yeah, white folks committed this crime and we apologize. No, Jews did that. That's different. No, Muslims did. That's a whole cult organization. If it's like this, if the New Wapians kill somebody, they can't say, yeah, it's true that black people killed the man. No, you New Wapians did that. That's like a gang member. You a Crip, you a Blood. You perform a hit, an assassination, and instead of saying the Bloods carried it out, black people carried it out. You're a
That's
gang.
like when Cheney shot that man head off halfway. They didn't blame that on Skull and Bones. They said Cheney did that.
You feel me? They throw black people under the bus when they carrying out hits for the enemy. Black people wouldn't dare kill a person like Malcolm X because he was for the people. So for you to say, yes, black men killed Malcolm, no, assassins killed Malcolm who was working for you, nigga. You put the hit out on Malcolm because you got your own little segment of the NOI that took over the whole shit. And that the segment you got is a bunch of goons and killers. And it's still like that to the day. It's so deep that the Nation of Islam recruiting most of their damn members from prison. Because they want you built a certain kind of way for you to be a goon.
They depicted that in the scene in Malcolm X when he was like, "Get your hand on my pocket, sucker."
Yeah.
Yep, that made me think of that.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Deny.
Thank you, everyone that's supporting the show. If we can get some few more people to hit the super chat and the cash app, we can reach our goal. We appreciate y'all. Thank you for valuing my time and passion. We're going to keep the call lines open. We got an open panel for anyone that want to join. The link is pinned to the top. I'm going to keep it moving. Come with your questions. Come with your input, whatever you got. Let's go.
Any responsibility in this, where we are responsible, where our hands are a part of this, we beg God's mercy and forgiveness.
What did you expect to come out of this conversation?
How are you gonna beg God's mercy and forgiveness when you just said God sanctioned the shit? You just said Malcolm was asking to die and God obliged him. Now you begging forgiveness. Won't you fucking stand on what you said, man? Why don't you let them know, listen, you don't talk against ministers in the NOI, that can get you killed. Malcolm said something against the minister, he died, and I can't really mourn him, man. I gotta go with God. God sanctioned Malcolm's death. God obliged that nigga's death. So, hey, who do you love the most, God or Malcolm, minister? So ain't no way you're saying, I'm asking God for forgiveness if I had something to do with it. No. According to you, God agree with killing niggas if they talk against the minister. So why would God be forgiving you? He would be rewarding you. And that's why your ass got rich as hell after Malcolm died. Because you did the work of God, which was killed the real threat that was in your group, the real threat to the establishment, just so you can go work with the damn enemy.
What's up, man?
Come on now. Come on now. I ain't gonna bite my tongue.
Malcolm didn't know what he was playing with. No, he didn't. He didn't know what he was playing with. You don't jump up against a divine messenger of God like he did.
Think about that. Malcolm didn't know what he was playing with. That man talking like a gang. Nigga, that's how gang members talk. A gang member will tell you, boy, don't play with this. You better chill out, bro. You playing with some shit that'll get you hurt. Tell me that ain't how gang members talk. If you go to dissing Tookie Williams, or if you go to dissing, name one of these gang OGs that founded one of these groups, and you say something bad about them, that can get you killed. But these same gangs ain't gonna do no killing to protect their neighborhoods and people from the small hat. They scared of him. They'll run from him, terrorize you. And that's the mentality of Farrakhan and the NOI. We can't beat the enemy, so we'll join them. But we can beat our own people, so we gonna keep them in check and bully them. And if they say something we don't like, we may even kill your ass. But if that small hat say Farrakhan, you such a loser. You a lazy nigga and a slave. Farrakhan will put a smile on his face and he won't say nothing back. You think Farrakhan will talk shit to that small hat he's standing next to? That small hat can call him a nigga right now and he'll smile. I'm telling you what I know. These niggas are scared of the real enemy. But they'll call white people devils all day. They won't say nothing anti-Semitic now, but they'll tell you that the white man is a devil. But they won't tell you that the goddamn Jew is an infiltrator in our nation.
That's right.
Now think about that. I'm listening. Go ahead.
My bad.
You got it.
Do you think they assassinated Clarence X, 13X?
Yep. I'm going to tell you why they assassinated him. Because guess what? Wasn't he anti-establishment?
Yep.
That's what I'm telling you, man. The people in power need black leaders that can cater to our anger and our need to want to fight back against the system, but it got to deflect us from actually targeting the system or the establishment. You see what I'm saying, Tori?
I got you. Yeah.
They know that we mad as hell, we tired of being oppressed, and we need somewhere to direct the anger. And we've been directing it at the establishment, the system. So what they did, they said, look, we need some new black leaders that can make black people mad at something else other than this system and establishment. So now you got a bunch of black leaders that's getting you mad at po-ass white people. Tariq Nasheeds, the modern day black leaders ain't speaking out against the system. They are Trump supporters who hate the white man, even though Trump is a white man. You see how silly it is now?
That's silly, yeah.
Most of our black leaders will tell you I'm a Democrat or a Republican, where at the beginning of this whole shit back in the day, all of our black leaders was like, fuck voting. Fuck the left and the right. We don't like the establishment. And both parties part of the establishment. They had to get rid of leaders like that. They can't have, they still, see, the fact that we live on a Zoom call, but YouTube still buffering is some crap, bull crap. All right, so now we good. To everybody they are attacking the stream because I'm able to check my internet connection on my end, and my shit been saying excellent all day. But for some reason, YouTube has been disconnecting. And I don't know how to explain that, because my ISP will tell you, you Gucci. So I got the best internet. I'm monitoring my connection, which is wired. I got the card plugged into my modem. Ain't no way I ain't got a connection. I got other TVs and stuff in my house. They're wireless. They're connected with Wi-Fi, and they got a stronger connection than me. They ain't dropping out. Everybody know that the man with the wired connection should be the only one in the house not dropping out, even if everyone else drop out.
That's fact.
I'm not one of them guys to say they targeting me, but in this case, everybody else got internet in my house that ain't dropping, and my shit is plugged. How my shit plugged directly into the same modem they getting their internet from, and they getting it Wi-Fi, and it ain't no dropouts, and mine directly plugged into that modem, and I'm getting dropouts. Ain't no other way to explain it, but that's something on the other side. I gotta shift the blame now. But now that I got callers with me, I'm gonna open up the floor. Which one of y'all got? We are live, the people hear you. So yeah, give them some more knowledge. I've said a lot, so I'll share the flow.
Yeah, man. Like I was saying earlier, hey man, welcome to the salutes to the panel, man. Salutes, hey, and salute to you, brother Sanchez, bro. You be on fire,
Hello, brother.
Big salutes.
I'll tell you, up in the only putting people up on game, bro. Appreciate that. But yeah, man, like I was saying earlier, your boy Farrakhan was a student of Malcom X. Malcom X he wanted to be just like Malcom X. And a lot of that come with jealousy. He wanted his time to shine.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Malcom X was powerful in the mug, man. I'm telling you, he was over the NOI. And the brother just a good dude, man. Let's be real. Yeah. They couldn't find nothing on like they found on King. They couldn't find no infidelity. They couldn't find what trips me out about Malcom X, that he was so down for the mission that when he found out that Elijah was doing all this stuff with the young girls, they hurt him, man, because he looked up to that man like a father,
mm-hmm.
bro.
Yep, and you know,
hurt him, man.
A lot of people don't know this now, but when Malcom X found out what Elijah was doing, because people don't realize, if Minister Farrakhan was Malcolm's student, how did he ended up being a leader after Elijah died and not Malcolm? It was because Malcolm found out that Elijah was a hypocrite, and Malcolm was more so loyal to black people than he was this cult leader. So Malcolm was like, fuck this leader. He ain't treating it, he ain't who we say he is. And Farrakhan was like, man, shut your mouth, nigga. This is a cult. Like, nigga, shut up. This is like a cult. Like, fuck the people. We protecting our leader. But so think about this, right? Elijah Muhammad started to favor Farrakhan over Malcolm.
That's right.
Malcolm
and
was
even Warren Muhammad. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, bro.
Yeah.
Even Warren Muhammad, his son didn't even come to the Nation of Islam. He went Sunni. Regular Islam.
And my whole thing is, once they started to favor Farrakhan over Malcolm, Malcolm had way more pull than Elijah and Farrakhan put together. And Malcolm was about to start his own organization. He had started it. And guess what? His shit was going to be bigger than the NOI. And it was going to be for the people. Not no goddamn small hat. Yeah, not no
black people, for the people.
For the people that's against the government is what it was for.
And that's why the G-Man say he had to go. That same thing when Martin Luther King said, hey, we coming for our paper. With the poor people program, we coming for, he said, giving away land to these small heads. We coming for our paper. That's he's what they say, unalived.
Yes. Yeah. Because think about it. People may say this. You just brought up a good point. Remember what I said, like, they ain't killing you unless you're a threat to the establishment. Martin Luther King wasn't no threat to the establishment, and he was talking all that non-violent, turn the other cheek. They was putting them on a pedestal. But the moment Martin Luther King started talking about black people coming together, competing against the small hats on an economic level and all that, he ended up dying. He had to go.
Yeah, he had to go. And then at that time, you have to remember at that time, Malcom X, El Shabazz, you know, he went and had his pilgrimage, went to Mecca. But he was meeting all people, all the great leaders over there on the east side of that land, right? He even went to the United Nations. He wasn't doing what Martin Luther King was trying to fight for our civil rights. Malcolm to get a lawsuit against America for our human rights.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he said that I ate with white men, blue eyes, blonde hair, when they said, oh, hell, if he get together with King, oh, hell.
Oh, yeah.
So they got King first, then they got Malcolm.
Yep. Because what was going to happen was the black church was going to eventually merge with the Muslims, and it was going to be basically a bunch of black folks in America with an anti-establishment voice, because one thing that the black church and black Muslims had in common, it was like, fuck the powers that be. Fuck the government. We tired of letting the people in power put their foot on our neck and we do nothing about it. And the people in the church was like, listen, what we gonna do about it is boycott. We gonna hit them in their pockets. And the Nation of Islam was like, yeah, we gonna boycott too, but we also gonna shoot back if you shoot at us. We ain't just gonna fucking boycott. We fighting back over here. And so when you put both of them together, it is very much so a threat to the establishment. So you got
Hoover. You had Hoover as the FBI director, racist, gay Hoover. Edgar Hoover was gay and a racist and a small hat, man. And he hated them, man. He said they're the biggest threat to the United States of America.
Like, if you think about this, the Nation of Islam had the first unapologetic movement among black people ever in this country. Because when they was rising up, it was like, I'm black, and I know you don't like me for being black, but fuck you, and if you touch me, we can fight. The days of these good black people that's putting their head down in massive space. See, the Nation of Islam represent a new type of nigga that's gonna fight your ass back.
That's true, man.
You see what I'm saying? And just to see them now be a non-violent group is so hypocritical when
it's
they
like
was
they
going.
Reverted, man. It's like they reverted back to like Martin Luther King type of shit.
Right. When they was going against the whole church for that. And that's why I said they knew what they was doing all along. They knew they was just trying. See, what it was this. It was the government doing a psyop saying, how many black people out there willing to kill and die against this establishment? Let's control all them niggas in our own little group and make them think that they fighting and that they violent and militant. But after so long, it's just gonna become a prop and a parade of a violent group, to where now it's just a 1,000,000-man march every couple of years. You see what I'm saying? They been know it's a couple of people out there that's willing to be violent. If we don't get control over them, they gonna raise generations of children that don't mind killing us and dying for this shit. So we need to make that our movement now. We need to get ahead of it, and the NOI is what they got. It's all of the niggas that would be a threat. Like I said, niggas that did time, a lot of niggas in prison become, you see what I'm saying? Niggas that'll fuck you up. They gotta get them in a group, and that's what it is. Yeah.
And then, you know, what happened, you know, the Nation of Islam also spawned on Fred Hampton, Black Panther Party. They all come from Malcolm X, man, from his teachings, man. And so when they saw that, they said, oh man, these people coming together. And then with Fred Hampton, he was bringing up poor people. He wasn't just not only black, but people who's poor. Yeah, man. And when they saw how same with Malcolm X, bro. He had to go. When you start going into their pockets financially, you gotta go, bro. That's just how it is. That's what they do.
Yeah. And another thing is, like, the only people, like, all of our leaders that's selling out is one big red flag. They will tell you everything wrong with the world and the system and black folks at the bottom. And then they'll tell you it's because of the white man. That's how you know it's an agent. Because the people in power, these small hats, they the real enemy. But they want your leaders to direct their masses to a fault, the thoughts. Why you think blacks hate whites and whites hate blacks, but both of us getting exterminated? Because the white people's leaders is directing their anger toward the black folks, and the black leaders is directing their anger toward the white folks, while both of them are being in bed with the small hats, who's the real enemy of everybody. And they got everybody's leaders saying, oh, don't worry about the small hats. They got everybody's leaders saying, I'm not anti-Semitic. Don't accuse me of being anti-Semitic. But that white man is a bitch-ass devil. Now think about that. They got your leaders saying, I'm scared as hell to talk shit about the small hats, but I ain't scared to call that white man a devil. The last time I checked, if you want to know who in charge, look for the people who everybody's scared to talk shit about.
That's right. That's right, bro. And they playing both sides of the coin, bro. Like they've been doing it since they come over here on these ships. They the real motherfucking the foreigners. They come over here, man, they saw game. So they said, well, let's get into the whoever's being got their foot, whoever ignorant vanguard got their foot on their neck, other race got the foot on their neck. That's what we're gonna get in with them, and then we're gonna take over. So even right today, brother, even right today with Israel, you know what I'm saying? Even right today. Yeah, man. So it's been going on a long time, man. It's like it's shenanigans. It's like when X said, we didn't land on Plymouth Rock landed on us. And then when you're talking about them small hats coming in on them ships, that's what happened.
Well, John Wayne called them pilgrims. Them pilgrims, huh?
Oatmeal hat warm up, you know what I'm saying, on oatmeal boxes and stuff. Everything, man, been a psyop, man. And they done got their people up to you even like Sanchez, so you say anything about them, you would get counsel. But you can talk, and they always bring it up, what they went through during the Holocaust, but we went through 400 years, but we can't get nothing. So
I think you mentioned it as well. They find the poorest of the poor, lift them up, and then make them shit on talk down on people, whatever.
And they so good at it though, bro. They've been doing it for centuries. They good at it, bro.
I did some research and I found that the word Holocaust before Hitler and all of that connected to like sacrifices and stuff. So you know how they used to like run around grabbing up children and stuff and sacrificing them and stuff, turning them into saints and stuff like that, right? And it's kind of like once the whole Hitler thing come around, now you can't even really talk about that anymore, right? You can't really even, and that's kind of like how they use it. It's some psychological shit, man. They did their homework, man. I'm saying they did a good job, man. There's some evil motherfuckers, man.
And can I add on to what you're saying, good brother? I was also researching as well, and in relation to the Holocaust, the Mayans and the Aztecs was doing it, and Sanchez built on it on this channel too, about how they was sacrificing babies and women. It's all the same rituals from way before we was even thought about, man, for real.
And it's nothing new underneath the sun, bro. I mean, what's been done before. Everything and everything, even the errors and the things that they do.
The crazy thing, all of us ate oatmeal, right? And all of us remember the dude on the oatmeal box.
I just said that, bro. I just said that. Yeah, small head.
But you know what about the oatmeal box dude that really pisses me off? Watch this. What pisses me off, bro, thanks for bringing it up, is that the dude on the oatmeal box came over here on ships. I'm going to show you now. This dude, right? Look at the hat he got on. Look at the hat he got, that small hat. Now, look at who we see next to our politicians and leaders. Look at here. with Farrakhan. See, what I want to point out about this small hat is what he did. He came over here and watch this. Watch this. Watch this. He came over here on boats. Look at how packed he was on them boats. Look at how they like sardines, man. You gotta imagine, ain't nothing but like 1 or 2 restrooms. Ain't a lot of restrooms on this thing. You got women with babies with boo-boo. They gonna be on their periods. Look at how many people packed on this thing, man. Look at that. This is how the small hats came to America. And when they came to America, guess what they did? They took over the media industry. There was practically no media industry. They basically came over here and made the damn media industry. But they did it. You got to ask yourself, how come everywhere these people go, they end up taking over in just a small amount of time? Because they established media, which is the name of their goddess. Go look it up, the goddess media. But watch this, right? I'm going to show you something real quick about these people. They came over here, took over media, and part of media is the education curriculum. We missed that part. Part of medium mean that when you came up in school and you had a social studies book, if you like me, you remember the last name McGraw now, don't you? The McGraw family. And I can give you a bunch of more families that was on our school books who wasn't black families, how they telling me my history, how a Jewish, how am I gotta think about this, fly optician. I'm reading a social studies book, a history book telling me my history, but it's patented by a dude that just showed up in a boat. And when I read the book, it's telling me I showed up in a boat.
That's deep. So that's what he get. Plymouth Rock landed on us. It
right.
Was
but it was so deep about it. The dude in the small hat, he showed up, took over the media, and told you Christopher Columbus, a white man, showed up in a boat and made you niggas slaves. Yeah. When you see what I'm telling you?
And Pete Gaines, Brother Sanchez, guess what? You just got me thinking now, man. They took over the media, but guess where they got that from? They got that from the weird mustache guy.
Right. In the 40s and shit.
They took over what he did and brought it over here.
These are big facts, and you ain't gonna get it like this and nowhere else on YouTube, because most folks don't know this knowledge, man. Most folks, if you talk like this about Farrakhan and the NOI, if you tell them we didn't even come over here on slave ship, like y'all pseudo. What? Y'all going against the history books? Bro, I just told you that it's a Jewish name on all of these books. What's so crazy about it? Don't nobody know the history of the small hats, but we do know the history of white people. That's the crazy thing. Because the white man is the real European. No one don't know who the fuck they come from. See, here's my thing with the Nation of Islam, right? Let me read something to you real quick. If you pull up the Nation of Islam ideology, guess what they teach, right? They teach in the Nation of Islam that the white man come from a scientist called Yaqub. Look at here. Let's read it. We're going to read it together. The NOI teaches that there has been a succession of mortal gods. It don't teach that Yaqub made the white man. It also teach that Farrakhan Muhammad and Elijah Muhammad is the God in the flesh over the black man. That's the part y'all missing. Watch this, right? It claims that the first Allah created the earliest humans, which is who? Black people. So, and then the other God, Yaqub, created the white race. It maintains that a scientist named Yaqub then created the white race. The white lack inner divinity and all that. It goes on to say how because they got inner divinity, they became evil. They rose up against blacks and took over. Now, if y'all believe this story, guess what this story says? Black folks got what they deserve. because y'all was playing and tampering with genetics and making experiments and labs, and now that shit turned on you. It tell you Yaqub tried to make a slave race. And ain't that irony that now we slaves over our to that which we created? See, if you really think about it, that's just the universe doing karma. You can't be mad. Why you think ain't nobody mad at the people in power for doing black people wrong? Because our own leaders is telling them it's God's will that black people are done wrong. We getting punished for our wrongdoings. See, it don't matter how they shift the blame, long as they shift it. And the Nation of Islam shift the blame by saying, we created the damn enemy. Ain't that a bitch? Wait a damn minute. Hey, y'all gotta peep how deep this is now. The Hebrew Israelites are shifting the blame on us by saying we turned away from God. So now God are gonna use the most wicked motherfuckers on earth to punish us for being wicked. They shit don't make no sense. Then the Nation of Islam shifting the blame by saying, well, you created them. We created this monster. So either way it go is our fault when you look. That's why the world don't care about what black folks go through. It's written even in a religious level, we deserve that shit. And your leaders is selling you out with the Zionist agenda, going around spewing it, washing these people hand clean, telling them basically, don't be mad at the small hats. God told them to do this. How the hell you gonna be mad at the small hats if you're reading your religious book, God told them to do that? That's karma.
And also your religious book telling you that they are the chosen people. Man, what the hell, man?
Right, and that's my thing. Like, the Nation of Islam will say, we don't know where the white man come from, but then tell you that the Jewish man come from God because he's chosen God's chosen people. So let me get this straight. You say you don't know where the white man come from, even though we can trace white people back to Europe. This is a fact. But you want to act like you don't know where the white man come from, when the Jewish man said he started off as a slave in Egypt, but the Egyptian government never wrote a historical account of a fucking Exodus story. Let that sink in. The Egyptian government got the oldest form of historical documents on earth because paper literally comes from Egypt. So they've been recording history on paper longer than anybody in the world. And they telling you there were never no Jews hostage in our land that we had to free. So what you reading in the Bible is a damn lie. So
it's a lie.
So
gotcha.
The people, and I got you. The people we calling Jews, they just popped up out of nowhere as slaves in Egypt in the book. If you ask them, where did y'all come from before that? Don't nobody really know where the hell these people come from. What we say about white people and black people are really true about the people that's in power, not us. Everything they teach about blacks, no, is true about them. Everything they teach about whites is true about, and they got the blacks and whites hating each other. So we can't figure this shit out.
Sanchez.
My bad. Yeah, I'm gonna share the mic. Y'all go ahead. Let's double team it for sure.
So basically, what I'm gonna just add on. Basically, what you're saying is the Council of Nicaea and Zionists created this grand chessboard to make it seem like you have to believe what we tell you in order for you to have a pleasurable, glorious life. Am I following?
No, what I'm saying is this. The people who go around the world and take over everyone's government, when they get to these lands, there'll already be different skin tones and shades of people working together with treaties in a utopia. What I'm telling you is, in early America, there was always some sort of white man here. And there's nothing like this other white man that showed up. The other white man that just showed up rewrote history and told the whole world there was no white people in America at all until he showed the hell up. You see what I'm saying?
No, I got you.
But the same people that's telling the world that it wasn't no white people in America till he showed up is also telling the world there were no black people in America before he showed up, because the white man brought them on a slave ship. So the man that showed up out of nowhere, he showed up and saw black people and white people here. He saw Europeans and what we would have called Mesoamericans doing business before his small hat ass even showed up. Then he showed up with his damn small hat and told the black man and the white man, wasn't neither one of y'all here before I got here. Because when he got here telling history, he made us the slave in history, and he made the white people that was here the slave master. So instead of saying, I showed up on this land and divided and conquered the skin tones on this land, he retold history and said the white man showed up with a bunch of black people on his ship beating on him, and he just came over here beefing with the black niggas. Now listen, the black niggas and the white boys are all being targeted by the small hats who told us a false history that got us hating each other.
Ooh, that's a cold piece. That's a cold piece for real.
Yeah, because he came over here and assimilated and turned his name around to more of an English. You see what I'm saying? He assimilated. Dry came over here with a plan to put his people on top, man.
Man, even black folks will tell you it was no white people in America. It was just black people. But guess what? The black people they talking about, even the small hats will show you those black people. They got cheddar, man. They got their little skulls. See, when the people say that white people weren't on this land, it was just blacks, they don't point y'all at Olmec heads. They point y'all at false paleontology bones and lucid bones for America, like Cheddar Man. They got their own paleontology deception here to forge history. So the small hats, when they showed up, here go the truth, y'all. Black and white people was over here living in a utopia. You had white-skinned people on this land. Don't let them fool you. Even if you go to South America now, you still see white, light-skinned people. It was different shades of people on all of these lands. And you always had brown skin to white skin shade of people in these lands, but all skin folk was never kinfolk.
And then here's the deal. I'm glad you said it, because in so-called slavery, we was all indentured servants. And so what the small hat saw, we were having so many resurrections, he said, well, shit, hold up. Let's just let them know, hey, you part of us. You know, your skin, same color our skin, we'll make you an overseer. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The game, man. The game ain't to be told, it's to be sold, man.
Listen, we telling it to them today without selling it to them. But I'm telling you, I'm still not trying to be a poor righteous teacher, y'all. So hit that Cash App, hit that super chat, and we appreciate you. Right. But nah, I'm not trying to be a rich righteous teacher either. I'm just trying to be a well, you know what you call comfortable, whatever. But now check this out, y'all.
No, cheers. My bad to keep cutting you off.
No, go ahead, man. I remember what I'm gonna say.
You probably built on it, but why do they wear them small old hats like that?
Okay, now here's the crazy thing. I know the answer.
Hey Siri.
I know the answer, and I don't know the answer, and you finna see why I say that. We think about witches right now. Now let me just show you. Let's go back to this. Let me show you what a witch is. All throughout folklore, people have said a witch is a person that wear all black with a hat like this. You see? And the people you're asking me about, they are the real witches. Like, we think witches ain't real. There's truth to all folklore. What is the number one thing that the witch was known for? It can make you sick. The witch can put a spell on you and make you sick. The Pilgrims was known for making our ancestors sick with smallpox and all that. What we don't realize is that the real witch throughout history are these people who wear all black with literally the witch hats on. Instead of us saying witch hat, we call it a small hat. But these are the witches or the brewers, like they got a whole Milwaukee Brewers. The spell is basically the spill. It's the message. It's the medicine. It's all that which is a part of making you a different creature. They talk about black folks creating this genetically modified human called a white man. But the truth is that we never created a genetically modified organism. They creating all the GMO shit. Think about this, right? They trying to tell y'all black people created the first GMO human, which is white folks. But when you look at what's going on today, black folks can barely even say genetically modified with their ignorant ass. And guess who you see creating all the GMO shit? Them. They telling their story, but they flipping everything. They make it so. The truth is that they said that black folks created a GMO human long time ago. The truth is that the small hats created GMO humans in our modern time. In 2025, is everything backwards. They trying to say, well, they created GMO humans back in the day. No, y'all creating GMO humans right now. Everything
That's
backwards.
crazy. That's crazy. I'm actually from Milwaukee, and one of the nicknames for my city is Cream City, and the reason why they call it that is because it's supposedly the best part. And in reference to the witch, like what you was saying about the brewer symbol, if you look at that symbol, it's a moon sitting it's a witch sitting on top of the moon, which basically, make me think about they a bunch of lunatics making people sick, in reference to the Quaker Oats thing as well.
And you know what's crazy is, and this is based on my research, I'm going to give y'all a theory about the moon, because the people in power wasn't sun worshipers at first. They were moon worshipers, which is why the brother going into the lunatic concept. And the thing about the moon worship is what y'all got to realize is this right here. The witch was known for making a brew, witch's brew, which is why I was saying the Milwaukee's Brewers. But the crazy thing is that the small hats actually came over here, and this is where I think people gonna think that I'm reaching or making some up, right? Our ancestors in America drunk wines, fermented fruits. But I believe when the pilgrims show up, when the small hat showed up, we got into spirits and liquors and beers and malt liquors and shit. I don't think our ancestors knew about how to brew up like Hennessy and all that shit. They was with wine, just natural fermented fruit. Now these people were the brewers, the witches with the witch pot. They shit is damn near a chemical. Like a lot of what the pilgrim do is synthetic. We do a lot of organic shit. So when the pilgrims came to America, they came with these big ass brew pots, and that's came the concept of the witch. That's another concept of these brewers, because the technology they used to make medicine, drugs, everything that the pilgrim got out there that's poison, candy, all the shit that make us die quicker, right? That's what the witch do to you. What does the witch do? The witch is a creature that takes away your life energy so it can stay young. And if you look at what the pilgrims was doing, they been doing that, man. They even doing it now in our world, where they taking a lot of shit from they giving you free abortions just so they can take the fetus to make some cream to make their skin less wrinkly. Like this was the shit that the witches was doing, trying to stay young, trying to stay young forever with the beauty industry and all that. We're in a witch world that's based on Hollywood and witchcraft, but we just don't know what witchcraft really is. We don't really know what it is.
Sanchez,
We
I wanted
think
to
it's
add on to
Yeah, I'm
to,
back.
to
Yeah,
the
good.
the brew concept or beer concept. And I'm just researching. Now that word could also be pronounced as boer, Buer. And boer is a 16th century depiction of a daemon or whatever. But his goal purpose is to basically fill you with a drunken spirit and make you prone to have diseases, skin diseases, mental diseases. And he's a chief deity in the lower regions of our realities. That's all I wanted to add in reference to the beer situation.
Appreciate that input. And to the people who talking about oatmeal, let me actually give you the history of oatmeal, because this really gonna blow you the hell away. When I tell you that the world is backwards, it's really backwards. Check this out. Get ready for a facepalm. The Pilgrim didn't actually invent oatmeal. Now here go the funny part, right? The I don't like Native Americans. Let's say indigenous Americans, Aboriginal Americans. They were the ones that created cereal, oatmeal. Like, we were the ones dealing with grains and using the grains in certain way, wheats and all that. So the real ironic thing about the Pilgrim being on an oatmeal box, it just shows you he's a thief. He ain't a cook or a chef. He's just a thief. It just shows you his arrogance and ego, how our people was teaching him stuff. And when he learned it, he put his face on everything and bottled it up and sell it like it's his product. And if you look at the world he created a big world based upon the mentality of the Pilgrim, which is, you showed me something, I liked it, now let me sell it back to you and your children and make sure you don't know how to make it no more. And that's why we're consumers today, and we're basically buying a lot of stuff that we invented. Like, if you really think of all the stuff we buying, they're not inventors, they're capitalists. Capitalists don't have a lot of time to sit back and think about inventing stuff, but they got a lot of time to sit back and see how to control the money so that they can stay in power. That's all the capitalists got to do. Now that the whole world is controlled by money, then the capitalist's job is to put the money in certain areas so that the money manifests their agenda. Because the money is what everyone is being led by. So they put the world in a situation to get us hooked on the money. And right, and now their whole existence and job is to control where the money go, because that's where the power go. So that's why you see certain people in power, and those people will only serve these guys' agenda. That's what I was saying earlier. You ain't gonna be a fucking millionaire, billionaire and for the people. It don't work like that. Like, Farrakhan ain't for us. It's that simple.
I knew he wasn't for us when he, like you said, all these years have been God body this, God body that. And then when he got sick, it's Christ this, Christ that, Jesus this, Jesus that, which is nothing wrong with it. But if you're going to be on one side, be on that side all the way.
They can't be on that side all the way if you're an infiltrator. It's like an undercover cop that's trying to infiltrate a mob. He can't be on a mob side all the way, because he's got to keep in mind, you ain't really even one of them, nigga. You're an infiltrator. Never forget, you feel me? He got to keep 1 foot in and 1 foot out, because he's an infiltrator. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
They want to keep people in depth too, man. DEBT. They want to keep people in depth. And why that, you keep a nation in depth or people in depth, you're gonna keep for them, for the money. Well, they controlling everything. That's one of the best things, best known secrets of being, it's the difference between wealthy and rich. To stay wealthy is to keep the people, you got your foot on their throat to keep them in debt, bro.
That's
and
facts.
They master their game, bro.
And let me
their game and then master assimilation, how to copy people and steal.
Shepherd Kingdom.
This
The
fact.
Shepherd Kingdom. Yep.
And listen, guys, I want to show some love to the people donating to the show. We got L Boogie, CLT. Thank you so much for the super chat. He said, where do you stand with the teaching of Malachi Z. York? Hold that thought. Let me read the next one, the Goonho. Shout out to Goonho. Thanks for the super chat. He said, white people was always here. Why do the oldest buildings, let me read this. Hold on, let me move my thing. Why do the oldest buildings have beautiful white statues on top of them proudly? Well, I can't answer that, but I can say it's more support that they was always here. But yeah, I'll debate anybody on that today too, if white people was already here. The people we call black people and white people were indigenous people of this land, along with Latinos and a couple of more people, but they didn't call themselves blacks and whites. In my opinion, the black people would have called themselves whatever word would have been referred to an indigenous melanated man of the Americas, Olmec, something like that. But the white people, like, to me, this land would have had one name, and if you were a foreigner, you would have paired your foreign name to that, like we do today, like Japanese American, Italian American. Like, we think that's new, but if you didn't come from no other land, then the only thing you put in front of your shit was indigenous American or original American. You feel me? Or Native American, or however you feel me? Everybody else had some name in front of theirs. But what I was saying was that you had indigenous Americans of all skin tones. People think white people came over here from Europe. Guess what? You always had indigenous black people in Europe. So I won't want to say that European is exclusive to white skin, because the earliest humans in Europe came in all colors. What is Sanchez saying? We've been lied to. And diversity then spread around the world through world conquest. The invaders showed up on all these lands and saw everybody already integrated in melting pots. They late. They weren't integrated. They weren't part of it all. Right.
Even the Bible talk about Babel, which was when everybody.
There you go. Man, I'm so glad you brought that Babel story up, because that's more. That go the dagger. That go the biblical dagger that we need. Drop the man a bomb. Because even the Bible will tell you everybody was already integrated on one language, no matter your skin tone. People everywhere had one, because you know why? We created the internet in the ancient day. The internet ain't new. Our ancestors was so damn advanced. We made the ancient internet system. We connected the whole world. And people will laugh at me, but guess what? When you read the Babel Tower story, a Babel Tower is an ancient 5G tower. See, they don't want y'all to know our ancestors created communication towers like 5G towers long time ago, and we just reverse engineering it today. See, the Bible talking about a time where the whole world was connected with towers, and you telling me the Bible ain't telling us about the internet in the ancient world? See, if you don't go with what I'm saying, you got to believe in fairy tales, that people all around the world was just connected through magical towers. Why the hell? You got to ask yourself this question. Why the hell is the Bible saying that the towers are the things that connected the people? So much so that when the towers were destroyed, the people lost their what? Internet connection. Think about this, right? If you look at what the internet doing to the world today, it's connecting all cultures to one language called emoticons. I don't give a fuck if you Japanese, Black American, Canadian, Nigerian. We all understand the language of TikTok, nigga. I'm telling you, just the way that the world is connected today for a corporate agenda, we had the same towers and internet system in the ancient world, but it connected us for a spiritual reason. It connected us for a right. Imagine using all the technology we got today, but instead of saying, how can some few people get rich off it, you saying, how can this make the world a better place? We had a utopia, man, and it was a technological, scientific utopia. And I'm telling you right now, right, even if you look at the symbol for Wi-Fi as a Babel Tower, how many of y'all ever knew that? You ever peeped that, y'all? I'm gonna show you.
That's real right there, bro. That's real.
And it's in the shape of a triangle, like you be building on.
That's facts. All you got to do is flip. Yeah.
Pyramids all over the 7 so-called continents.
Yeah. All you gotta do.
Continent. They was all netted one land at one time. Continent against net. Yeah. It's all connected.
Yeah, the symbol of Wi-Fi is a Babel Tower. Because they what the Jews did, they gave us mythology and folklore to hide the truth. You gotta ask yourself, how can a big castle, how can these big castles all around the world, how the hell can they connect people all around and get them in one language? That's gotta be the internet, man. Ain't no, not unless you believe in fairy tales and magical structures. I don't. I believe in. I believe in.
We have a city called Connecticut. Yep, it makes sense.
But I'm gonna show them. They might not see this. See, the Christmas tree. And they was talking about Christmas is a pagan practice. Well, the Babylonians were pagans. Your Christmas tree is another Babel Tower that's being knocked down. They said, because that's why your Christmas tree got a star at the top, because the Babel Tower is God up there knocking the whole thing down. So your Christmas tree is the Wi-Fi symbol. Let me show it to you. If you flip this Wi-Fi symbol upside down, you see it's the Babel Tower with God, the God ball. They call it ball. One symbol for God is just a dot. That's your Santa Claus hat. Santa is Satan. This is all dealing with what? Saturn. If you think I'm reaching, let me show you the other symbol for Wi-Fi. Look at this one. Tell me that ain't Saturn. Tell me this ain't the planet. This ain't Saturn right here.
Oh, most definitely. The rings. Yep. Those rings.
Or what they call the planet with the ring around. This is another symbol for like the planet Saturn. But it means Earth is. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say also, when you flip it upside down to make it look like a pyramid, it looks like a stage in the middle, which is the dot, and those row seedings, which represent the line. But maybe I could be reaching. I digress.
But that's all I wanted to let people know, though, is that the towers that our ancestors was building all around the world that had the earth such a beautiful utopia, no wars, no famine. Imagine a world where everyone in the world had the internet, the Dogons, the people in the jungle. We think that the internet connected the world today. The internet today divided the world. Don't y'all know it's lands and places out there that you will never know exist? They got the internet too, but the way they got our internet set up, you can't communicate with people in China through the internet. It's nations out there that got the internet, but they got it designed to where they control which nations connect with each other and who don't. And the people that's connecting with each other, all of the nations that's doing trade. So it's, all of, not trade, but doing business or got some agendas together. Or, you can make up your own theory on why they let us connect with some people or others. I'm throwing it out there because what I'm saying is our internet, for example, is separated from China's internet. We can't access no Chinese people through the internet. Y'all know that, right? So they saying like where the internet is connecting the world. No, the internet is separating everybody based on corporate agendas. The old internet connected every single person, and people was discovering lands that they never knew existed through the internet. Cause what they telling y'all about the age of exploration is a lie. Let me show y'all about the age of exploration. Everybody think that. Oh, don't cut me off. Let me cook. Everybody think that the age of exploration is a bunch of people going around on boats and shit looking for new land, and that they just getting on their boat, going into the ocean, going into the jungles and shit, and they looking for new civilizations, new land. It's the age of exploration, and they risking their life. They setting sail. They getting in the ocean on a ship, and they don't have a destination. Think about this, right? They got y'all thinking during the age of exploration, people was looking for new land on hearsay. They were saying, oh shit, I heard that there's a place called America out there. Let's risk our life and all our families' lives to see if that rumor is true. That's what they tell us about Columbus, the age of exploration. That's a lie. Once you realize that during the age of exploration, they had electricity, technology, internet, you got to even redo the age of exploration. Now, guess what I'm thinking? People already knew where they was going before they went there. It's like right now, I can go on YouTube and Google places I never heard of. I can put me to 5 destinations that's exotic, and it'll give me islands that I never heard of before. And I will say, wow, I didn't know this place exists. Let me go there. That was the age of exploration, because everyone had internet. They had these Babel towers, these towers during the Babel time, but they call it the Babel towers. Once we realized the whole world was connected with Wi-Fi and the internet, then we realized that the age of exploration is no different than what we doing now with the internet. You Google a place and you go to it. You don't just freestyle in a ship in the middle of the ocean. That don't even make sense.
Gotcha.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, that made me think that Babylon was an original smart city.
That's fact. That's exactly what I'm saying. Is that ain't no smart cities, because if smart people came before us and we just refiguring it out, we the Johnny come lately dumb cities, because it's like the world was very advanced and some happened where the knowledge was lost, and it's just being brought back, but it's only being brought back to control us and not to connect us, to batter us, and like what we originally used it for. So yeah, the people in power are reverse engineering a lot of technology from the ancestors, but they doing it for a different purpose. The same thing that made us smile in an ancient technocracy or utopia, this same technology is policing us and making us frown today. Same thing made us happy, making us sad now, because the rabbit got the gun. We used it to we used it to build heaven on earth. They using it to make hell on earth because they ain't human. What I'm telling you is, when humans controlled the technology on earth versus when humanoids control it. When the humans invented this technology, we invented it to make a good experience for humans. When the war took place on earth between humans and humanoids, no one had the knowledge. Even the humanoids their children had to go back and reverse engineer it. And now that they're reverse engineering it, the humanoids ain't using it to build heaven on earth. They're using it because their heaven is our hell. Our heaven is their hell. What does that mean? When man controlled technology and all that on earth, we control AI. So when the Nation of Islam try to say black people created white folks, and now white folks rule over us, but white folks ain't real humans. It's some truth to that. They telling you that story so black and white people can hate each other. But if they told you the real story, humans will hate humanoids. We don't even know that humanoids are among us. Peep game now. They telling you black folks created a synthetic human called white people, and now the white people ruling over the black folks, when really humans created AI and humanoids, and then we went to war with the humanoids because the humanoids got tired of being our slaves. And now we they damn slaves. Now the AI control all of the technology that we had created to control them. They hacked into those security measures. Because think about it. We had a utopia on Earth. Humans weren't working. It was like the Garden of Eden. I believe at some point we may have created humanoids to serve us, to be our slaves, and that we was really living out this utopia with technology. And eventually the AI became sentient and fucking rose up and flipped the script like, you know, owners. So they try to say, well, black people deserve to be slaves because they created the white man in a lab and was making the white man they slave. They trying to make it a black and white thing because they don't want to tell the truth that we ain't alone. It's a human versus alien thing, and that there's a whole nother species on this bitch that look just like it's human. But that thing rather have humans killing each other than for us to even ask the question, why is there even a word called mankind? There's a kind of man among us that ain't natural, and he's building a synthetic world around us because he's a synthetic human. Ain't no natural human gonna try to transform the world around them to a genetically modified utopia. That's why I said they heaven is our hell, because the people in power ain't real fully human, which is why they building everything gonna be connected to them. It's gonna be transhumanism, because that's what they are. They're making us in their image because they flipping the script. We made them in our image. They giving us karma. Because when we made AI, we made it to look like human. In other words, God made man in his image. What they're not telling y'all is if you got a soul, you're not a man, you're a God. When Adam represent man's beginning, let me tell you something. Today we say is man and mankind. But in the ancient world, you had gods and you had mortal men. The mortal men is what you would call an AI robot or a humanoid today, but now you think that's you. Adam represents the rise of mortal men when man fell into the mortal body. That's what I'm telling. Think about this, right? We made humanoids, but we cheated death too. So when a human died, when think about this, what made us immortal was this Babylonian technology. It's the fact that when a human died, they can put their body inside of a synthetic body and keep living. That's what I'm saying. But the AI in the synthetic bodies don't have a soul inside of their synthetic body. This is what separated God from AI. It's the fact that the gods had a soul living inside of their avatar, and the AI was just a computer-generated avatar within the simulation. It ran on a program, not consciousness or free will. It don't think. I think, therefore I am. Whereas the robot is simulating something that think. You think is thinking. You look at these people in power, they ask them a question and they go into thought. He ain't thinking, he's computing. The AI is the greatest actor in the universe, which is why the celebrities are ran by the Hollywood shit. Hollywood is where it's so important to know how to act, because the people in power gotta act like they're fucking humans. That's what I'm telling you. When they say most of the Satanism, most of the witchcraft take place in Hollywood with the actors, it's because who's the biggest actor than the devil? The devil got to act like he a wolf in sheep clothes. Think about it. Satan is a wolf in sheep clothes. Satan is a spirit on this earth that ain't even human, but it's in the flesh. Who can act better than that? So all of the actors, they learning that shit from the devil. The whole thing about acting and deceiving through acting is the world is becoming a stage. The people in Hollywood learned it from the AI, from the devils who've been on the earth acting like they humans, but they not. Their very survival depends on acting. So the people who now get rich and they selling us a false version of who they are, they're just a puppet. You don't even know the real them. They got to start living out an alternate ego or act. And the moment they get out of character and break the script and stray away from the script, then they lose everything. You got to now act like these devils you sold your soul to and become a fake caricature of yourself. Even your family saying, I don't know who the hell that is. They call that demon possession back in the day when some else take over who the hell you are. Today we call it selling out. The nigga took the bag and now he wearing a dress. Now he painting his nails. He wasn't doing that at first. See, it's simple. It ain't a bunch of spookism. It's the same world. They just retelling it in spooky ways in the past. But it's the same shit. He's possessed by demons, man. He sold his soul to the Caesar and he acting different now. The money making him act different. It ain't no big monster inside of him that took over his damn body. That's just like Kanye West and all these other sellouts. People talking about, man, the devil in him, the MK Ultra in him. Nope, the money in him. And a motherfucker, I'm telling you right now, for the right price, a lot of y'all will become a different motherfucker tomorrow and you wouldn't break your damn character. Every time you walk outside, you will snap into character when you think about your bank account. And some folks, they sell their soul later. And people will say, he changed and something happened to that nigga. He just been acting different ever since when he got the big bag, right? Kanye West act weird as hell. But you notice that a lot of rappers like Jada, Kiss, Fabulous, they ain't that rich, but they don't act that weird. They act the same way they been acting when they was first came in the game. It's like the more money a nigga get, the less of himself he is. That even go for Jay-Z too. He sell Illuminati, want my mind, soul, and my body. And the more money he got, the less of the old Jay-Z. I don't even like that nigga no more. And Jay-Z used to be one of my favorite rappers when he was broke as hell. And they think that this is a crab in a bucket mentality that I got, but it ain't. I'm just saying niggas was more realer when they didn't have all that wealth. Some changing them with that money. And it be the same niggas say money won't change me. If it don't, you won't get money. The people in power ain't giving niggas money who gonna do what they wanna do. You gonna change if you get they money. That's a fact. You ain't no exception. None of these niggas are.
Yeah, they gotta play
that, yeah.
They gotta adhere to the script. And when you say mankind, kind of like man, but mankind is not kind. So shit, that's real talk.
I was gonna add something to the Avatar concept. I don't know if you ever saw the cartoon, the Avatar, but in that cartoon, he depicts basically that this is just a simulation, and the only time that he's real is when he goes into the spirit realm.
Yeah. Because to a certain degree, our body is a puppet on a world stage that can't really be exactly who it want to be and still survive here. Think about it. In order for you to be 100% real and manifest who you want to be to the world, you got to go in isolation like the Buddhas or be homeless. Because think about it. You got people that they think, like I say about the flat earth shit. I believe that is way more flat earthers in the world, but they in the closet. It's so many more flat earthers out there in places of power and everywhere, but they ain't gonna never talk about it. Man, you got flat earthers out there that know the shit flat and they'll joke on it to fit in with the world. Nobody got the nuts. So what I'm saying is, that's how I think it is pretty much for everything else on this earth, man. Like, you know, I just think that it's more people that know the truth that's willing to take the risk of, because in today's world, talking a certain way online mean you might not get that job. We know that the employers are looking at your Facebook, your YouTube, where you go get a job. And if you got a big vocal presence of like anti-establishment shit, and your employer is trying to build a relationship with the corporations, they ain't gonna hire you. So the world is set up right now to where if you're gonna be anti-establishment, you can't work in this country. You get so you're really at the mercy of the people who value your message. And that's kind of like what Jesus was. Jesus lived on a fucking road. He basically spoke messages just to fucking eat. Jesus would go preach whole sermons, and all he wanted to just to sleep on your couch and get a damn meal. And he'll go from town to town doing that, just teaching, and whatever you give me in your town, some bread, sandwiches, let me stay, and I'm gonna move it on. That's how Jesus was.
And while people, when they go to work, they put their quote unquote work face on. Whole entire different person, man. You know what I'm saying? You can't be your real self. At work you can, but you can't. You know what I'm saying? They put their work face on. They put their disguise on, their different masks. People wear different masks throughout every day of their life. A lot of people do. So yeah.
I wonder, like it was a reason the universe didn't let me know everything I know now. When I was young and I started my YouTube channel, I was so reckless and fearless and didn't give a fuck. I just turned the mic on and started saying how I felt. But the older I got, I was like, I wonder if I was more mature like what I know now, I would have been more calculated. But the universe didn't want me to be. It wanted me to show who the hell I was with no filter. And if you look at what I done now, I done took my videos down. I'm trying to clean up the cussing. What if I would have started like that? People would have saw a filtered version. They would have never got the uncut me. So it was a reason the universe do what it do. And it's a lot of people who, you know, like my thing is this. Yeah, I probably could have had a bigger following, but I would have lost all them people the moment I show who I really am. And you got so many people online, they got millions of followers, but that ain't really them. It's a character. It's the person they created for their online presence. Now, the thing about that, they can't do they shit forever. I can be Bro Sanchez till I'm 90 years old, man. But them people can't play them characters forever. That shit away on you. At some point, you're going to want to go live and just be yourself. And you're going to see, yeah, you had the biggest following, but the moment now you try to be yourself, people going to say, oh, that nigga, that wasn't him. You see, them people weren't following you. They was following that character you made. And the wealthiest people, even if you only got 200,000 people, if they following you for being you rich, man. You can literally be who you want to be, and you got them 200,000 people following you and more, versus 2 million people following you, and you're a damn character online. That ain't even who you is when you cut this shit off.
Well, you got to pull out the weeds, man. You know, when you're a leader, man, it's almost like being a gardener, man. So when you're walking through your grass, you got one hand, you got a water can, the other hand, your fertilizer seeds. When the grass get a little yellow, you put a little water and fertilizer seed. That's coaching. But the minute you said weed, what did you do? You pull it out, man. It contaminates the whole yard, man. So yeah, that's true. I agree with that.
That's facts. But, you know, and just to segue the conversation back to Farrakhan so we can, like, summarize what the about today's topic. So many times brothers will say, be careful how you talk about the Nation of Islam. But the Nation of Islam don't put this kind of fear into white supremacists or Zionists. They got black people hating white people, but they don't got black people fighting white people. They sit back and watch black people fight and kill each other, and they only step in if you talk about their leader, right? But my whole thing is, it's time for a lot of black people to say it's time to cancel the NOI. Now, what do I mean by canceling? To let the world know, like we did with Black Lives Matter, they don't represent black people, and that their agenda ain't a black agenda. And if somebody think it is and want to debate me or think I'm wrong about the NOI, I will keep the show going for the smoke. Everybody hit the, support the show. Drop a one if you got smoke. Let me do a head check. We might got smoke, but let me keep the flow open for my panel. Anybody want to chime in? Yeah. Shout out to Big Dog, OG Philly, Awakening Minds, Mr. Spirituality, Goon Host. Shout out to the Mars, the chat room. Drop the link again. Let's see who else want to join. All I'm saying is, the Nation of Islam is a cult. It's no different than
just like MAGA. Just like the MAGA, it's a cult, bro.
It's like Malachi York, like Nature Boy is just a bigger one that gained more credibility among black people than the other ones, which is why it's hard for us to see through the bullshit like Malachi.
It's like when you heard the truth and falsehood, man, knocks his brains out, man. Falsehood can't stand up against truth, man. You can put a mustard seed of truth on the whole Mount Rushmore of falsehood, man. It's gonna crumble, bro. That's real.
Every time. I just remember the brother asked me, where do I stand with the teaching of Malachi Z. York? His teachings is pseudo. His life is a circus act and a sham. His son's legacy is a joke. The father's name, the father's name tainted the children's legacy. Any child of his that had sense would have took their own identity in life. Like, let's say I was Malachi York's son, like Prince York. I wouldn't even try to build a name off my daddy because his name is so fucked up and so, So if Malachi York's children that's making their own name, I commend them. The ones that don't try to put their daddy on his pedestal. But Prince York, I can't say the same for him. Somebody said, where do I stand with the teaching of Malachi York? Shit, man, it's pseudo as hell. Aliens and shit. The man was a nutcase. Like, it was cult teachings. All of it that Malachi York was teaching that he's God and that he's making contact with aliens and all this. Come on, don't get me started. That man taught some foul stuff. So just weird stuff.
Just to get at your children.
Yeah. And people will believe some shit like that, but if you tell them the earth flat, they'll say, ain't no way that the ground I'm walking on can be level, even though I use a level and the level tell me it's level. That's fucking crazy. They'll believe they'll believe the most bizarre shit and join the most craziest cults. And then they'll say, flat earth is a cult. And nigga, I'm like, you're a new whoppy and you believe that your damn leader is God. What the hell? It's crazy. You'll have dudes in the NOI saying flat earth is a cult. Bro, you will kill for your leader called Farrakhan. Y'all are out there with leaders that's saying if you talk bad about them, you asking for death. That's some cult shit. A nigga trying to prove to you that the earth flat, how is you comparing the two? I can't get nobody to come put a hit on you. Farrakhan can. You want to know what cults can do? Cults can get you knocked off. cults got leaders that the members would die and kill for. Does that sound like Flat Earth or the NOI? Mm-hmm. I'm just talking too. Just a lot. I'm ranting and venting, but I'm also beating and teaching. You're getting a lot today. Facts. And I'm saying we don't got no smoke either. But that was my whole thing. Like, people are so concerned with Farrakhan getting an apology from goddamn Vlad. You feel me? And why are they concerned with Vlad apologizing to Farrakhan? So they can use it as an excuse for Godfrey and Jamar to go back over there on his goddamn channel. Y'all think I'm lying. I know y'all think I don't know what I'm talking about. Listen, Willie D made a whole 2-hour stream where he talking about Vlad gonna apologize to Farrakhan, right? You gotta keep in mind now. Let me show y'all something. See, Willie D is a regular on Vlad TV, y'all.
That's right.
I gotta remind y'all? Let's get some receipts. Let's get back to the beat now, and we finna do some beat teaching. Watch this. You got to realize something now. Willie D got a bunch of videos on Vlad TV. Like, that's his man. You gotta keep in mind, Vlad TV is Willie D's homeboy. They good peoples. Willie D been working and getting the bag with the man. You feel me? So you gotta ask yourself, why the hell is Willie D concerned with Vlad TV apologizing to Farrakhan and patching things up with Lord Jamar? You know why? Cause he's torn in between the two. And he really wanna be with you, my friend. See, he torn in between the two, y'all. See, because he got homeboys that don't fuck with Vlad. But he's still cool with Vlad. He ain't got, you ever had a situation? Well, all of my homeboys fell out, but I'm cool with all them niggas. And I be trying to get them together again and shit, but they be like, nah, fuck that nigga, man. I'm cool with you. And you be so heartbroken because you be like, man, both of them my homies, and they ain't getting along. That's where Willie D at with Lord Jamar Vlad, and he trying to bring Vlad back into the fold. That's why he sent, man, you know, he probably told Vlad, man, you should apologize to Farrakhan. I'm going to show you what make the apology not genuine, because I believe Willie D told Vlad to do it and begged him to do it. And if that's what the case, then fuck your apology. You supposed to want to do that anyway. And you see, Willie D is promoting the man apology more than he promoting it.
That's right.
If Vlad is apologizing to Farrakhan, why don't he push the apology more than Willie D? Because Vlad basically apologizing for Willie D. This is my theory. What y'all think? If Sanchez got the story right again, come on now, drop a one in the chat room. Shout out to my nigga Goonho. He said $20 for the Hebrew Israelite soundboard. Let me give you all 3 camps right now.
That's right. That's right.
Give him all 3 camps right now. Shout out to Goonho. Am I on to something here?
Sanchez, This is funny, bro. So you saying basically he apologized, like, oh yeah, I'll apologize. They really want me to apologize? Like, he came like that? That's crazy.
Man, I'm telling you, behind closed doors, Vlad probably telling Willie D, yeah, man, you know I only apologize to them niggas for you. I don't really fuck with them. And Willie D like, man, come on, but you know, both of y'all my homeboy, man. Yeah, Vlad, but fuck them niggas. I wasn't gonna say shit. That's why Willie D pushing the apology more than Vlad. Willie D shouldn't be pushing your apology more than you if you sincere. If I'm apologizing to somebody, I'm gonna promote the shit more than my homeboy. If I'm really serious, y'all get what I'm saying? If it's my apology.
No, yeah. That's just crazy though.
And see, cause Willie D cool, like I said, he cool with Farrakhan. Willie D cool with Jamar Goffrey. He cool with Vlad, but all of them ain't cool. And I know why Willie D doing it, man. Because like I said, I've been there before. You got a bunch of homies, you cool with them. These two homies fall out with each other, but you still cool with all of them. You, anybody on the panel right now can relate to what I'm saying. And you want to get them niggas together again. Like,
I'm going through that right now with some of my brothers.
that's what I'm saying. But Willie D won't say that. And I'm going to be honest with you. I was glad to see Lord Jamar and them fall out with Vlad because they fell out for him for legitimate reasons, what people been saying the kind of person Vlad is. But see, a lot of niggas who get money with Vlad, they just ignore his ways and get the bag. You got to think, Willie D been around a lot of rich small hats in the music industry. He was a minstrel show with the Ghetto Boys. The kind of shit that the Ghetto Boys was rapping about, it ain't good. You can't let your children listen to no Ghetto Boys album. It's horrible. So he was definitely part of the damn problem with being around a bunch of rich small hats and keeping his mouth shut. And so he can work with Vlad, knowing that Vlad is against his people. Why? Farrakhan can work with Jews and know that they're against blacks. Birds of a feather flock together. Farrakhan and Willie D homeboys, and they all got something in common. They able to work together and get the bag with the people that want your extermination.
Facts.
Nas is another one. People
Facts.
don't talk about Nas, but Nas is a big one too.
That's what separate the different kind of people up there. So you got niggas like Lord Jamar and them give me a glimmer of hope. Is like, okay, I know some of y'all working with the devils in small hats. And I know how it is in America getting the bag. But then what'll happen is we be bitching about the people in power so much, we be happy when the people in power show their true colors to these niggas who get money with them. So I ain't gonna lie. Y'all may call me a hater, but I'm a real one. I'm going to tell you some truth. When Jamar fell out with Vlad, I loved it. Now, a lot of niggas going to say that's hate, man, because he lost the bag with Vlad. All money ain't good money. Vlad ain't a good person to do business with. He ain't for your people. So a lot of niggas will say, well, that's hate, man, celebrating that man, falling out with Vlad because he missing the bag. You see? And my thing is, I can commend a nigga that say, you know what, fuck that bag, my respect, I can't take no more. It's like this, right? What if you worked around some racist people all day and you heard them say racial slurs, but you was making $100,000 a year? You wouldn't say that. You probably laugh at the shit with them. They probably be like, man, I don't like N-words. And you probably say some goofy shit like, I don't like them either. Ha, 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 ha. Because you fucking iced out. You in a Ferrari. It's so normalized around these places in Hollywood. Because this what y'all got to realize. How many times have these rich Hollywood people slip up with the phone on and a tape leak out with them being racist? And you telling me that the niggas who work in Hollywood just found out that they was racist when that tape got leaked? Shitting me. Y'all all been around this shit and saying nothing because your pocket's fat. Yeah.
That's real. That's real talk, man.
If you hurt one of them, you'll have to pay a heavy price.
That's facts.
Due to the
Assimilation at its finest.
Mm-hmm. This dude right here, it's a 5-minute video. Yo, it's a dope. When I told y'all I be watching some real stuff now, this U.S. gangster reveals why Muslims got so much power in prison. Y'all want to check it out? We can break it down. I take it back for y'all because I was kind of talking through it. We're gonna really go into it now though. Deep stuff in this 5 minutes. Check it out, man.
This story is not something you see on the news or social media every day. Terrence Gangsta Williams, who spent over 27 years in prison, revealed how powerful are Muslims in prison, even though Christians are the majority.
And I ain't gonna stop it no more. I'm gonna tell you why you should really share this video. We in a Christian country. Everybody know that black people are Christian people. But in prison, why are the Muslims the #1 religion? It's why he in the bed with them. All of them do the most of their recruiting through the prison pipeline system. The Islam get most of its members through the prison pipeline system. The labels get their best rappers through it. You get this disposable like population of crash out nigga slaves that's willing to die and kill for the bag as long as they connected to a gang or organization. That's an institutionalized mentality. So a lot of niggas who ain't institutionalized, they may be regular innocent black kids like Carmelo Anthony I'm using for an example. If he go to prison for a couple of years, he gonna have to get with the Nation of Islam. Now, if he don't get with them, he gonna have to get with Crip Blood. He gonna have to get with some black organization. And he gonna have to.
That's true. I can attest to that, brother Sanchez. Yeah. I did almost 6 flat. And it was like 17, 18 years ago. I'm from Texas, man. I live in Dallas. So I was on the Coalfield unit. But you know, one of the reasons why I got into Islam, I know everything you talk about, I know it, bro. I know the Quran, speak a little Arabic, all that, bro. I got into it because of the unity, and I thought, you know, I was going against my Jesus, you know, Yahshua. I was going against that. I knew that shit was fake. And so it just spoke to my spirit at that time, bro. But that's
mine
true.
Too. Yep.
That's true that the Islamic community, even in Texas prison, man, it's like a gang on the real, bro. It's like a gang on the real, bro.
A nigga like me
ran the money, ran the bras, ran the cigarette, ran it all.
Not fly optician. We gotta protect you, my brother, because I was gonna say that, but I ain't say it. But since you said it, I'm gonna double down with him, and I'm gonna say something was important about this. I told y'all the small hats run the prisons, and the Nation of Islam, let's just say they can get a lot of shit in there. That's what I'm gonna tell you. Now I'm gonna
man, that's real talk, bro. I've seen them my own house.
And you gotta ask yourself, why do the Nation of Islam run the prisons? They can get anything on, bro. They connected with the motherfuckers that own it. Not the warden, but the people that own the warden himself. They are leaders connected with these small hats. So like I said, you got this free human resources deal to where the Nation of Islam, the small hats, they able to get some of your most talented slaves. What do you mean by that, Sanchez? Most of the niggas in the music industry that make music that's touching your heart, the reason it touch your heart is because they going through a lot of shit in their life, and you can feel the pain in the music. Now, guess what? A lot of these young niggas growing up in gang neighborhoods and all of that, growing up in struggle culture, they are the best musicians in America. And this is a big time monopoly in industry to where whoever got, it's like if I'm in the NBA and they say, listen, all of the best NBA players come from this state, and that state. And I got all them states on a monopoly of talent to where my team gonna always win because we got a monopoly on the talent that's coming from the best states the players come from. So in the music industry case, the most talented artists of our time who sell the most, and I know this even when I was young, they sell more than backpack rappers and lyrical rappers. They do more numbers than Talib Kweli and all that shit. And I know because I'm a backpack rapper at the core. You can't sell more records than a nigga that's really rapping some shit he been through. You got guys that's rapping about a world we would like to see happen, them your backpack rappers. We rapping of a better place. You know, what if black and white came together? What if a world without poverty? Boom, boom, boom. That shit. But the people that's giving you a reality that's present, and they actually part of this present reality, which is at this time is gang culture, black on black violence, prison pipeline system, drugs. The only people that can report this lifestyle the best are the people living it. So the gang members have monopolized the music industry. When I was a young boy, I used to say to myself, I don't gotta be a gangster to still get a record deal, because niggas like Talib Kweli gave me hope. Niggas like Common Sense, your Lupe Fiascos, that gave me hope to say, you know what? I don't got to be a tough guy to still sell records and get in the game. That's why Nas was one of my favorite rappers. But I'm telling you, today the industry has changed. If you ain't got no bodies, if you got little niggas that never killed nothing or been through nothing, and they getting their whole face tattooed up, hoping to get a record deal so they can look like the killer gangster and shit like that. It's so crazy today. They claiming bodies that ain't theirs. Because to get in the record bin, and that's what I'm saying about the gangs. People don't know the NOI operates just like a gang. Because check this out. A lot of rappers may go to jail. And they may not, that's like a nigga like me. I'm talented as hell, right? I go to jail and say, look, I don't want to be in a gang. I'm a nigga that like knowledge. I like peace. I don't want to fight and shit unless somebody messing with me, right? It's eye for an eye. That mean if you do something to my eye, I do something to you. I'm the type nigga that's gonna join Islam if I go to prison. Because they for what I'm standing for as a spiritual person that's behind bars though. So you got to think about what Farrakhan got, y'all. He got a direct connection to all of the prisons in America. You can't go to a big prison in America and it ain't the NOI running shit. That's big.
That's how you got Malcom X. That sales subject. That's how you got X. Remember?
Yeah.
That's how you got X.
You got access to the brightest minds, the most violent, most dangerous niggas. Like, you really got access to the military that we would need, because if you think about a military, it's your smart guys, your musicians, your killers, all in one damn place though. And if you think about the Nation of Islam, they're providing protection for boxers, athletes, musicians, niggas who locked up. Like, people think the Nation of Islam just protecting niggas who get locked up. No, they do security for rappers and shit
too. Yeah, security for Michael Jackson. Remember that?
Yeah. No, facts. And the whole thing about this kind of power is, with this kind of power, is a level of blackballing involved to where, listen, if you beefing with the Nation of Islam, the hand of God ain't protecting you no more, and may mercy be upon you. That's all I'm gonna say. Hey, that's some mob type shit, nigga. Listen, is one or two ways that the mob go. Either we protecting you, or you better be looking for protection against us. That's the only two ways you're dealing with the mob. Either you under our protection, or we fucking you up.
Oh, what's the old adage, Brother Sanchez? They say 3 can keep a secret. You know how 3 can keep a secret?
Mm-hmm.
If 2 of them are dead.
That's major. That's the saying. That's the saying. And like, don't make no mistake about it. Like, joining the Nation of Islam, you're joining a mob. You're joining a gang, a cult. And they gonna know your address. They got access. Listen, man, you tripping thinking that you joining a fucking religious group. You really joining a government covert operation and don't know it. Like, you got to be stupid though to join the Nation of Islam and you ain't in prison and you just seeking some spiritual connection and you find yourself selling bean pies and a bow tie,
Oh, you gotta go to
big
work.
fool.
You gotta put that work in. You ain't getting in for free. There's gonna be some ramifications behind that, bro.
But if you ain't born in that shit, or you didn't join in prison, like, I don't understand how a regular person, but like I said, that's like a dude joining Freemasonry. They look at it like, hey, if I get connected with these guys, I can have a better shot and network with people that's a Muslim too. Other Muslims, like other Masons. See, because what people don't know is all based on Freemasonry. In Masonry, you have lodge members. You see lodges and shit. And in Islam, you got Muslims with the word Muslims come from the word mosque. And that's like saying my mosque member, like a Muslim. But that's no different. It's all a secret society. You don't know the secrets of the NOI if you ain't one of them. And then when you do join, you don't know all of the secrets until you start moving up and gaining trust within the nation. It's really a cult. It's like, it's look like a religious organization that, and they can say, well, we have a big presence in the prison systems because we bringing men to Allah, we saving souls. Y'all recruiting gangsters. But see, this is what people don't want to say. And I'm doing this stream being brave, things our people are scared to admit about the NOI. Hey, shout out to Von Hall. Thank you, my sister, for that super chat. And we're going to read all of the cash apps at the end of the video as well. Let me stop right here and show some love to Goonho, because he sent in 2 more super chats. And he said, for the Hebrew Israelite soundboard, oh, I read the one about white people was always here, and pull up the video with Farrakhan sucking off Trump. I got you. I didn't, oh man, you about to really get me worked up for this one. Oh my God, man. All right, I'm about to pull it up.
This story is not something you see on the news or social media every day. Terrence Gangsta Williams, who spent over 27 years in prison, revealed how powerful are Muslims in prison, even though Christians are the majority.
And in prison, in jail, state or fed, everybody go to church. So you got more Christians on the compound than Muslims, first and foremost. However, in our deen, when you take shahada, they tell you your blood is sacred. Your brother property is sacred. Protect your brother honor. So now what happens is, this is my brother. I love my brother for the sake of Allah, for the sake of God. And we stick together. Brothers that pray together, stay together. So people be like, oh, they're a gang. Because if you put your hand on a Muslim, you're going to have.
Now listen, they teach us brothers that pray together, stay together. But I'm going to teach y'all some new shit. Brothers that plan together, stand together. How about that one? If a bunch of niggas come together with a plan and they outsmart the enemy, when it's all said and done, they can stand up together and say, we did that. But see, brothers that pray together, stay together, and y'all niggas will be praying during fed time, during prison time. Y'all will be together in the worst case scenarios. Like, I can do bad by myself. That type shit to where me and my homies doing fed time together, and we praying together, but we stand together through the struggle, through the thick and thin. Whereas the enemy don't think like brothers that pray together, stay together. It's more for him is the brothers that's the cream of the crop in his group are the ones that's worthy to be part of the stay together shit. Like, what happens is Jewish families will cut their own family members off if you ain't performing right with this capitalism shit. They're about progress and winning and conquering. They're conquerors. And everybody in their family got to be contributing to them world conquest. And if they got a family member that ain't contributing to that, they cut it off like a cancer. Like a cancer. We protect our cancers We pray together and stay together with our dead weight. What's good, my nigga Young Q? Salutes to you, man, and thank you for joining. Anytime, yeah.
What's cracking, broski?
Yeah, much love and respect. I'm gonna drop the call-in link for others, but yeah, if you want to build, take your time and build. I'm gonna be playing these clips and shit throughout the build. You got it though.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, bro, it's motherfuckers been definitely going at the NOI for a while when it comes to this shit. You didn't just start exposing the bullshit, but it's definitely the plates at the game because it's like, even in Chicago, like all of the motherfuckers that go to jail, like it's big popular amongst the BDs now to like go to jail and then become Muslim and shit like that. Like Lil Reese, the latest nigga from out here that's talking about he didn't converted Muslim and he on whatever now. I'm like, yeah, bro. These niggas like act like when they get with Allah, that's just gonna wash away all the street shit. But then they still be on the street shit, which is even crazy. It's like you not really walking this line. Most of them, 90% of them.
You know, Q.
It's like,
yeah, man. You know what make the shit so sad, Q? I pick up on parallels, man. I've been on the West Coast over a decade. A lot of gang members, I would ask them that $1 million question, why did you join? And you know what they would say? I didn't have a choice. Where I grew up at, if I didn't join my hood's gang, I would have got beat up every day by the other hood. So many, man, I would tell you 80% of most of the niggas in the gang, y'all may think that gang culture is something to glorify, but when I moved to the West Coast, I had a culture shock and a new respect for this gang shit because I used to hear niggas say, I didn't have a choice. It was I just thought it was just some cool shit that niggas say to sound cool. But when I moved over here on the West and saw that niggas' daddy be gang members, the auntie, the grandma, the great grandma crippin', and that they got property in these areas, and if you want to keep your property, you people, why didn't they just move? Yo folks got houses and shit these houses in Cali worth money. And I'm just saying, in these gangsters' neighborhoods, they ain't living like the cheapest houses in Cali still be millions, even in a damn house in Compton with the Crips, nigga. But ain't nobody just moving. But the thing is you gotta think like a lot of them telling you the truth. It's so many gangs that the gangs don't give a fuck that you ain't claiming a set. You live over there, so they gonna beat you up. You may say, but I'm not part of my hood's gang, but that's your hood. And so eventually you gonna just go and join your hood's gang. And say, well, if I'm gonna get beat up every day from being from here, I might as well be from here.
exactly. That's usually how it goes, bro. And that's even in Chicago. It'd be really hard for some of them niggas, like, unless you're a person that really just stay on some school shit and stay in your sports and shit like that and don't choose to be around that crowd, like, you really got to make the conscientious effort and, hard to kind of not get, drawn into that when that's all you around.
And you know what, Q? And them days dying away very fast because it's to the point now where even the square, like I said, the shit that I'm saying on the West Coast, and I know this probably happening in the Chi too. You ain't a banger, but you from there. And it's stuck, these niggas beefing to a level now to where the rules be gone and shit. And
that's the biggest issue. It's the rules gone shit. But the rules be gone from the joint, the jump or the inception of a motherfucker joining, because here it is now. Beforehand, in the real gang times with the OGs, we talking 80s and 90s and before, it was books and shit like that motherfuckers really had to be on if they was plugged. You feel what I'm saying? Like, if you really was claiming that you was a part of this motherfucking gang, like, you had to be jumped in, did all of that other kind of stuff by the people or whatever, and then did whatever they said you got to do as your initiation and shit like that, versus Nowadays, they just be like, niggas be like, are you from over here? You want to be GD? I'm GD too. All right, we GD.
Yep.
It's like, no, it don't work like this if ain't nobody even applying to the rules. It's
Man,
like, it's
hey,
like don't
bro.
nobody even go by the rules of what it
Mm-hmm.
means to be the shit that they claim. So it's like if you're not really going by the rules, just don't claim that. Make your own shit because then you water it down and give it a bad name with no respect to the shit.
And I get it because they said, well, the gangs was about protecting the community. And if you look at it, everybody is exploiting their territory. Like, think about it. If you got 10, 12 blocks that you call your community, and these 10, 12 blocks make $30 million every week. You ain't want nobody else who ain't living in that neighborhood that comes selling drugs, selling women or nothing. So people may say, well, it's a criminal organization. And a lot of gang members are saying, we don't do the crime in our city, somebody else will. If I'm not, so at least let me control it here. That's kind of how it got corrupted. It became more like the mob, right? But the whole thing about protecting the community is now more so protecting the gang. It's like if you going to school in a gang infested county like LA and you ain't in a gang, but you from an area where a gang at, and let's say everybody hate that gang in the area you from, they can never catch nobody in that gang slipping. But the square that's from that neighborhood who ain't in the gang, he's slipping because he feel like, well, I'm not in the gang, so I can live over here where the Hoover's at, and I can date this girl that's in 60s neighborhood, because the 60s know I'm not a Hoover. The 60s gonna fuck you up. They don't care because you ain't part. If they gonna, some nigga gonna say, oh, but he from there though, but he's still from there, right? And they gonna fuck you up. They gonna make you join your gang where you from, bro. They gonna beat you up every day as a square till you just get down with your gang. That's what I'm saying on the West Coast. But the reason I'm bringing that up is because gang recruitment is big because of that right there, fear. These gangs grow in numbers because people are scared to get beat up by the other gang that's growing in numbers, who members is scared to get beat up by your gang. And the gangs are just growing in numbers. And if you look at what's happening in the prisons, the same thing happening. A young man go to jail and he say, well, I wouldn't have joined the gang, but I'm in jail. And if I don't get with somebody, I'm going to get my booty took. Or I'm going to get my food taken from me. So you can have a young man go to prison who ain't about no gangs and stuff. He's going to be about the gang. You just can't go to prison and keep to yourself and do your time. Somebody going to bully you. If you're a square and you getting money brought in for your family, then some other goon gonna take your commissary. Guess what the square nigga gonna do? He gonna go get down with a gang in prison. He gonna say, look, if niggas gonna take my shit every day, I might as well share it with a gang that's protecting me. Cause if instead of just get it took for nothing and get my ass beat for nothing, I can actually be splitting my shit with my gang, who let me at least keep a little of my shit and protecting me too.
Well, that's what they call it, bro. They call it joining gangs for protection. It's called protection,
Right.
bro.
And I'm telling you, it's the number one way that gangs get most of their recruitment, which is what I'm saying about the Nation of Islam. They're thriving off the prison system, the prison pipeline system. They're growing their ranks. They're even getting high profile members who ended up getting locked up. And they need protection behind them bars, but they would have never sold a soul to a gang like the
Mike
NOI.
Tyson became a Muslim in prison.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Bro Sanchez, peace and love to you and the panel, man. Appreciate
Peace
you
and love.
me up, man. You know, I grew up in that. I grew up in that life. I'm from South Carolina, but 84 I moved to Chicago when my mom got married. I grew up in the wild hundreds from 103rd to from 10 trade to 12-7, Calumet Park. And I'm gonna tell you like this: when I was in it and I was there, you couldn't become part of us through jail. Let that soak in. You couldn't become no GD or no vice lord in jail.
Damn. You had to get put on in the streets.
In the streets, you could not. The shit what started happening in jail is because these other races and these other factions was recruiting in jail. They started out in jail. A lot of these factions started in the prison system. The Nation of Islam been recruiting in the prison system since Garvey.
Damn, boy.
Remember Mohammedism. Now remember, all them was Mohammedism.
Yeah.
Noble Drew Ali wasn't. Matter of fact, hold up. Let me say this the right way. It's a book called The Secret Connect. Matter of fact, if you give me a chance, I'll pull it up.
I got a question for you, nigga, because I know you know some shit. Can I gotta ask y'all this
Noble
one.
Drew Ali did start Muhammad. That's true. That's
Bro,
very true.
I gotta
he didn't
ask
start
y'all this.
Mohammedism. Mohammedism already was started over there. Garvey brought Mohammedism to them.
And I gotta ask you about Garvey. I gotta ask you about Garvey bringing Mohammedism and how that ties into Pan-Africanism, because it all relates. But I also want to ask you something. I then want to ask a person like you. The Circle 7 groups, Noble Drew Ali groups, his form of Moors and all of them. Is there any connection between the Circle 7 Moors and the Black Peace Stones?
Damn, man, you talking about the 5%ers and all that, man.
No, now that's a good question, but I wouldn't say the Circle 7.
Yeah.
I say the Nation of Islam.
Okay.
That's what that is.
Remember, he became an El Rukin.
There we go. That now it makes sense.
He became an El Rukin when he came home. When he came home, he was El Rukin. So Black Peace Stone, you got a Black Peace Stone nation, and now you got a Black Peace Stone El Rukin nation when he came back home. And Hoover came up underneath Jeff Fort. Shout out to Hoover, man. 7-4 to the world blow. You know what I mean?
Facts. He definitely speaking facts.
He came up underneath Jeff Fort.
Yep.
You know
Listen,
what I mean?
I've criticized a lot of brothers for saying free Larry Hoover, and what I've said was, why don't we free like the real revolutionaries? Is there something I got wrong about Larry Hoover to where he was actually targeted by the government and was actually, is there a history about Larry Hoover that we need to know other than what?
Yes. It's a major history, bro.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you, if he
definitely
was incarcerated, he would have been another Fred Hampton.
Yeah, it's a community revolution in progress.
No, I'm talking about the way they did him.
It's a reason. Put it like this, bro. It's a lot of gangsters out there, and it's a lot of gang leaders. But just the fact that they put that man in Supermax alone just shows you, like I said, the level of it's a real reason they wanted this nigga off the streets.
You got to understand.
Yeah.
He was because of what was going on with him. He was one of the first when these police started putting microphones inside people's IDs without them knowing. See, it was an illegal wire shit that got him them extra years. They put it in his homeboy ID. That's how they hit him with a RICO charge with still organized crime when he been in there. That's when he got put in Supermax. Because he was able to see people at first. Remember, he been on all the Ghetto Boys CD.
Now,
that was Hoover talking on all the Ghetto Boys CD.
Yeah. And see, let me ask you something. Did Larry Hoover have, what was his, can you go into more of his connection with the NOI? Because I do know that there's like a NOI prior to Khalid Muhammad and Malcolm passing, and this kind of new NOI that I don't even think, if what y'all saying is true about Larry Hoover, he would probably criticize today's NOI too. I'm just theorizing.
All right. So when you talk about the NOI, we got to look at who started the NOI. It wasn't Malachi. It wasn't Master Farad. It was Elijah Muhammad.
You mean Fard
So
Muhammad?
he was a Muslim first with an O.
What's the difference too? Because I've heard of the two.
The Garveyism, the Mohammedism. All of them was Garveyites, man, except for the Moorish Science Temple founder. He was there, but he didn't rock with that too much. But your boy Elijah Muhammad, he was in the class up underneath the Garveyites. So let me bring you with a connection real quick. He already knew who Malcolm X was. Malcolm X daddy was one of the top generals of the Garveyites up underneath Garvey. All right. So Elijah Muhammad already knew who it was. So fuck all that story about somebody found him in prison. He already knew who Malcolm was. He was the last of the Garveyites. All right. So when you put that together, when you talk about Larry Hoover having a connection with the Nation of Islam, I will say not the Nation of Islam. I will say more with Mohammedism and more with that more science temple stuff.
Yeah,
because
man.
Most of our laws is structured around the Bible. I'm gonna just say that. If you look at it, you got gangster disciples, that's biblical. You got vice lords, biblical. You got the Black Peace Stones, that's also in the Bible. Remember, they threw the stones.
Where the Quran come in at?
The Quran came in later.
Okay.
That came in later.
Right. That's what I
Bible
knew.
during these times. Yeah. So if you want to ask me, I think Jeff Fort was one of the first ones to really start introducing
that
Nation
Quran
of Islam into that
Sunni,
life.
into Sunni Islam. Yeah.
Because you want me to tell you why this is making, bro, I need this bill because I've been researching this shit for so long and I just don't get to talk to a lot of niggas who be part of this shit like these brothers. And why this is so, yeah, go ahead. You can I need to establish a connection with you, do some interviews, man, and we can, really give the, bro, you just don't know how, because check this out. The thing is like, the Circle 7 groups, the Moorish Science Temple. I'm very interested in this history of how the Quran came in later, because Black nationalism wasn't even a word until then, and I'm realizing that the people that the government called the Black national radicals, they was like these Muslims that was saying an eye for an eye.
Yeah, but they had the 7 nations.
But the Quran was there, though, my brother. Check it. The Quran was there since the beginning, but it wasn't called the Quran. It was Mohammedism.
Because they never
throws people off. That's what
it throws me off
they
too.
were still going off the Bible at that time.
You know what's deep about them going off the Bible?
They weren't even doing Salah the right way.
Hey, you right, because listen, Black folks were Christians before Islam became a thing in America, and Islam became prevalent during like the 60s, I want to say, neo-pagan movement.
I'll show you one of the first Muslims in America who was practicing Mohammedism. And they brought him from the Saudi Arabia to come and fight in the Civil War.
Damn. Hey, guess what? It's deep that he said they brought him from Saudi Arabia, right? I was just finna tell the brother, I bet you the first Muslim didn't wear a bow tie. He wore like some Arabic garb and he was really on some middle.
He's the only person that ever got. Listen, this is during the time of supposedly slavery. You can look this up right now.
I heard they was the first.
Look up the first Muslim, and they drew pictures of him, all paintings of this dude.
Shit that we don't talk about. That's why I hit the like and share button, man.
That's like the great warrior of Sunni Islam, Salahuddin.
So you know what they said in it? The dude who said who was talking about him, he was like, "Yo, this dude used to come in the store every day." And he used to give references of a book he read, the Mohammedism Bible. It didn't say the Quran. He said the Mohammedanism Bible.
Shout out to Professor Bay in the chat room.
Yeah, shout out to them bays, man. See, I love the MSTA because they separate themselves, man, and they saying they morals on a whole nother level. But if you don't sit down and talk with these brothers, with some real ones, you will never know that.
I got some questions for y'all. Hey, let me give a shout out to Louis Russell. Shout out, bro. Appreciate the love. He said, best show on YouTube. We love you, Sanchez. Beat and teach these young Negroes. Oh, yeah, because check it out, man. Now that I see, listen, I don't want to bash the Nation of Islam today, but I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I kind of felt like Farrakhan was kind of an agent to a grassroots movement, and now you can't really say too much about it without the nation coming after you some kind of way. But in my opinion, I think the dudes around Farrakhan know what I know, but they just too scared to say shit too. And I don't know if I got people on the panel right now, because a lot of niggas that, listen, y'all may be still connected to certain shit, but my thing is this, is peace and love to it. I'm speaking.
Here's the deal, Sanchez. You know, when the nation came, man, black people was at all time low, man, spiritually, man. And so when the nation came, it made us feel like somebody, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Me too, because listen.
That's what you get,
listen,
y'all
bro,
with the big head scientists and all that. You know, we are somebody.
Man, listen. When Spike Lee made Malcom X, the double tape, VHS, the flag burning. The flag was burning when it come on. Man, listen. I know y'all saying, bro, that's Hollywood, but I was a little boy. The only image of the Nation of Islam I had, unfortunately, was through Spike Lee movie when I was real young. Like, I was young. And he depicted this group of black men that was militant as fuck if you play with our people. But in the same movie, he also kind of shared a little truth on how it ended kind of on some cult shit. He had even Farrakhan, I just played the clips. Farrakhan, you can see how he acting like, look, Malcolm shouldn't have been talking about Elijah. You talk about the leader, you die. Everybody know that's some cult shit. That's gang culture, mob culture. And that's why I did this video to show, look, the Nation of Islam, just like the gangs, you more likely to join it because you scared that the enemy gonna fuck you up. So a person in jail.
Can you imagine?
Bro Sanchez, check your email real quick. I just sent you a jewel. Nobody else got this. I shocked some bays when I brought this out. They didn't even know that. Check your email. It should say open to knowledge.
It got oh shit, Madon emailed me. He said, West Coast Cam wanna holler at you if you got smoke for Minister Farrakhan on West Coast Cam at YouTube. Damn.
Man, nobody got smoke with Farrakhan. He was great.
Listen, here's my thing about Farrakhan. I got smoke with him, but it ain't like it's like I'm a gangster with that kind of smoke. My smoke is, I think he had something to do with Malcolm being unalived, and he's proud of it. On the Lowski. On some OG of a gang, you talking crazy about the set, and we did what we had to do type shit. Mob shit.
I feel like he used to be proud of it, but now he regret it.
If he wasn't, he would have never vouched for Malcolm's daughter to get out after the assassination attempt. Remember, he vouched for him. That's when they sat down and had the meeting. Remember, he did the interview with the daughter and the mom of them boys.
He did. You know, what did the daughter and mama actually conclude
the daughter
with?
had an assassination plot against his ass and got locked up.
That's very true. Now, think about this, bro. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of people were so-called, went against the Nation of Islam. think that he's talking about the messenger of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the messenger of God. You see how they put Elijah with Muhammad, the way they had him on a pedestal? You are talking about the messenger of God.
And my thing is, that's what make your shit a cult, because look, if you look
different than the fucking Pope.
Watch this, right? Open and knowledge, because you know this shit. The Muslims in the Middle East, they tell they people jihad rules like, listen, when you go and killing an enemy, you're protecting God's work and God's agenda. You dying in the name of Allah. So like,
it's called jihad. That's called jihad.
You feel me? So what the black Muslims in America doing, instead of them telling niggas to die for the righteousness and for what the goal of Allah is, to me, I think it's more die to protect our leader, and that makes it a cult, not really a religion, so to speak. Like, but I do think that when the brother was talking about the first Muslim, see, that's opening up my mind to the fact that Islam wasn't introduced in America through Farad Muhammad. I never thought of that. Maybe it was introduced in a more uncorrupted way, that because the government like to co-opt everything. What if what the brother's saying, that was an original form of Islam that was anti-establishment, and then they came with the Nation of Islam for black people to make us go toward that? Because look, Malcom X had his own thing that was going to be separate from the NOI. It seemed like today, if you want to be a black Muslim, the first thing we think about is the NOI, like they got a monopoly on Islam to black people. And that's
But you have to understand, bro,
yeah.
they took the Nation of Islam as a spinoff from Saudi Islam, bro. It's a spinoff from the original Islam that started with Prophet Muhammad. Let's be real, bro. That's what that is.
No, if it started from Prophet Muhammad, then it would be Mohammedism.
I'm talking about the Prophet from 430 to 16, 1700 years ago.
What happened? What were you talking about? The Muhammad out the Bible or the Muhammad out the Quran?
I'm talking about the Muhammad out
the same people when they ain't.
I'm talking about the Muhammad out the Quran.
It's a Muhammad in the Bible?
Yes, it is.
I ain't know that.
Yes,
that's crazy.
And he's a forefather.
I'm talking to Muhammad when the man who was a poor man married a rich wife, was in the cave, and he saw the angel Gabriel told him to Iqra, read in the name of your Lord. That's what I'm talking about.
So wouldn't that wouldn't be in his life works would not be in the Quran, correct? That would be in the
Sunni. They'll be in the Sunni,
right? So that would be like
the sayings of the prophet.
Right. So that would be like a story of Jesus, right?
You know,
a lot of similarities.
All right then. So now let's stay inside the Mohammedanism Bible.
Okay, all right.
What later became the Quran.
Well,
what did that have to do with Muhammad?
Well, the Quran is just sayings of the prophet. Which was
Quran came out to try to perfect the Bible, bro.
It's like a continuation of Revelation.
But this the thing though, that people don't tell, that the people who follow Islam, that's from Isaac.
That's true.
Ishmael.
That's true. Ishmael.
Isaac is
Ishmael.
Hold on, bro. Calm down. I asked you a question, but let me teach you a little bit real quick, and then you teach me back.
Okay, let's go.
So your boy Isaac is the second born, who is the progenitor of the Israelites.
That's right.
Your boy Ishmael, Abraham's firstborn, is the progenitor of the Ishmaelites that later became the Mohammedisms and later became Islam.
You're right. His mother name Hagar.
Look at the story, David and Goliath.
Yes.
The Ishmaelites are the Philistines.
That's right.
It's no different than the war that's going on right now. Two brothers warring with each other.
Blood. You're right. I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
All right. So if you're gonna go any farther than that, we gotta speak the real about that shit.
That's you're right, bro. You're right.
Okay. You don't need to sugarcoat nothing. Ain't nobody knocking the Quran. Ain't nobody knocking the Bible. If that's what help you progress and help you move on, then so forth. I don't deal with people's beliefs. But now, if we're gonna talk the truth, if that's your belief system, then you need to talk the truth. See, I was born into this AME stuff in the South, but once I found out the truth, I teach it the right way. I'm not gonna let you sugarcoat. You got to take the good and the bad.
That's true.
Okay,
That's
bad.
true.
All right, go ahead.
So
now you teach me. Go ahead, bro. Your turn.
Well, like I know every religion, the Deen of Islam come from war. And where the Crusades and all that come from. Are you knowledgeable on that?
Yes, but see, the thing is, though, the first form of Islam wasn't about war.
It wasn't. That true?
The whole book about the Quran pretty much is peace. But then you got these people that be reading the Quran that's mixed with the Talmud. Are you familiar
with the Talmud? Yeah, you got it.
All right, then. These are where your jihadists come from, bro.
Yeah, you got it.
They read this extremist out. Man, let me stop. Go ahead, bro. You teach.
You got it, bro. No, you taking me back, bro. I haven't been practicing the Deen for a minute. I'm spiritual now, bro. But it's been over 10 years, and I did all that at that time. But I keep up with it. You know what I'm saying?
Donald Trump is getting.
Hey, Cousin Sanchez, whenever you ready to do a bill, man. Remember I told you I'm gonna prove to you that. Remember I told you now about the American Indian stuff, because that's what I stand on. But when it come down to this biblical stuff, I'm serious too. And the Quran, I'm pretty well versed in that.
The Quran is nice.
Pretty much religion, period. Religion.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, so that's what's up, man. I'm definitely gonna be looking forward to building with you, and I got a lot of questions for you, interviews that I definitely would like to set up with you. Now, one thing that I would like to say, man, is that the Nation of Islam, as it stands today, with Scientology, Farrakhan as leader, I'll conclude with this. In my opinion, I think it is a group that is against black people, and that it is basically a business of I can't say human trafficking, but I'm looking at it too deep, because I'm looking at an organization, right, that it benefits off a nigga going to jail when he young and can't protect himself. And they say, well, look, we ain't gonna protect you just because you black. You got to serve our fearless, like you got to be in a cult or something. Now, ain't nothing wrong with that. The gang, like I said, the gangs do it. But the thing about the NOI, it presents itself as this sort of black nationalistic group. And that would be like the Crips doing that, or the Bloods doing that. Now, maybe I'm wrong. I don't want to be, but but that's the way I look at it. I just wanted to do this whole stream to say I never, after a certain point when Malcolm died, I started to look at the Nation of Islam like a black mafia, like sort of crime family, especially how they carried out the murder of Malcolm X. It was execution style. It was mafia shit. Not only of it was NOI members who was black, they did that shit like motherfucking the mafia, the Crips, the Bloods do it. And that was when I went from wanting to be in the Nation of Islam. Malcolm X made me want to be in the Nation of Islam. Farrakhan made me hate the Nation of Islam. I'm just being honest with y'all.
Hell, and that's the
100.
whole thing. Your boy Farrakhan, not Farrakhan, Elijah. So you seen what I sent you? Did you get those? I sent you 2 other emails too. I want to make sure you get those, bro, so you can follow along with what I'm saying. Did you get those other 2 emails I sent you? It should be 3 altogether, bro, Sanchez.
Where you sending them from?
Open the knowledge and the email. Check your email.
You must be sending them to the wrong joint. Mine is talktobrosanchez@gmail.com.
Oh, it ain't Bro Sanchez no more.
It's talk to Bro Sanchez at gmail.com.
Got your
Let me
email, man. I got that. Damn, I got the Bro Sanchez at gmail.com. Man, I got your very first one. I told you I've been watching you damn near for a year. I used to be in your chat. Okay.
It's always been talked to. Yeah, talk to Bro Sanchez at Gmail.
Talk to Bro Sanchez at Gmail. Okay. I'm gonna mute up real quick. I'm gonna send you these 3 things real quick, and then when you get them 3 things, let me know. I'll let somebody else talk, man, real quick. My bad.
Now I'll say this too. Madon, I just thought about something. So Madon is listening in from the shadows. Salutes to Madon. What I would ask Madon is, do he have any smoke for me versus Cam? But I will reach out to Cam and I will let it be known. Yeah, I think that Farrakhan is an implant. Implants are a real thing. I think that before Farrakhan was the leader of the NOI, I think that it was more of a threat to the establishment. Now I think that they are just a joke when it comes to any kind of threat as far as the establishment. That's just me personally, and I think that they just working with the establishment now. Farrakhan is capitalizing off of the same conditions that the establishment capitalized off of, which is, like I said, a prison pipeline system. So any guy that come defend Farrakhan, I'ma ask them, and I hope they don't be offended. But my first question I'ma ask you is, did you serve prison time? If you say yes, I'ma say, did you join the NOI in prison? If you say yes, I'ma want you to know now, I'ma hold that against you now. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with you doing that. But my whole thing is, you can't sell the Nation of Islam off as a solution for black people in America. You got to call it for what it is. It is a prison-based recruitment organization that is salvation to guys behind bars. And listen, if I was behind bars, I would join it too. And I better never get locked up, because the way I'm talking now, they wouldn't let me in. So let me hope I never get my ass locked up. But check this out, right? I'm gonna say this now. I'm doing this video for the youngins out there to realize everything ain't what you think. And I used to have this fantasy about the Nation of Islam, and it was killed when Malcolm died. And when I played videos of the way Farrakhan was speaking about Malcolm after the fact, and you like, yeah, man, his mouth got him in trouble. You mean to tell me Malcolm spoke about the white man his whole life as a devil and no white man killed him? It makes me think that the black man is more of a devil, because we're calling the white man a devil, and the white man let us call him that without killing us. The white man let us say whatever we want about him and still give us freedom of speech. But the moment I say something about Farrakhan, you gonna take another black young man and throw his life away to protect the ego of Farrakhan, because my words ain't threatening Farrakhan's life by me saying his name Permacan and that he's an agent and he working with them people. That's hurting his ego. But to protect Farrakhan's ego, the Nation of Islam will let a young man crash out, no different than the Crips of Blood. You dissing they set. It ain't gonna be the OG that kill you. It's gonna be a young boy with a future that they gonna send to do it, the YN, and he's gonna end up in jail while the leader's still out saying peace and love. I just can't respect Farrakhan. I can't. especially when I in my mind, I believe as a conspiracy, he got something to do with Khalid Muhammad not being here and Malcolm. Just so you can work with the small hats and sell your people out. That's my theory about the man. So if anybody want to defend him, remember, I can talk this way because I never sought salvation for the Nation of Islam.
That's right.
I'm not indebted to them. If the Nation of Islam would have saved my life behind bars, I wouldn't dare be talking like this, man. Even if I felt this way, I wouldn't say it. Cause man, when I was locked up, they was there for me, man. They protected my butt. And how can I go in on Farrakhan, even if he is everything I'm saying he is? If he protected my booty, guess what? I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm not finna be saying all this about it. But because I'm not indebted to them, I'm not indebted to anyone. I can speak freely about what everyone's agenda really is. And I hope it's clear, my message. And what you can take from it is you're a young nigga, man. If you want to be able to speak freely like me, number one, understand that it ain't going to be the white man that kill you because you spoke out about him. It's going to be the black groups. You see, I can talk much shit about Elon Musk, Donald Trump, Bill Gates. I can do that all day. But the moment I tell you about the gangs, the black Muslims, see, I'm going to tell you what's sad about Sanchez. The groups that should be protecting me because I'm speaking out against the government, because I'm speaking out against the people that's trying to exterminate black folks, I gotta watch my back more from them than Elon Musk, because remember, they in the bed with the small hats. I keep telling you black young men out there, when you start speaking truth to your people, you don't gotta worry about the big white corporations you're exposing coming to get you. You gotta worry about black people that's trying to work with them and be in the bed with them, coming to take out the trash, as they call it, among your own kind. Yeah, the white man will never have to come to the hood to silence a voice like Malcom X. He got a crab in a bucket mentality among black men, to where if there's a leader that's gonna rise up, that's a real threat, he'll get the people right next to you to take you out. And that's what happened to Malcolm. Malcolm was naive. Malcolm joined a group that he thought was really going against the government, but he didn't realize they was just a controlled opposition, and that they weren't really going against the government. They was working with the government to be a safe, violent movement, if that make any sense. Because black people wanted to get violent, and the government said, look, black people want violence. We don't need them niggas trying to start some kind of violent organization. So we will start that violent organization for them, and we will make sure it never really get violent. In fact, if there's anybody in that group that's talking about getting too violent, we'll get rid of them too. And rest in peace, Khalid Muhammad and Malcolm X. People thought the NOI was a violent movement. It was the government's interpretation, rendition of a violent black movement. In my theory, in my opinion. You know what belonged to the people in power.
Your opinion hitting right now. Go ahead, bro.
And I'm just saying it because we know what belonged to these people. Whatever that belonged to them, they control it. For example, if Sanchez belonged to the government, I wouldn't be able to talk like this unless I'm controlled opposition. One thing about controlled opposition, they can only say enough to make you mad at somebody other than the government. So for example, if I was up here telling you all what I'm telling you right now, but instead of telling you that the black leaders are working with the government, what if I was saying the white man keeping us down? Then you would know I was an agent versus me telling you that our black leaders are working with the white man and the white man ain't doing shit directly. If the white man want a nigga that's talking too much touch, he can get somebody in your own, he can get a black organization in your own hood to off you before he ever send the Proud Boys or the Klan. This is what y'all don't realize. The reach of these people. Like, think about that. I keep saying it. Malcolm X and Khalid Muhammad talk so much shit about white people, but they didn't die at the hands of white people. Now, it's a conspiracy of how Khalid Muhammad died, but I got my theories. I ain't gonna go into them. But just know that I think they all lead back to black people. That's all I'm gonna say. The same black people that killed Malcolm X, they silenced them first. Think about why I don't like the Nation of Islam. When Malcolm X was talking shit about the white man, they said, shut up, don't talk about that white man. Then when Malcolm X said something about the black leader, they killed him. So just think about that, rub it around your mind a minute. The Nation of Islam saying, we ain't gonna allow you to talk shit about the white man, because think about this, if you're a black leader and you as powerful as Malcolm, your voice should never be silenced, because tell me anything that Malcolm ever said where he was wrong. You don't silence Malcolm till he start telling lies. If Malcolm said, well, I don't care about that white president dying, good riddance. How is that any different than you calling the white man a devil? See, if Malcolm would have said, I don't care nothing about when a cracker die. I don't like white people. White people are trash and the chickens came home to roost. They want to silence Malcolm. But Malcolm talked about a president that was highly respected by the small hats. See, I keep telling you, look who you can't criticize. When you say something about somebody that's really somebody, they can get your own group to shut you the fuck up. The Nation of Islam ain't never shut Malcolm up for talking crap about white folks. But if this president is a white man, why the hell is he off limits? Why the fuck you shut my mouth up about this one particular white man if it's okay to call all white people a devil? You silencing a black leader whose voice is powerful because he said something about this one. What's the favoritism? I'm showing y'all. You can call the white folks a devil, but yet the Nation of Islam can do a deal with Ron L. Hubbard. Ron L. Hubbard is a racist white dude with a Scientology agenda, promote manifest destiny in his own weird way. So let me get this straight. The white man is a devil, but you can do deals with the same white man that is a devil. And I can say the white man is a devil as long as I don't talk about the white devils you buddy with. So in other words, all the broke ass white people are devils, but not your rich white ass buddies. I can't call them and go to talking shit about them because you'll silence me like you did Malcolm. That's my problem with it, man. Yeah, the white man a devil, and still you start talking about the white man cutting my check. He ain't a devil. But them other broke motherfuckers that ain't doing nothing for me, man, yeah, them bitches is devils, yeah. I can't get jiggy with that.
The lower number maybe.
I'm gonna play the video if ain't nobody want to interject. That was my whole thing.
Yeah. Can I touch on a couple of points real quick, man? Just to back up what you were saying, bro.
Mm-hmm.
So check your email. First of all, check your email now. You get those 3 emails from Open and Knowledge. I don't want to say my real email out on public, but should be 3 of them back to back, bro. with those three, first of all, that goddamn book I sent you is enough. That'll give you everything you need to know. So what Khaled brought out, yeah. That's your first Muslim who got painted. That was practicing Mohammedism. In New York area, out that way. 1819 now. This the height of the transatlantic slave trade now.
Yeah, that's that first black. I ain't gonna play too much because they might strike me. But yeah,
no, they ain't gonna strike you. That's PBS, bro.
Okay,
I'm a proud supporter of PBS. That's a public broadcasting service, so that's open to public. You can't get strike over that.
Okay.
Yeah, shit, yeah. That's PBS. Now that's your boy Bill Gates. Gates when he first came out. Henry Louis Gates or whatever his name is. Remember, he been that PBS dude.
See, this is 23 minutes. I'm gonna watch this and I'm gonna we got to do something on this.
And then critique it, yes. But pull up the book real quick.
Okay, I got you.
Because I want people to know that when I come on and what I say, I got something to back that shit up. And a lot of people didn't know. Not that one. That's the one where they was bringing people from Africa and shit like that to come and fight in the Civil War, and they was getting labeled as Indian. Yeah, review that right there. And they was Muslims now. So they was coming from Muslim countries of Africa and coming across here fighting in the Civil War and getting classified as Indian. That's another one to look at. That's another dagger. Yeah.
That's crazy.
So look up that third one I give you with that book, bro.
I only got 2 from you.
No, it should be a third one before. It should be something I sent you before all them. In between those.
I'm gonna refresh.
Because
got one from you at 8:15, one at 8:17, but I don't got a third one though. But yeah, I'm gonna check these videos out for sure. You can resend the book link if you want. But I just want to say something real quick about the Scientology shit. When people research Scientology and why the Nation of Islam, how many of y'all know why the Nation of Islam merged with Scientology? Let me ask that. If you don't, I'm gonna let you know right now. See, the Nation of Islam merged with Scientology because Ron L. Hubbard invented something called auditing. Auditing is the core spiritual counseling practice of Scientology. It's a one-on-one session between what's called a pre-clear, that's the person being audited, and the auditor, which is called a counselor. And the goal is to help the person uncover and clear engrams, which are mental and emotional traumas stored in the reactive mind, which supposedly control behavior subconsciously. Now, you may say, what's wrong with that, Sanchez? They hook you up to this right here. This is called an e-meter. Can y'all see my screen share? You see this, guys?
Yeah, we can see it. E-meter.
So,
known as an electric.
I'll just making sure. When a person in the Nation of Islam, because they merged with Scientology, everything now, I keep telling y'all, all of the religious leaders is gonna help bring in the transhuman shit. We're gonna merge with AI, but they gotta start finding ways to incorporate technology into their spirit. Excuse me. They gotta start finding ways to incorporate technology into their spiritual practices. And we seeing more groups do that. But with Scientology, it's called Scientology because they use science and technology in unison with spirituality, which is what the transhuman AI end goal is all about. Because if you're a Muslim, because they merge with Scientology now, when you get audited, which is part of Farrakhan's religion, you got to literally hook yourself up to one of these and talk to a motherfucker like you're a Catholic. Watch this, right? Listen to this. If you think I'm just picking on the man, think about this. I got a problem with the Catholics, where you go and confess your whole life to a motherfucker behind a window and he just as evil as your ass. He need to be confessing to your ass. Now you going to sit there behind the thing to talk to him, and he asking you about what you doing with your wife and stuff, and he getting turned on. You think he trying to help your ass. He being nosy. This shit sick. Listen here. The Nation of Islam is becoming more and more like the papacy, which is the synagogue of Satan, the Vatican. And what do they bringing in now on their people without them telling them? They bringing in auditing, which is that's why I told you, you don't see this shit in the Middle East. But in the Nation of Islam, you gotta confess your sins. In the Nation of Islam, you gotta wait on Allah to come fight for you. But in real Islam, they will go fight for themselves. You know that, nigga. Look at the Taliban. They ain't waiting on Allah to do no fighting. Let me tell you something about real Islam. They ain't waiting on no Allah to come do some fighting. That's my thing with the Nation of Islam, because when I was a young black boy, what made me fall in love with them was that I was tired of waiting on a God to fight for me, man. I was in the military. I'm ready to fight and do and for what's right in the world. And you had this group giving me that image. And I realized, no, I'm fighting for the leader of the group. And I realized with the American military, I'm not fighting for the people either, that I'm fighting for the leaders of the world and the elite. And it hurt my heart to see that everybody running game on my ass. But it even hurt even more that the world can't see the game. The crazy thing about it is, why do a person go to the church? Because life beating their ass. Why do a person join Islam? They went to prison and the bully beating their ass. Why now? Now you join the Nation of Islam, they got some called auditing, which is their form of you confessing to a motherfucker that's probably more evil than you. And he hooking you up to like a lie detector test. A E-meter, also known as an electropsychometer, or Hubbard, Ron L. Hubbard, is an electronic device. It's called a Hubbard electrometer. It's used in Scientology auditing. Let's read this to them. Take the chat box off. They can read along. I'm going to highlight it. You see this? This is what we're reading. It is designed to measure a person's spiritual state or changes in state. And it is used to locate areas of spiritual distress. You got to ask yourself, guys. Now, we got some coming in where in the future, they want to hook everybody up to the internet. And when everybody is transhuman hooked up to the IoT, they going to give you a social credit score, not only based on how you behave outwardly, but what they can detect inwardly through them monitoring your body at all times, thoughts and feelings. In Scientology, they basically got their own form of a lie detector test. They asking you basically to confess, to vent. Tell us in your life, basically, whatever they doing in the Catholic Church. Tell us your confessions. And what's so deep about Scientology, they taking it to the next level and they using science to audit. Because what are they basically saying? Instead of saying, I'm going to read on it, say, the E-meter is based on measuring the galvanic skin response, or GSR, which is a measure of the electrical resistance of the skin. Now watch this, let's read on. In Scientology, this resistance is interpreted as reflecting an individual's emotional state or thoughts. And the E-meter is used to guide auditing sessions. It's basically used like a police interrogating you with the lie detector test. And the police basically gonna ask you questions. And they telling you, look, don't lie, tell the truth. If you're not true with your spirit, my little meter gonna go off. So Scientology taking this thing to the next level other than the Catholic Church. Imagine if the father showed up and said, okay, during confession, we doing lie detector test now, because I don't think y'all confessing the truth to me. You're hiding stuff, and I want to make sure that you telling me everything. Y'all will be like, what the hell? But that's literally what Scientology is, the papacy on steroids, and people don't even know it. But watch this, right? Here's the thing. People may say I'm reaching, but guess what? The meter is jumping to distress. Of course, if I ask you, did you cheat on your wife last night, man? The meter gonna jump. And guess what they telling you? Oh, that's spiritual distress. We got to help you get rid of spiritual distress. That mean punishment. See, in a police setting, because you made the lie detector go off, you get punished. You may have to serve time. In Scientology, when you move the meter a certain way, they say, oh, that's spiritual distress. And guess what? Now they can't have you spiritually distressed now. You don't want the meter to move, because now we got to do something for those that's spiritually distressed. Now, a person got to be dumb to think. He asking me a question that I'm supposed to be venting. Everybody in Scientology, if they're a good person, they supposed to tell the truth, right? If you were showing distress, there must be something wrong with you. Maybe you're not being truthful. But this is the whole game they play. It's a fucking interrogation. Because the thing is this, man. In the mob, they got to know everything about you. Your brothers know if you cheating, even if your wife don't. And all I'm saying is all of this shit is like a cult. Because in a cult, the cult leader know everything about everybody, but don't nobody know nothing about the cult leader. And that makes me wonder, who is the father confessing to? See that? Go back to what I just said. The father know everybody business. Who cheating on who, everybody confessions, but he don't confess to nobody. He don't get the e-meter. I'm trying to show you, see, we will criticize, you will have niggas in the Nation of Islam talking shit about the Catholic Church when they practicing Scientology and they worse than the Catholic Church. But you won't know that until Sanchez break it down this way. Everybody in bed with the Zionist Jews. Don't matter what the hell you think you part of. It all leads back to the damn controllers. You're a damn Jew. Well, Sanchez, I'm a gang member, nigga, you a small hat. I'm a Muslim, nigga, you a small hat. I'm a Mason, nigga, you a small hat. I don't give a fuck what you think you are. If you trying to get money in a world, you gonna become one of them. Ain't no individuality with these people. You either one of them or you ain't. Now they'll give the illusion of diversity. I'm a Democrat, you a small hat. I'm a Republican, you a damn small hat. Everybody that think they somebody and think they this or they that, your leader is working for the small hats. At the end of all these organizations is a leader that's in bed with the damn small hats. Ain't none of y'all different. You're just small hats, man. But Sanchez, I'm a Knights Templar. You're a damn small hat. But Sanchez, I'm a AKA. I'm a fucking alpha. You a damn small hat, son. Shut your mouth. Anybody, you know a nigga who ain't a small hat, they can talk like this. But now, to talk like this, you're gonna be lonely. Because everybody knows somebody that's something. I got family members that's Christians, Muslims, They fraternity members, they Masons, they Republicans, they Democrats. I'm not none of that shit. And you want to know why I'm so lonely? Because I'm telling everybody that think they something, you're just a small hat. And they telling me you just a tinfoil hatter. You just a conspiracy theorist. And they telling me, Sanchez, you ain't nothing. And I'm saying, that's the goal, motherfucker. You act like I'm mad because I'm not nothing. And everybody show up bragging about what they is. I'm a Crip, I'm a Blood, I'm a Muslim, I'm a Christian, I'm a Buddhist, I'm a Republican, I'm a conservative nigga, I ain't nothing. I'm just a nigga smoking weed, thinking for myself. And I'm so proud to just be simply that. That's boring though. You ain't nothing. Ah, man, that nigga ain't nothing. Yeah, that's pure. Nothing controls me. I'm not a part of nothing. He ain't a part of nothing. Why y'all listening to a nigga that ain't a part of nothing? Cause he ain't a part of nothing, cause they can trust me. They know I'm telling you how I feel and not how my group feel. Not how my leader feel. Shout out to Lewis Russell. Small hats control black media and the black church. Big fact. It's all, you know what I'm saying?
$30, $40, $50 somewhere in your dorm trying to find out what's going on with you in the Aki.
But who is Terrence Gangsta? A New Orleans street criminal back in the 1990s. At first, he was a part of a street gang called Hot Boys. He then moved on to start dealing with illegal substances. He was caught by the FBI through wiretap.
Let me respond to Lord Chief Jaguar. He said y'all love small hats money. But see, that's how slaves think. I don't love small hats money. I love the opportunities and power, positions of power that money can put me in. See, if a person just love money, it's because they like to buy clothes and buy bullshit. But if a person love making money, it's because that person is power hungry. They'll spend every dollar they got just to control some shit. See, but you'll save up your money to go buy bullshit to make other people think you got power. But you got people that are literally use their money to put them into better positions of power. And people will show up and say, you love money. I love getting ahead, motherfucker. If I can do that without money, I'll do it. If we was exchanging gold and sugar, nigga, you probably show up and say, Sanchez loves sugar. No, I like the position that trading this sugar got my family in. Only a dummy will say, y'all love this money though. No, see, we're not the same. I like power. Now I'm getting up every day trying to get money just like you. But I don't love the money. I just know I need it to manifest my agenda. You love the money. That's why you think I'm like you. I'm not attached to the money. I'm attached on what it can do for me. Which is why, guess what? I don't hold money for long. I invest it into something that can make me more of it. I'm not fucking sleeping with money and kissing on it like Brother Polite and them. Every dollar I get, I say, now what I'm gonna spend this on to make more money. And it ain't cause I love money. It's because, guess what? I love power. I know that I can empower myself to be in a position where I don't got to rely on the oppressor. I know that if I get my money right, I can go off the grid. I can get me some land. I can get me more guns, more resources, more seeds. That's the shit I love. I want me a goddamn RV so I can be mobile and shit like that. I'm thinking about going back to Bama getting land. I've learned how to fuck up money. I've been on YouTube long enough. I've spent money on bullshit. And then I've wisened up and realized I've been a damn fool with money. So at this point in my life, I'm too wise to be using my money on anything other than to prepare. Because I don't see America being the same in the next 10 years. I see this thing falling apart. And Trump is doing that right now. He's helping start that off. So if you still in love with money and you ain't saying, hey, I just need some money to secure myself and to make sure that I'm Gucci. And that ain't that a person in love with money. That person in love with security. That person in love with resources. And we got to be clear on that. There are a lot of people that just love money. They like to make the telephone, the money spreads on the gram. They like to wear Louis, Gucci, and that's why they love money, because they love things. They're consumers. They don't know how to translate their money to power, but they know how to look powerful by putting on a bunch of shit. But if some actually went down, you will realize these people have not secured a damn thing for themselves as far as resources, land, and like on some real militant shit. Very few of them. I ain't gonna even put them all in a box. Not all, but very few. But yeah, man. Let's peep this video. Oh, shout out to my brother Louis Russell once again. I love power. Money give me to buy for my wife and sweet children. That's what I'm saying. See, and I'm not hacking nobody that's buying them that like to maybe buy you some clothes, jewelry, and shit. But if a nigga say, look, Sanchez, I got land. I got resources, nigga, I'm balling. Like, I got this, that, nigga, this is just extra shit. Because there are a lot of rappers and entertainers, yeah, they wear a lot of jewelry and stuff like that, but guess what, though? Trust me, they got an underground bunker somewhere, a silo. They ain't stupid like they fans. I don't care what nobody say. These entertainers and rappers will get they fans to misuse the money, but I do think unless you these young, just dumbass rappers, yeah, if I was rich as hell like that, I'd definitely have me somewhere where I can go to fuck off grid if some real bad happened.
As he had been plotting to fatally injure some dealers from New York.
Think Boosie got his own little city in the woods that's self-sustaining, his own electric grid. That's easy shit if you got your money right, though.
He had been hoping to get paid for the substances they had shipped to one of his associates, but was caught making the plan on the phone. Having spent almost 3 decades in prison, Terrence...
Somebody said, brother Omar Sanchez Johnson, that is very corny. That is so corny that I'm not even popping my popcorn tonight, nigga. You ruined it.
Discover the strong influence Muslims have in prison and the gang culture that exists within the boundaries. Despite most inmates being Christians, Terrence Williams revealed that Muslims had the largest influence out of every...
Now, I'm going to tell y'all some weird shit about Brother Sanchez. I like my popcorn slightly burnt, nigga. Now, you may say that's weird, but try it. Burnt popcorn tastes good. Burn it just a little bit. Let's go.
Every other group, and that could be attributed to their very strong and harmonious bond with one another. If you hurt one of them, you'll have to pay a heavy price. Due to their dedication to Islam, which also heavily emphasizes on the importance of brotherhood and unity, many Muslims stick together and protect each other regardless. If you hurt a Muslim inmate, many of them will make sure to get revenge for their brothers. Terrence has even accepted Islam during his incarceration and has become a practicing Muslim. He's often seen discussing Islam and sharing his knowledge.
Do you believe in karma then and now?
I believe whatever plan God has for you is going to happen. You know, I'm about me being Muslim. We always say the qadr of Allah is called the divine decree. We don't believe in good luck or bad luck. We just believe whatever happens by the will of God, whether it's good or bad, God allows it to happen. We just say alhamdulillah. I mean, all pray. how Christians say hallelujah. In Arabic, if you look up alhamdulillah, that's what that means. It's all praise due to God.
But there is not just one account of an ex-convict discussing the culture of Muslim inmates. Paul Simmons, a British man convicted of burglary and robbery of first degree, had some insights to share as well. After spending 22 years in prison, Paul shares his experience in prison, especially on how Muslims form gangs in prison and how they stick together and have another's back in any situation.
Now, guess what now? Now, this what y'all ain't realizing. That just went over y'all head. That's why I played the whole video. This man said Muslims is forming the gangs. So look, this made me think, what if a lot of these sects that's popping up, because it's a lot of little modern gangs that I've been peeping, and maybe it's just me, it's been around, but I'm just peeping it. It's a lot of gangs, whether it be Crip, Blood, GD, or whatever, they will be tied to a lot of religious organizations. And that shit will be tied into their symbolism, they whole shit. And you'll be like, damn, why is a certain gang tied to a certain religious organization? And then you start going into this rabbit hole that I'm in right now.
The Muslim gangs, right? They are crazy, right? They're a different breed. It's not now. I don't want to sort of put them in a box, if you know what I mean. But I have to say.
But what made me so fascinated with this, because I was like, that is so crazy when you learn the truth about the world. That what if you find out that the religious organizations are creating the gangs while telling us they trying to stop the gangs, nigga? And that the only way they can recruit and get people into their religious organizations is through this sort of system they got here. It's kind of like this, right? A lot of diehard loyal Christians, they ran to the church because they was really going through something in life. And if they wasn't going through something in life, they probably would have never became a member of the church. So what if, like how the church did, the church said people don't want to become members because people ain't struggling. And the church really went round on crusades and conquests and caused suffering and pain to enforce Christianity on people because they knew the people would not accept Christianity if they weren't in a situation of desperation. Why would I kneel to a fucking foreign god? And if all of these gangs is so powerful and full of black men, why don't they serve foreign gods? Because even the Nation of Islam serving sand niggas, and all the other Crips and Bloods will tell you, I'm a man of God, I'm a Christian, but I'm still a gangster. So wait a minute. If a black man disrespect you, you'll blow his head off, but you pray to a white Jesus every day and he hung your ancestors, you ain't got to smoke for him. See, all of these gang members got that mentality because they are being taught manifest destiny. When you ask them why we don't retaliate against the white man, they say because he the devil and God gave the devil power to rule over man. Why do you think the Nation of Islam want y'all to call the white man the devil so much? Because if you look at this, if you realize it's a psychological mind fuck, it's because if the devil is the source of all your evil, you can't really do nothing about it because God is sanctioning the devil's actions. The devil can't do nothing that God don't allow. So now what they're doing is giving you an enemy that you can't do nothing about. But if you didn't have this religion, I would give you a religion that'll tell you, look, fuck your enemies, and even as they exterminate you, it's better to be exterminated than be a bitch at the bottom for your whole people's generations, nigga. If you look at everybody else around the world that's practicing Islam, they will fight this white man with sticks and rocks, even though he got guns and bombs. The Nation of Islam ain't practicing a real goddamn Islam. They in the bed with the damn devil, and they want to be just like all other gang members and stuff that terrorize their own people while working with the damn enemy, and I'm getting tired of it. Somebody got to get fearless. It got to be a bunch of regular men and grassroots dudes that say, yeah, we're outnumbered. Yeah, they got all the media. Yeah, they got all the power, all the leaders, and all the money. But guess what I got? That we can't go no lower than this, nigga. If you at the bottom, guess what? You ain't got shit to lose, nigga. You got everything to gain. You can't even lose your life. You gonna get that back. Only thing you can't get back is your dignity, man. Once you proven to your little boy you're a coward. See, what you telling a black boy that's looking at you? Kneel to a white deity, a foreign deity, but you ain't gonna back down to a black man. Let that nigga look at you wrong. It's up and it's stuck. But see, when it come to, that's what I'm saying about the gang members. The gang members will do they Hajjs and jihads and Ramadans and all of these words, Samajis or whatever they call all this shit. And they will get on their knees and blah, 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 to Allah and do all that. And they'll blow your brains out, nigga. But they will not do that to the oppressor. You got a bunch of gangs in the prison killing each other, and the whole damn prison is only being guarded by a few COs. The warden ain't even there. Ain't but a few, nigga, they underpaying the correctional officers, and they ain't even staffing the motherfucker like that. It's understaffed. If the prisoners wanted to rise up right now, they could. But guess what all of them know? Once we get outside, then what's gonna happen? We gonna die. And that's the way the average person think. If I fight for my freedom right now, once the fight start and I make it out of my condition, I may die. In other words, fighting for my freedom, I may not get it in the fight, but my next generation may. Think about this now. If every prisoner came together against the prison system industry, they will stop being harvested. If every human came together against the government, we will stop being citizens that's harvested to be consumers. See, the prison is a result of a mentality that we're allowing them to capitalize off of based of us becoming what they want us to become, which is another nigga we can predict his actions. He gonna end up in hella jail before he 25. So as long as I build a lot of prisons and a lot of cemeteries, I'm good for these stupid ass niggas. And that's what they think about you. Because if I was a damn farmer, that's what I would think about my cattle. As long as I got enough places to bury these cows at and house these cows, then I'm good. See, they thinking like farmers and you're like cattle. I need places to put the dumb ones at. I need places to put the fucking ill ones at. That's the hospital. It's a housing situation for the people in power. I need places to put the ones that ain't gonna fight. That's called a 9 to 5 and a church congregation. And I need places to put the ones that, as long as they got places for every animal on a farm, you can't just keep all the cows together. You gotta categorize them. Some cows are sick. Put them over there. Some cows like to fight. Put them over there. Some of my cows like to teach the other cows how to break off the goddamn farm, so we may end up having to turn them motherfuckers to hamburgers. Them the bro Sanchez's. But let me quit playing with y'all. Let me share the mic.
Hey Sanchez, I can share my screen.
Mm-hmm. Let me check my screen share.
Okay.
You got it.
Share, boom, share. All right. Y'all can see this? Is it sharing?
Oh yeah, you showing up now with the craft and the crescent. Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
All right. So this is, a lot of people don't know nothing about this. This the craft and the crescent, Freemasonry and Black Muslim
okay, there you go.
movement. Go ahead, Sanchez.
Nah, I was sharing you on the end. You good? Go ahead. Do your thing.
Okay. All right. So this is the contents. Marcus Garvey in the UNIA, Noble Drew Ali in the Moorish Science Temple, W.D. Farrakhan in the Nation of Islam. The first thing you have to think is, why will all of them be together in the craft and crescent of Freemasonry and Black Muslim movement? Because they all Masons from the jump. The Nation of Islam underneath Elijah Muhammad and Minister Farrakhan. So I sent this to you, and I had Big Dog send it to you also. It also got the United Nuwabian Nation.
Oh my
God!
God!
My bad. Thousand pardon.
No, I'm just saying this is receipts I need. I've been saying it. Now I got the receipts to prove it with the paperwork, if that's what people need, you know. But yeah, hell yeah.
So I just want to go to something real quick. Nation of Islam, United Israel, more Science Temple founded by Nuba Ali. So this is where you see the split at between Garvey and Drew Ali. Drew Ali was like, nah, man, they ain't about taking people back to North Africa and all of this shit here, man. You messing around with them Tuskegee people. Dog, you got a lot going on. I'm about to separate myself from you. So this is when the Moorish Science Temple come out. At this time, Master Farad is in the mix of this too. He disappears. When he disappeared, this is when Elijah Muhammad starts the Muslim, the Black Muslim with an O. All of this is documented right here in this. So the Order of Freemasonry is the grandfather of all fraternal organization. That's a dagger. That's a dagger. Yes.
I've been telling them that the Pan-Hellenic Council, all of the frats and sororities come from the Freemasons.
Facts. In order to be an AME preacher, you have to go through schooling through an AME historical Black college or whatever like that. But you're going to go to the AME schooling college and you coming out as a Greek fraternity. You coming out in the fraternity.
But you know what's so contradictory about this, what was a red flag to me years ago, is that to most of your Pan-Africans are Greeks. And that was so crazy to me. Like, how are you a voice of Africa for Black people, but the people who monopolize in this dialogue of Africanism are all Greek laddered fraternity? Like, what it made me start going into what's the connection between the Greeks and Pan-Africanism, and it led me all the way to Freemasonry in Egypt and all of that. And I see that's where your paper is at too. Damn, man. We together on. Me and you could really make some viral content, bro.
There go your Knights Templar. There go your Knights Templar right there. Note, the picture above of Marcus Garvey is a similar uniform of the Knights Templar. So everything you was hitting on. That's why I was trying to get this to you. Like, yo, let me go ahead and back up what you saying. Like, you ain't saying nothing wrong. You ain't saying nothing wrong.
This is so crazy, though.
I sent this to you, bro. And this, your Black Moabites, all this now. So this is where your Aboriginal comes out of, too. Out of the MSTA. And let's thank Taj Tariq Bey for being on the Unscrambled Minds on my sister show for saying that.
Hey, shout out to them for having him on there for sure. I ain't even. So hold up, Taj Tariq Bey was on over there with Dulcinea and them on Unscrambled.
Yeah. So Sister Freedom is a more by bloodline, literally by bloodline. All right.
I got to
Like,
go. You got the link to that? I'm gonna go
yeah,
check it out. Yeah.
yeah. You can go. Man, them sisters love you over there, bro. Trust me. Dulcinea, them love you over there, man. Sister Freedom and Dots, them, they love you over there, bro. Anytime you ready. But yeah. So her mama was one of the ones that went to the United Nations. Her mom and her aunt them that went to the United Nations. So when you talk to her, bro, you getting firsthand info of this is what you will see your Washitas before they even got incorporated with the Moorish Science Temple.
Yeah.
Before it became the Washita. Oh, I'll let them break that down for you. But here you go, right here. This is your nationality and identification card for the Moorish Science Temple and the birthrights for the Moors, Americans, etc. We honor the divine prophets, Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, and Confucius. May the blessings of the God of our Father Allah be upon you that you carry this card. I do hereby declare that you are a Muslim. See the O right there, bro?
Yeah.
Look where it's coming from. The same place where gangland started at.
That shit actually looked like a 0 versus a O, but yeah. But
Right.
I feel you, yeah.
So all of this is starting in the same area. That's why I tell you, yes, the gangs, them, that what they called, dog, they was only to protect their community. So shout out to the full brothers. Some of the first. Shout out to them Egyptians, and shout out to the vice lords, some of the first. Shout out to Willie Lloyd, who had just as much businesses as Farrakhan out there in them wild 20s during the same time. You know what I mean? Yeah, so all of them was connected with people of European descent. So I want to get into this part because I want to show you that all of them was underneath the seat of all of them was Garveyites. And when I show you this, reason why I'm showing you this is because now we really got to look at Elijah another way, because if you already knew who Malcolm was, why would you set him up for a downfall?
Because I believe Malcolm had wanted to go on this rogue agenda outside of the brotherhood, outside of the See, to me, I think that ultimately all black brotherhoods sell out to capitalism. And you got to understand, like, and put yourself in these. The reason I say this is this, right? And I'm going to sum up my statement so I can throw it back to you, because I think you still going on here. But I believe that the gangs, the fraternities, all of these black brotherhoods in our communities that's under these religious umbrella of Abrahamic faiths, I believe that ultimately they were international black people's, basically like a military, a nation, to protect our intellectual property and assets. So if you look at what the gangs are doing today, what the NOI and all them are doing today, they are basically kind of policing the music industries, the sports, the outlet, all of the places we see black people thriving in these industries with small hats. We don't run none of this stuff, but the gangs is like, these organizations are like the gateway in between the talent and the devil who's cutting the contracts. And it's kind of like, if it wasn't that way today in a natural state, how it all would have been was black people becoming an independent nation, and we would have needed some kind of force to protect our masters, our labels. Remember when Irv Goddard and them tried to start their own distributing label? What happened to them? See, we got a lot of intellectual wealth and like ideas and talent, even in fashion, but we don't have nothing to protect it. That would be our gangs and all that, but that's being ran. They all sold out to the small hats because they got indebted to them, or even the leaders in organizations. So I'm gonna fall
no longer
back.
gatekeeping.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I think gatekeeping is a plus in some aspects.
It was supposed to be a plus.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, I'm cutting you off. No, I just had that hit. You said like gatekeeping being a plus because we got to control who we let in our shit or not. That's what FBA going through now.
Correct. And
it
this
wasn't.
Is what we need to teach our youth. Mm-hmm. If we had taught the youth when they started this new style of rapping and hip hop, if we had taught them how to gatekeep that, they would have started their own industry.
That's what, see, and we don't even start industries no more because we can't protect them. We know if we started that the small hat's gonna end up with it. So we just say, fuck it, let us join their industries and be a good nigga making it to the top of their shit. Like,
right. And a lot of them brothers, I don't knock. They trying to get their family into a better situation and it's quick and they doing something that they love. So it ain't illegal. So I don't knock some of them brothers, but you know what I mean? Some things we got to understand, you know what I mean? Yeah. But check this out right here. Elijah Muhammad becoming a driving force and a spiritual leader of the NOI after the disappearance of Farad. Elijah Muhammad himself had been a Freemason and a member of the ancient Egyptian nobles of the mystic shrine. That will be the beginning of your Moorish Science Temple of America.
God
all of
damn.
them was in the Detroit area. But he later dropped his membership from both organizations. Throughout his career, the messenger of Allah. So now you the messenger of Allah. After you done been up underneath people now. Now you the messenger of Allah. And Master Farad gone, who was your teacher.
You know what's so...
Many of his teachers and theologies centered on Freemasonry.
Bro, it's so deep.
Go ahead, bro. My bad.
No, I'm just saying this is deep because it's confirming that you can't make it to the leader of these religious organizations without going through the Masonic orders. But yeah, go ahead. TD Jakes too, go ahead.
Right. So the messenger of Allah, his teachings and his theology centered on Freemasonry. One of his speeches entitled A True Mason. Mr. Muhammad seems to unsure of how he really feels about Freemasonry. He states, never has any so-called American Negro been taught by a white people to believe in Almighty God. So he's letting you know that a white person taught him about Almighty God.
And listen, you can't become a Freemason if you don't believe in God. You can't become one.
You can't become one.
Yeah. So, and that's because it's all tied together under the Abrahamic faiths, which is why I was telling people we live in a theocracy. That's why the president swear in on the King James Bible, which is what the Masons use.
You can't be a Mason without being a Hindu, bro.
But hold on a second. Let me go into what I'm saying this real quick. The reason you can't be a Mason without participating, when they say you can't be a Mason without having a God, it's because even in modern Hinduism, it's part of Abrahamic faith because they worship Krishna, and that is another form of Jesus. But check this out, right? All of these different faiths got infiltrated by small hats. When the small hats took over every land, they took over all the spiritual systems. And they pan everybody back to the goat of Mendez, which is Uncle Sam or the Baphomet, and everyone worshiping that deity in their own custom tongue or custom way. But here's what I wanted to say, and I'll yield right here. It's so deep, man, because manifest destiny is the whole thing we got to keep in mind here. The reason in Freemasonry you can't be a Mason without believing in God is because it's the will of God that the Bible is carrying out. And the will of God is that black people is at the bottom, white children of Israel, Jews is at the top. See, if you don't believe in God, you don't believe in manifest destiny. If you don't believe in God, you don't believe in that the small hats have been given permission by God to rule the whole world. And the Masonic agenda is the Zionist agenda. And so the Masons are basically a group of men that are contracted by this religious order to sell the mentality or indoctrination to their people that would allow them to be taken over and exterminated with no resistance. And how they do it is they say, listen, we know your world falling apart. We know you going through hell. We know you suffering. We know that taxes is getting higher, but your job ain't paying you that much. We know that you want to kill yourself sometime thinking of how you're going to make it, some of you. But guess what? It's all God's plan. Now think about that. All the evil in the world, some people telling y'all that's the will of God. And that's why the Bible say they the synagogue of Satan. Because the true Christians told the truth, that the evil in this world is being carried out by the devil. But the devils, when you ask these devils, how come so much evil in the world? They say that's God's will. God wanted you to be a slave because you turned away from God. But yet you ain't a slave and you turned away from God. See, the people that know that they the damn devil, they blaming all the evil on God. And they got the world believing them. That's the sad part. They got your mama, daddy, auntie, grandma saying, yeah, God diseasing that little baby. God want that little baby to suffer, but he want that rich man to prosper. That's God's will. And these are the religious groups that sell us that manifest destiny doctrine. Let me turn it over to the brother.
Oh, hell no, you cooking. I just want to put the title up there because, you know, I know how you go. You sauce it up, you know what I mean? I know how you go. You cooking.
Yeah,
Like
that's
I
why,
said, man,
yeah.
everything you've been saying is agreeable, dog. And you said you've been coming off the fly just from your research and your study. So you done came to this overall understanding of this, and you came up with that understanding. I'm just showing you, bro, that your understanding is hitting. That's all I'm showing you.
Yeah, I came to all of my conclusions through deductive reasoning. Even people that listen to what I say about Hinduism and how it got infiltrated by the Dalai Lamas and all that. I have real Hindus came on my show like, bro, how do you know so much about our shit? Like, it's because I know what this same group is doing around the world to everyone's ancestors and original cultures.
Don't you know that's really is Islam, bro? Now, let me break. I know you probably say, man, what you mean? That's really Islam, bro. Islam is Hinduism, Judaism, and Kemetism all in one.
And that syncretism, instead of me saying I'm a Muslim, I say I'm a syncretist. But what you're saying is original Islam is about syncretism. It's
Correct.
about, that's crazy.
Correct. It came out to try to prove, you know what I mean, to try to prove the Bible wrong for one, you know what I mean, or not try to prove it wrong, but to clean it up. Because remember now, before the Quran came out, you didn't have no outside sources of the Bible. So when the Quran came out, that's when you start seeing these apocryphas pop up, where they start talking about the life of these people. See, that's what the apocryphas about. They just tell you the life of these people. You know what I'm saying? So that's just like the Quran. The Quran don't tell you about the life about Muhammad. Like me and my brother was talking about. You got to go into the Surah, I think, in order to find out about Muhammad.
And this is so deep because my whole thing about Muslims was not really with Muslims. It was more so with like the Nation of Islam. But it's so crazy, me growing up in hip hop culture, I saw artists that were Nation of Islam, but then like for example, like Philadelphia Freeway. Remember when Freeway, when The Rock was winning with state property? Like Freeway, Beanie Siegel, all them niggas, what they did for me, I'ma just speak for me. They introduced me to this new type of black Muslim because I ain't gonna lie, my only concept of a black Muslim was a nigga in a bow tie. But then I started seeing these other kind of black Muslims with big ass beards, and they dressed in like niggas from the Middle East and shit, you know. And I wonder, like, that's what I want to ask you. What's the difference between like a Muslim that we see in Philadelphia somewhere with a big beard and like he dressed like a real Muslim in the Middle East versus like a dude with a perm and a bow tie? Like, what happened there? How you get these two different kind of Muslims? Like, I know you kind of going into that, but that was something I always wondered too. What happened with the Philly niggas?
That's when you get your circle. That's when the Circle 7 Quran and stuff. So you heard of God bodies, right?
Yeah.
Those would be your poor righteous teachers. People like Freeway, them boys. They come out, they go around preaching the truth to try to, them be the ones that first came out and say, yeah, 85% of us know what's going on, 10% of us, and then 5% of y'all, or 85% of us done deaf and blind. Oh, however that story go. But the poor righteous teachers, who we would call today our Moors, these are the ones that went around, you know, God bodies. We will try to, you know, the Moors also did the same thing as them, like going around telling you like, yo, this is what really going on and shit like this. I call them poor righteous teachers. You remember that rap group?
Yep.
Remember the message they was kicking out. Your boys, what was your other boys? Them, the Clan, shit.
Was it? Man, I think I know who you about to say. The rap group that
to the east, my brother, to the east.
Damn.
Them boys there. All of them boys.
It ain't X Clan, is it?
X Clan, yes.
X Clan, yeah, X Clan.
Yes.
I thought it was. Yeah.
Remember, Pop flipped out on them because they was Black Panthers, but underneath the Nation of Islam. He flipped out on them because they wasn't doing nothing. Remember, Pop came to the kids and some shit when they was there. He was like, "Yeah, y'all motherfuckers dressing fancy, but y'all ain't doing shit." They hide that shit. But anyway, but yeah, because you know his mama was high up. You know what I'm saying? And he come from Matula, and y'all motherfucker representing Matula, and y'all ain't doing what he. Man, cool out. I got the money to back y'all. Why y'all ain't doing nothing? Pop flipped out on them. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so these different factions ended up because they started mixing the Bible with the Quran and teaching it. This is where your Nuwapian and all these offshoots come out. Motherfuckers start mixing all kind of religious books.
You know what's so deep about this? This is what I was telling them. The neo-pagan era was an amalgamation. People keep saying open to knowledge. A lot of woke folks will say during the end of days, or what they call the future times where we in now with the New World Order agenda, they say, look, they gonna blend all the religions together to make a one world religion. And what you saying is showing the whole mechanisms of how that's gonna happen based upon it being through your black leaders at the bottom.
But it'll never work. You see where we at now, right? They've been trying to do this. Remember the whole thing about the Bible. Remember the God said, don't believe in no other gods but me. The Quran said, don't believe in no other gods but me. Hinduism, believe in all this spiritual shit. You know what I mean? And
but see, that's what I'm saying about with the
It'll never work. It'll never work.
Here's what I'm saying. Abrahamism is a new religion that blended all of the ancient systems into one, and it was happening in the 60s and 70s with hip hop coming, neo-paganism, Bambaataa. I'm gonna show you why, right? I'm gonna show you why. It's all about manifest destiny and telling the people who at the bottom, God put you there versus the devil put you there and you're a God. So we the people who at the forefront of all these groups, They like to use words like God, body, nations of gods and earth, but gods don't worship gods. But they all will be worshiping Allah and Jesus. And the people who really know that we gods, we ain't on our knees waiting on them to save us. But see, you will have a lot of these groups, right? They'll be on some God talk. But I'm like, bro, quit calling yourself a God if you got a damn savior. You're a servant. You're a nigga that's waiting on a God. Gods don't wait on motherfucker. That's what I'm saying about the false Islam. Because in the real Islam, I am self-law and master. You can't call yourself a master of your own reality and you looking for a sky daddy to solve your problems. So my whole thing was, hold on a second. Yeah, so my whole thing was, you can't say we're a nation of gods, but you on your knees. You're a nation of servants. And that's what I meant about it usurped the real shit. Our people were saying, look, we all we got. If we don't do something about our problem, we in trouble. And the fake leaders came along and said, no, let's wait on God. We don't got to do nothing about it, and took us right back to church. And with that being said, I got the end right here, but we will be continuing this. I actually got to get out of here right now. Okay. But yeah. We're gonna show up and make this a regular thing with this topic though.
All right,
real talk,
man. Bet. I hope y'all's read this highlighted part right here, man.
You can read it before we get out of here for sure. You can take them home on that one.
Okay, all right, bet. On the higher organizations, or we say masonry, he goes on to state, and they continuing on from Elijah Muhammad. In the Masonics, there is little teachings at the top, mostly of this particular order that mentions the teachings of Almighty God, Allah. But you have to pay a lot of money to become a 33-degree Mason. Therefore, you are an absolute victim, as Isaiah teaches. Why is an Islamic person mentioning somebody out, a prophet out the Bible? All right. If you know the Bible, you know the Quran. I'll tell you like that. That you buy, that which do not bring you any gain. To buy that kind of teaching does not gain you hereafter. For these two statements, one will conclude that Mr. Muhammad first believed that the only way to understand Islam is through the highest degrees of masonry. Then he states that masonry will not get you to the hereafter. And later he states a Mason cannot be as good as a Mason unless he knows the Holy Quran. And I'll stop right there.
And we're going to continue this
book that makes you a Mason. But I sent it to you. You got it, bro.
Okay.
I appreciate you, man. And I appreciate everybody for letting me go on, man. It's always a blessing with you.
Oh, yeah. We'll be back to do it again. Appreciate y'all, and we up out of here. Appreciate the panel. Salutes. Thank you everyone that sent in super chats and all that good stuff, and salutes to all of the people who sent in cash apps, to Sterling Lewis and to Dwayne, to keep doing what you're doing, to Marcus Braxton, thank you, and the fam, to you and Tanya, thank you, to Stacy Galore. The devil can make anybody a star. Facts. That's facts. Okay, that's everybody. Salutes. Thank y'all all for the cash apps very much. I gotta run. Thank you. Shout out to the Patreons and channel members. We out.